8 minutes past the hour, a brand new day has begun. Thank you so much for tuning in. 866 We Be Big, our number. Good time gang, live, sitting here together. Fired up, ready for another day. Eddie Van Adler, he's got TV rolling. He's right there. I see him right through the window. TV room is very busy, multitasking, getting ready for the day. Good time gang consists of Eddie Van Adler. I'm Speedy. Oh, look, to my left is Greg Burgess, and to my right is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? Y'all doing well today?
That's right.
Huh?
Gentlemen.
Fired up?
Fired up.
Fired up, but then I was waiting for it. There we go. Right there then.
There it is.
Busy show on tap today, and we're excited because RBU this week is going to feature Tyler Stovall. And I did not know this, but I mean, he's got Stovall Athletics, the Stovall Foundation. He does a speaking tour, which you were a part of his speaking engagement this past weekend in Oaks Bluff, Alabama, Helmsy. But he was also, because he went back after being drafted and going through all that, he went back to Auburn and held field goals and all this kind of stuff. Did you know he was the oldest player in the SEC, and his teammates named him Papa Stove?
How about that?
And I did not know that. But we're going to jump into the life and the testimony of Tyler Stovall, and so we look forward to that. He was drafted by the Braves. If you live in the Oaks Bluff area, you know he still has all kinds of records, just a three-sport athlete, phenom that was very talented, and what he's doing now and just catching up with him and his path, his life, his testimony will be a very good podcast this week in RBU. That'll be recorded today and hit Saturday morning wherever you watch and listen to the podcast. All right, so I know that there's a lot to talk about today. I do want to just go ahead and get something, just let's just get it out.
Uh-oh.
And that is that you are holding true to being next day guy.
Yeah.
Nick Sellers, CEO of the World Games, was here yesterday. He brought by the medals and all this kind of stuff, and he also brought some swag.
He did.
And a lot of times the swag trickles down to us because nobody has double and triple X's for the guys. Yeah. So sometimes they'll bring just extra larges and larges. And you have a extra large golf shirt on that has the World Game logo on it. It's black, like you like it.
I like it.
And I see that you have it on today.
Yeah, and I even wore one of the blue T-shirts that was given out yesterday.
Yeah.
I wore that same day. So I went same day next day.
Well, those are good. Those are really good T-shirts to do a little bit better in, or go play tennis in, or something like that.
It was perfect for that.
You had big handles yesterday. I kind of want to know what you went with. Because you had multiple kids with multiple things going on. I think I know where you landed, but I would love to know.
Well,
if you stayed back and took the girls.
Stayed back.
Okay.
Took the girls.
Well played, my friend.
Yeah.
Let me just leave it
sure
right
did.
there.
And
Mama went with Braden, huh?
Yeah. Well, we won't talk about that.
No.
It was one of those things where he just kind of got left hanging.
No way.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't anybody's fault. It was just we all had stuff to do. And but look, we see Braden enough. I'll see him all basically from 1 today till tonight. So I'll get plenty of Braden time, and Amanda will be with the girls today. But it's you know this. You divide and conquer. You do the best you can, and when you do have more than two. And they're all doing things. Sometimes somebody gets left out.
Yeah, well, look,
that's just part of it.
All of you single-child parents, okay, hey, great parents, but I don't want to hear how you're busy. Yeah. I don't. When you have multiple kids playing and all active, doing their own little thing, before they can all like officially drive and get themselves there, it provides quite the handles every
and that
day.
has helped tremendously. Braden did turn 16 a few months back, and so he is driving. But when it's a school function, he's got to ride with certain.
You can't drive yourself, so can't do it.
Anyway, it was a good productive day, and I was exhausted last night and woke up a little tired today. But I'm excited now. I'm telling you, I like this shirt a lot.
Yeah.
It's so next day that it may still have a tag on it. I don't know.
I started walking wearing one of them medals they had on there. What if I took one, they didn't know it?
Greg, what if they'd have been looking for it yesterday just in a panic?
Of course, I was watching
at the press conference.
News last night, and they kept showing. I was going, we had them on this morning.
So you're like, I played the drums in those.
Yeah, they had,
you know?
we had them on first.
Hey, he All right, so Rock and Roll City. That's the band in the
I don't
TV
get to
room.
enjoy it because I'm in there.
I know.
So, and I hate that because I'd like to watch what's going on with them.
And I got to tell you, I wish I could enjoy it more because I'm back here with the wheel. But so you got the noise of the wheel and I don't have headphones on, so I can just hear the banging in the other room. I can't really experience Rock and Roll City. Oh, you can hear it. Yeah, it's like the party next door in an apartment.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, okay.
So if it were up to me, here's what we would do. If I was making decisions, if I was Putin and I was trying to take over Ukraine,
right,
and this was in the studio,
you're doing that.
What I would do is I would remove the Willamette altogether, and I would just let Rock City play for a segment every week. That's all we'd do is just let them jam, and we'd sit in here and enjoy it.
We'd have to practice.
But we'd comment in between songs.
Right.
Did you say party in the apartment next door? Ooh, that's a good song. That's a song
Party
right there. That song
door.
writes itself.
It does.
Party in the okay,
my favorite.
I'll work on it.
Can I tell you my favorite part
together.
is all of that wraps up yesterday, and the whole point of me bringing that up is that when Greg we were trying to come up with different things for the Wheel of Meat segment, and Nick Sellers spun the Wheel of Meat. Well, we were just preparing that if it landed on Henry the horse, he was going to come run out with medals on, and a horse head.
Yeah.
There's 3 medals and all this kind of stuff. So Greg was going to put one on and just play the drums. So when I go to put one on, he stood there like he was on the podium. And he stood there and he kind of bent over with his hands. Like he's always wanted to do that.
I know she respected that a lot.
Yeah,
I just needed to hear the national anthem after.
Right. And I put the medal on it. Yeah. And he just got a little bit emotional. He said, I want to thank my country and all that.
Thank all the training I did
to
win this.
Yeah. But anyway, so that was the whole point of me even bringing them up.
Yeah.
But I wish I could hear them a little bit better. But
I just don't feel like I get to enjoy them.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it is.
After the Wheel of Meat segment, that's when we'll do just like a quick impromptu rock fest.
Which
and that's on YouTube. So if you go and find the Wheel of Meat segment, right after that, you can see the Rock and Roll City rocking
and
in
it's
the
a lot
city.
of chaos.
Yeah.
But
So we're wrapping up with them, and he's about to leave yesterday. He's got a pretty busy day, and he notices y'all are still just a banging in there, okay, to what Adler just said. He goes, wow, so they're still playing. and I looked up on the screen, and, I mean, y'all are so in the moment. Yeah. Y'all have forgotten that it's like the show, and you know what I'm saying?
Y'all
are
medals back.
Yeah, because they were in there.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, this is kind of what they do. They put on a show for just the tubers. And he's like, really? So I opened the door, and he got to experience it firsthand.
Well.
And y'all just lost all sense of where y'all were, responsibilities or anything.
Well,
and
I don't know if I have the authority to release this, but he did ask us if we'd play in the opening ceremonies.
Did he really?
World Games before he left.
Rock and Roll City! All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. A lot to discuss, and as Helmsy alluded to, we have a Russian attack on Ukraine that's unfolding as we speak. That'll be a big topic for today's show. A lot going on there, plus your phone calls, 866-WE-BE-BIG. A lot happening today. Don't forget RBU this week with Tyler Stovall. That'll be recorded today and published Saturday morning. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In your opinion, what's the biggest problem facing this nation today?
The snowflakes.
You mean the global warming?
A little bit softer than that.
Tell me about it.
I unfriend them.
You got to respect them. I mean, everybody's got to show respect for each other.
I'm open-minded. I like to take other people's opinions into consideration.
Go forward.
Yes, I am. What's the best part of Bill's show? The whole show. You think O'Reilly would survive down here?
You know, he might be better off in the booth.
Just a bit outside.
That's it. But he's in it,
Funny,
what, 4 times? 3-4 times?
What kind of hairdo is red? I'm not sure. When I texted him back and said, hey, nice hair, he said, yeah, the lovely locks.
Yeah, he's
the flowing locks.
Yeah, the red. I don't even know why he was there.
I'm trying to figure out what hat he's got on.
So Waters talks to Red Dobbins at Daytona.
Out of how many people was there?
Yeah,
he lands on Red Dobbins.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
This is how Cassio got his break with Leno.
Red Dobbins shows up everywhere. Oh, he's everywhere, right? I mean, we can't. we need to be sure he has Rick and Bubba shirts by the piles.
Yeah.
That he just rotates them out wherever he ends up. There's Red Dobbins again.
That's unbelievable.
So anyway, I hadn't seen him since the wedding, and boy, he had fun there. Remember
he
that?
did. He was cutting a rug, man.
Red Dobbins. All my nephews all had their pictures made with him. Now we're getting selfies made with Red Dobbins. Yeah, really good. Not exactly what we were looking for. But anyway, remember how the groomsmen all wear the same clothes. Right. His was a little tight. Yeah. When he sent in his measurements, there's no way he made the measurement. We're all a little delusional about our true size, and it's obvious that Red Dobbins just sent in he just kind of eyeballed it. Yeah, you know what I mean? 'Cause his tux looked like it had been painted on him.
I know. This red polo looks like an extra large. He needs to move on up just a little bit.
Dobbins is still
got that gun show going.
Yeah, and I don't know about we throw a green hat on that outfit.
Yeah, that's
no, I don't know where that came. But.
I'm colorblind, and that combination hurts me.
Right.
It looks like it was jumping. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Dobbins a green hat. So it looks like he's down near the pit area too. Of course.
Oh yeah,
he's
Rick,
behind the ropes.
He's down in the most secure area you can be in.
You know it.
He's down where the Fox reporters are roaming. Come on.
Yeah, he's all over. So
he is a character.
So the how about I know they sold out the Daytona 500.
Yes.
How did anybody talk about? I mean, I really didn't hear much about it.
It was great. I watched the second half of it. A lot of wrecks. Wow.
Yeah, there were only 2 cars that were undamaged when they crossed the line.
They're trying to make it better, and now this year they're running in sections. Like we'll run 60. Take a caution, run 60, take a caution, kind of keep everybody bunched up. Of course, on those tracks, you don't really have to, but that'll help more in some of these tracks where everybody runs off and leaves each other. It's almost like a competition.
Well, wait a minute. What?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you only get awards.
Stages. They go in stages.
Yeah,
like
but
a
they
pit
don't
stop.
But they just pit stop. It's just like a competition caution. Some of these tracks would throw. In other words,
I didn't know about competition cautions. I had no idea.
I'm out of the loop on
some of these different lower racing leagues do, but this year they're breaking the races down into segments. Not that you win or lose; it doesn't matter if you win. But I mean, they'll say who won it, but they basically just take everybody comes in pits, and then they got like a time limit. You only have 5 minutes. You can come in and out. They're trying to make it be a little more.
I didn't know anything about that.
I will say this: based on the articles I've read, the TV ratings were up 7% from last year.
Okay.
So you take that for what it's worth.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because of all the things that when we had the downturn in the economy. You see things rebounding, and for some reason NASCAR has not rebounded, and so there's really it's hard to figure out why.
Yeah, it's an interesting study. I'll say that because of how popular it was, and
at one time, I mean,
dominating.
They could name the price,
and it seemed to get hit by the economy change and maybe some technology issues. I don't know. Maybe it was the people who were dominating that just people didn't find interesting. I don't know.
I think that a lot of that.
But college football did not dip.
No.
Or what it did dip, it came back stronger than it was.
In the old days, you had your Rusty Wallaces, your Dale Earnhardts, and all these people, and these loyal people that had just, I don't know, nowadays, I mean, you still got superstars, obviously, but they're all that seem like they're like 20 years old. You know what I mean? A lot of the older fans, I guess. And everybody loves Dale Jr., but let's just be honest. He don't win like his daddy did. He just don't.
And he missed 18 races last year.
Yeah, but even when he's out there, he don't win like his daddy did.
No, he's not as good a driver as his dad was.
No.
And do you think Jimmy Johnson's domination for several years there, because he wasn't? I'm not trying. He did a great job driving. Obviously,
he's won 7.
But he wasn't the colorful personalities of the Earnhardts, of the Elliots, of the Wallaces, of the all the rest of them always getting in a fight or something. He was just kind of quiet, did his work, won championships, went home.
Well, I wonder if this study's been done, because I know we talked about prices got too high and too many seats at the track, but they've adjusted all that. But what I'm saying is it possible that things change and products don't appeal to one generation like they did to the generations before?
"22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. So the big news of the day, Russia has launched a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. We'll discuss that during the main show. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour. Right now, Good Time Gang is live. Eddie Van Adler, he's in there, got TV rolling. I am Speedy to my left, Greg to my right, Helmsy. And we'll hold everything down till the guys join us at top of the hour. All right, as we move along, I will say that I want to thank both of you for allowing me to get away tomorrow. I will be off back on Monday. Going to be traveling down.
We changed our mind about that.
Down south to see JC play. They go do a little tour down South Alabama area. So forgot all about Mardi Gras going on. And I don't know if you've tried to get a hotel. Don't know if you've tried to get a hotel room in around Mobile, Alabama, with Mardi Gras happening.
Got you some beads.
Okay, can't do it. It is.
You got a mask.
Good night.
They wear
alive.
them weird masks.
Yeah, just
King
forgot
cakes.
all about it.
Isn't it king cake?
You gonna be showing yourself?
No, I'm not, Greg.
Exchanging beads.
Got my beads. Got my party time.
That's a weird deal. I don't care. I mean, it's just a weird deal.
I know everybody's all about it down there, but I'm like you. It kind of weirds me out.
Me too.
We got weird little costumes on weird little people.
I'll just leave it alone. I don't want to deal with the email.
Well, it was one of those things, and I had even told you guys this because, and y'all will understand.
And it has a plastic baby in it or something weird.
Yeah, it is.
What is
I'm not into
Remember
any
when
of
you
that.
punched that time and had a toothpick in it?
Yeah,
and
was
it
that a
cut
king
your
cake?
hand up?
Yeah, and the toothpick was stuck, and you didn't realize it.
Cursed.
You cut your hand, started crying.
Yeah, and Adler
bleeding
got excited
everywhere,
and humped the trash can.
Yes, he did. But
I'm not sure why.
I don't know if I would have said it like that.
That's
but
what he did.
Yeah, he actually jumped on the side of it and squeezed it with his legs and started going at it.
And he did.
He did. I
Because
don't know if
Greg
y'all
was
remember
bleeding.
that.
All right,
Yeah, right.
Somebody needed to do something. Greg's hand was bleeding, and luckily I jumped into action.
You sure did.
Yeah.
I don't know how to help my hand, but it did help my mood.
I didn't know that when Greg bleeds, you go to that motion, but which was kind of strange. The excitement of Greg bleeding, I know he's your nemesis. I understand that, but I didn't think you'd get that excited.
He thought I was down for the count.
Yeah, but hey, boy, you really
I was worried about you, Greg.
Yeah, I could tell.
But anyway, so it kind of became real to me last night because when I mentioned that of the possibility, I don't ever want to say I'm going to do that because life happens and midweek I don't know what handle I'm going to be in. Not necessarily here, but just with the family.
Just like I told you the one in the I didn't see that coming yesterday. Yeah.
You don't want to go, hey, you know what? I'm going to be off Friday going down. You don't want to do that on Monday because, I mean, what's Friday hold, right?
Yep.
So you got baseball during the day and a parade at night.
Yeah. So here we go. But last night it became real to me because I realized, okay, I can go. It's official.
So where's your hotel, Montgomery?
Yeah, I'm like, all right, well, let's see. Okay, nothing in Mobile. Let's keep going north. How about Saraland? We just keep on going north. It's hey, wow, they got some folks down there right now.
Sure.
Naked Cowboy texted me.
I'm sure he did.
He always goes to Mardi Gras.
Oh, yeah.
He said, hey, I'm headed down. Of course, I didn't tell him we changed studios. He probably went to the other studio.
I bet he's at the city center in that fur coat walking around. I guarantee you.
He didn't say that he was stopping this time. Normally, on the way down, he goes, hey, I'm going to swing by. That's normally our...
Why would he text you, Speedy?
Just to go, hey, Speedy, I'm going to be at Mardi Gras.
I don't think he would.
He wanted you to invite him by.
But you got to understand something. I don't know if y'all know this, but the Naked Cowboy's in my life a lot. He'll text me a lot.
Okay.
He'll text me like
things.
video of him in New York and doing different things.
He sends you any oysters? He's all fired up about it.
Right, I know, but you just like saying that.
Oyster. I know.
Just the way you say it, oysters. But anyway, he just said, hey, here's my route headed down.
But
and
he wanted you to go come by.
Maybe.
All right, time out. Prior to that, when's the last text from him?
Let me go. Let me search.
What if we saw a picture from Mardi Gras and Speedy was beside him in his underwear, dressed just like him?
Okay. Did y'all know that the office drafting lawsuits? That's weird. He just texted me that. No. En route to my. All right, so here's the deal. The last time he sent me something was January 14th.
What is he in your contact? Naked Cowboy?
Yes. Okay. So when I search, I actually punch in naked.
Oh, that's funny.
First. Then it was December 18th. Then it was November 10th. And then a little bit of a break.
So maybe once every quarter.
He'll send everybody out. Everybody at the city center a heads up that there may be a man in his underwear walking around with a guitar.
I really do think
I'm confused with this one.
I really do think he probably wanted to come by, Speedy. I think
exactly
otherwise he wouldn't have texted you.
No. Sounds like a good idea to me.
So, boy, he has to really sue a lot of people.
That song he sang.
I do.
Wait.
Had a little jingle.
Yeah, they get in on his
I don't know.
copyright.
Look, I mean, I guess so. Yeah, I guess so. But anyway.
That's how he makes his living.
So Mardi Gras going on down there, and I guess I'll be in the middle of it now.
Yeah, you and Naked Cowboy, your buddy.
Is that the weirdest contact you have as far as names?
It's gotta be.
It's how you list them? Naked Cowboy.
Yeah. I guess so.
I think
Because if I do his real name, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know how to
but I
search
mean,
it,
is there anything
you know?
more weird than that in your phone?
Robert is his name. Robert.
Yes, it is.
Okay,
That's very good, Greg. I know what I have Greg listed under is probably the weirdest, but I can't say that.
If you have naked in the contact, it probably qualifies as least in the finals of the weirdest.
It's got to be.
It's got to be right up there.
Do you have contacts, Greg?
I
at
got
all?
a couple.
Huh?
I got a couple.
Or do you just go, heck, what's his number, and you start
a
searching?
lot of times. And then I go back and see the past conversations. I realize who it is. You ever do
So,
that?
like when I call you, does it come up as Speedy, or does it come up as just my number?
I think it comes up as well. I'll tell you off air.
Well, no, I know what I'm listed in some of these computers around here. Huh? The password and stuff.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I don't know why you say I'm.
Well, I don't either.
I'm happy.
I just got. I have Baldy. That's what it says.
How about you, Helmsy?
I'm looking through. I'm looking through here, and I do not see any weird names that I would have labeled somebody something other than their actual name. I don't.
It shouldn't take me long. I don't have many.
Hey, hold on. I'm gonna do this real quick, Greg, if you don't mind, and I apologize to everybody, but we just I got to get to the bottom of it. Let's see here, Greg. I'm calling you right quick. What am I coming under?
Speedy.
Okay, good.
Yeah. I'll be changing that though.
You will be. So good.
Yeah, all of mine.
Well, here's one I can erase.
Dang. I was hoping I'd find something that would be abnormal, but I don't.
Helms, you probably had this one too. There's a handyman in here I don't need anymore. Do you think that the handoff from dad to son just didn't happen?
May not.
Not the same thing going on with baseball right
as it
now.
used to.
As it used to.
Same exact thing's going on with baseball right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, baseball's struggling because they constantly are looking for a way to adjust the game to get more people interested.
Yeah, but I think with baseball, it may be the same thing with NASCAR. Baseball just has so much more competition in spring than at one time it did. I mean, there's so many different things that have risen up. You know, when we were growing up, there was no soccer. There in our part of the country, there was no lacrosse.
Right.
And all those things have gotten really, really popular.
I think too, when you go to a baseball game, you used to go to escape everything and be there for the afternoon. Now it seems like you're rushing to get away from something to get there and rushing to get back, and I think that kind of takes away from the whole afternoon at the ballpark.
Yeah, and the same thing in NASCAR. You think maybe they need to shorten it? I mean, the next generation, they may want to watch 10 laps, and that's it. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We have Doug out of the great state of Virginia. Doug is calling us. Doug claims that he's a NASCAR expert, and that he can tell us the current state of the sport there with NASCAR. So, Doug, thanks for your patience, man, and thanks for catching the show. What's on your mind today? How can you help us?
Well, thanks for having me on again, guys. Actually, I'm from Anniston, Alabama, and I don't claim to be an expert, but I've been following racing for a long time. My dad actually started in 1958 on the short tracks around there. He's 76 and still racing, but from 1970 to 74, he actually made a living driving the Sonny King Ford in NASCAR.
How about that? I remember that.
We've got some attachments to that.
Yeah, I have to know why. I have to know why it says you're from Virginia. Do you have any idea why that says?
Well, actually, I'm driving a truck.
So you're in Virginia right now.
Well, I just passed from Virginia down into Tennessee, headed to Mississippi. So
Understood. Wow. Okay, got it.
That's what. Yeah, I'm calling from the truck right now. Actually, going down the road.
Got it.
You know, one of the things that we had talked about, my dad and I even talked about, they either needed to shorten the races up or do something with it. So the segment deal, what they're doing is actually paying points per segment. That just be like if you win the first.
Oh, okay.
So they're making them little mini races.
10 points. Yeah, what they're doing,
bonus
they're
point.
taking 10 points. Exactly. There's 10, 9, 8, 7, all the way back through 10th place. If you finish the first segment in 10th place, you get 1 point. So all that will add up at the end of the year. So that's why they're racing so hard, especially towards the end of each segment.
Okay.
And that made, like you say, it made shorter races inside a long race. So it actually made it.
Which will keep the viewers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I watched the race Sunday's first race I've watched in a year. I mean, I didn't watch any last year. Just lost interest in it.
So why would someone like you with even a history lose interest? Because I can understand trying to market to a generation who's, who the way they want to be entertained has changed. But why would someone who loved it Why would they lose you for the races last year?
Well, one thing, the cars basically, to me, were cookie-cutter cars. You couldn't tell a Ford from a Chevrolet from now a Toyota. And, back even into the early 2000s, you had the Monte Carlo SS. You could tell it from a Taurus or a Thunderbird or whatever. You could look at a car and kind of relate to what you were looking at. But now, and I will give NASCAR credit, or give them their due. They've made them look better. They've got the flared fenders, and they do look more stock front and back. They look like something you can go buy. Because really, if you look at the cars on the showroom, they nearly all look alike anyway. It doesn't matter which brand it is. They're doing that for fuel mileage and things like that. But, it got away to, back when my dad did it, and even on up into later, not that long ago, a guy worked on the short track. He worked on his own car. He a lot of times built his own car, came in, then he went in, he was an independent, he had to make a living at it. It was him, and probably you'd put 2 or 3 teams together as far as bringing a guy or 2 for each pit stop. You didn't have very few people. You had probably 5 or 10 teams that had professional pit crews. Everybody else kind of teamed up, and the guy that ran the best that day, he pitted first, and that crew pitted him, and then he'd go out and they'd pit as they went down in their sequences to what position they were running, as to which car they would pit next. It was just a lot of, there's a lot of guys now out there, and I'd say most of them, their mom and daddy put them in a go-kart at 3 years old, so they've never really, what I call paying their dues. You've got a few guys that know how to work on a car, but there's not that many of them. Most of them have bought their rides. Talent didn't necessarily put them up.
So you're a purist, and you think it's lost its pureness in its roots.
25 minutes till top of the hour. Kickoff hour is 30 minutes in, and Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour. Good Time Game is live. Thank you so much for being with us. Greg, I know how you love stories like this. I'm sure you'll make fun of it. But we have a couple in Colorado that got married the other day on 2/22/2022 at exactly 2:22 p.m. Is that a bit to you?
No, that isn't. But I read a story about a baby born.
Oh, so you mad about that?
At 2:22. No, what I'm saying is, the doctor fudged it just to make it fall there. It was probably like 2:18.
They might have timed it down, Greg.
And they said, let's call it 2:22.
Oh, hey, 2:20.
Hey, it's 2:20. Hey, it's 2:21. Need that final push. Let's go. Final push.
They probably looked up and said, hey, it'll be sharp if it's 2:22. It's close. It's really 2:23, 2:24, but let's go with 2:22.
Yeah. Come on, push,
and
girl.
Let's
go.
I mean, if y'all want to do stuff like that, go ahead.
If we want to do stuff like
if that's
that,
what
go
y'all
ahead.
all about, that's just with you.
I talked the other day about how Terry just declared, hey, we're having chili tonight. Does it have to be cold for y'all to have chili?
Nope.
No, it doesn't, but it seems like that's the only time I have it.
Yeah, but that kind of makes me mad.
I wish it wasn't seasonal, but I believe it is.
Wendy sells it year-round.
Yeah.
That's good.
Right. Wow, so you base everything off them.
Forgot about them doing chili, and that's a good chili.
But it is a good chili. Yeah. But there are certain foods that some restaurants will pull off the menu seasonally. And chili is one of them at some places.
Today, National Tortilla Chip Day, as well as it's also National Chili Day, which I know that bothers all of us, that we have multiple national days, but that just
I would rather have National Frito Day and Chili Day on the same day because they actually I like to mix those two. So laugh at that.
Out with the chip, in with the Frito.
I love it. Yep.
It's a good mix.
It's not bad at all.
Cheese.
It's been a while since I've had chili.
Yeah.
Now that I'm thinking of it.
Chili.
We do a lot of taco soups and stuff at the house. We don't do full-blown chili. Huh. Maybe we need to jump that in here in the next few days before we get out of this season.
I'd like to know if y'all can tell me what this is right here. Y'all take a listen to this.
Well, I didn't really have a great concept of money yet. So I was like, oh, sick. Yeah, absolutely. I've had it now just kind of in my savings for probably 6 months because I knew at that point, I knew for sure he was going to make it. I might buy a nice old TV, but we're going to buy a good TV.
He put something back when he was 12. It's obviously increased in value, whatever it is. I don't know, though, what it is. Bitcoin.
That ought to just made you mad. I know. The way you grin, it looked like you just tasted something.
Yeah, like his accent or his voice.
I think that was the mom there too. But
it's
anyway,
a little irritating.
we have a Minnesota mom that has given her teenage son $1,800 for staying off of social media for 6 years.
Oh, okay.
They were talking about the ordeal and how it all worked out, but
did he really though? Think about it.
Probably
I
not.
bet he snuck around, disguised it.
Yeah, probably so.
18-year-old is now
he was 12 when it started.
$1,800 richer after staying off social media for 6 years.
I wonder where they settled on 6 years. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Probably 18. He's probably an adult now. He can do whatever he wants.
Maybe that's
to.
it.
That's just what I'm thinking.
You going with that?
Well, he said he was 12, and then 18.
Sense.
He turned an adult officially, which I think 18-year-olds these days more like 16.
That's true. You're
right.
right.
But that's I'm not
Adult
trying to beat up on
stretch.
just It's our fault as parents. It's not their fault.
Yeah.
I mean,
no.
Well, let me ask you this: is he being off of it? Of course, I don't know if they followed this up. Is he going back to it, or is he going to stay off social media? He's gone 6 years without it.
Yeah.
So there.
I got to tell you, I think 1,800 is a little cheap.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. We're talking about 6 years.
I know.
I mean, I understand he's a teenager.
Sure.
So I mean, I'll give you that. But $1,800 for 6 years. You might go, hey, he did that for a year. Made that for 6 years.
Yeah.
Good night.
They even give you 2 years, but
sure.
6.
This is going to upset Greg because yesterday we played audio from Michigan State's men's basketball coach Tom Izzo about
you liked that, didn't you?
Yeah, about the handshake line after the game. And
I agree.
It was a suggestion.
I agreed with him a million
from
percent.
a couple of people that we ought to do away with the line and all that.
Yeah.
And his reaction,
instead of just making people act right, let's just do away.
Right, and his reaction was, "Well, I tell you what, here we're going to be shaking air if you don't come over because that's the ridiculous. That's today's society. Let's just do away with it, that kind of thing." Well, Georgetown's Patrick Ewing says he does want to post the post-game handshake line to end following the Michigan and Wisconsin mix-up.
Is he still coaching?
Oh, boy, that's a great question. Yeah, it says right here, Georgetown men's basketball coach Patrick Ewing wants the NCAA to put an end to the post-game handshake line in the aftermath of the incident involving Michigan and Wisconsin. He says, I don't like the handshake line. I don't like it because anything is possible. You're just going through a heated battle and a heated game, and anything can happen, possibly the worst.
What kind of message are you sending?
That's it. That's exactly what Tom Izzo was talking about yesterday. We've already taught these kids so many other things that we don't need to teach them.
It's a dang basketball game, okay? It's just a game, okay? I think you ought to be able everybody calm down and shake a hand after it. I mean, it ain't like y'all are at war, you know? Yeah. It's a game. And I'm talking about all sports, not just basketball. Yeah. We act like that y'all are out there in combat, and now we're making y'all shake hands. Come on.
He says, if it's my call, I think we should do away with it.
Well, it ain't, Patrick.
When I played back in the day, I didn't even think they had handshake lines. I don't know what that means. Maybe he didn't go through it. I have no idea. But I guess this is the big sports talk topic now. Should we do away with the line? I just think it's ridiculous. I mean, how many? Let me ask you this. I know we've had mix-ups
and behavior.
Yeah, we've probably had some things said, and it's probably every day. But I mean, I can't remember the last time something like this happened at a handshake line. So how many handshake lines have gone through? You see what I'm saying? It's like, okay, we got this one.
Exactly.
I mean,
we may have 10 over the years. I don't know, but my point is, again, well, y'all can't behave, so let's just do away with it. Let's don't just hold you to a standard and go, I tell you what, if you do this, you're going to get punished.
Right.
You know, and, hey, the game's over. It's a game.
It's
just a ball game. Go shake your hand. I want you to want to win.
Right.
Yeah.
I want you to want to, and it bother you lost, but you ain't got to act like an idiot.
And by fight standards, it really wasn't that big a deal.
It wasn't that
right.
big.
I mean,
little shoving.
But if he's talking about anything could happen, can't anything happen at any point during the game?
Let's just quit playing the games.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
I guess so.
To me, it's more likely to happen then than it is during the handshake line.
Well, I mean, when they shoot free throws, everybody's elbow to elbow. You know, trying to get the rebound right. Should we just all back off and let them shoot like they're doing a technical and everybody spread out and get away from each other?
Well, to come out in the end, it's probably racist.
There'll be something. I can't believe that hadn't been declared yet.
handshake lines.
Handshake lines.
I don't know, forcing people to. I don't know. I'm sick of hearing about it.
It's ridiculous.
I mean,
it
the
really
fact
is.
that anybody even consider.
I can't believe we're even discussing it. I really can't. Not us particularly. I can't believe our world is discussed. This is what we're hashing out in the last 3 days.
It goes back to
kidding me?
I know. It goes back to what we said. Nobody wants to live in a world nowadays where you go to them and go, I tell you what, you're going to go shake their hand. If you don't act right, then you're going to be dealt with.
Right.
No, we can't do that. No, now you're making them, you shouldn't put that kind of pressure on them. You can't expect them to actually act right.
Yeah.
Come on.
You know, I know most athletes hate losing more than they like to win. I'll give you that. But I think it, teaches you a lot about, just, hey, go show good sportsmanship, get through the line. What does it take, 10 seconds?
Yeah.
Hold your hand out. And I'll tell you what, though, this was a good one. Back when Tyler, I guess he was 12. I guess he was 12. We were playing summer ball, and we played a team, and we had won, and we shouldn't have, but somehow we did. I have no idea. And when we came together and walked from like first base, and they started at third, and you walk behind the mound, and hey, good game, whatever. One of the opposing team's kids, every time he got to one of my players, he would go jerk, 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 jerk. As he's giving back, and of course that was a problem because some of the boys stopped and said, "What are you doing?"
Yeah.
And so every now and then you got a turd in the group that's going to say something or do something or act a certain way, but most don't. Most just get through the line and then move on, right?
Exactly.
We shouldn't be canceling things just because a few can't act right. Deal with it. Grow up.
I think it's, the fact we're even coming up, I mean, shouldn't even be considered.
Right.
Let's just go back to what we did. Juwan's going to sit out the rest of the season and pay a big fine, and we'll move on.
And I guess the reason this is a story is such a big name like him, Patrick Ewing, saying that, and being a head coach and all that.
Dude, the first one I ever saw wear a T-shirt under his uniform.
You talking about
Patrick
the Hoya?
Ewing.
The Hoya Destroyer?
Oh,
that was
they
his
were
nickname,
good,
by the way.
son.
Yeah.
He was really good.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Absolutely.
So the old school people think it's become too it's not what it once was, and then the new generation just doesn't seem that interested in it. So now you've got yourself a bad situation.
Well, that's true. I mean, they have done better. Just like I believe in putting the 40 fastest cars on the track. Because that's what a race. What are you racing? You're wanting the fastest guy on the front row. You want the fastest, and they do that. But just say you've got 40. Just say you got 40 cars to racetrack. You're gonna start 40. Well, 35 of them are already locked in. All they've got to do is get into a position, and then say you've got 45 cars for 40 positions. And I'd dare say there's probably more than that at Daytona. I don't know. Some of them didn't make the race, but you've already got 35 cars. They know it doesn't matter how they qualify. They're in the show. Then you've got 10 cars that are actually just beating their brains out trying to get in that could be actually faster than one of those 35. But if they're not faster than that 10, they're not going, they're going home. I don't like the lucky dog. If you get a lap down, you ought to race back to get that lap. Not NASCAR give it back to you to keep everybody on the that lead lap.
I got you. Okay,
I like the lucky dog.
Yeah. So what you're saying is we got a purist that says it's lost its roots. Well, bottom line. And I don't know what does it mean? There's 35 cars that get into it.
He's giving a scenario.
Owner points, you're guaranteed a spot.
Right. Here's the thing: purists are
every week we ought to put the fastest cars out there.
Right.
Yeah. And
that's what he's saying.
You better get to the new generation because the purists aren't going to be here in so many years.
Right.
I mean, you better grow the sport for the young bucks.
Well, I've got another angle on this. Do you think people who knowingly and willingly would buy a hybrid would care to go see cars run fast?
Thank you. Good point.
Think about it.
And he's right about the deal.
Bubba speaks.
When they went to that one template for most of the cars, people love to argue Chevy Ford.
Yeah.
And I knew a guy that wouldn't pull. It didn't matter if his favorite driver was Bill Elliott, but if he wasn't driving Ford, he wouldn't pull for him.
Guys,
Really?
I know
Let me
y'all
ask you
know
a
there's people that buy vehicles based off the driver.
Yeah.
Oh, they are. Yeah.
Everywhere.
Let me ask y'all a question.
I did it when I was in high school.
What is it about NASCAR? Because you've got all sports that adapt with time. You look at football and the targeting rule. We hate it. We thought it was crazy when it started, and great idea. And the rules changes. You go to baseball and some rules changes. Like you can just look at the dugout and put somebody on first. You don't have to intentionally walk.
They're gonna have the light now
and
to
stuff
flip
like
on.
that. And then NASCAR, they're trying to adapt a little bit with the time as well. And and tweak the sport a little bit. But why is it so ridiculed, I wonder, versus some of the others? It's with the purist. Is it just that the old school NASCAR folks, they just don't want it to ever change? I don't really think you want to see.
Well, it was originally.
No, I think you bring up a great question, and I know what you're trying to say, and I look at it a little bit different, but you see how good NASCAR and how strong it was, and they were building, and ticket prices and more technology to it. And you have football that also was doing very good, and you saw the dip in racing, and it hasn't quite made it back yet. Football has held on, but I think football's making a lot of mistakes too. You know, they pushed this Michael Sam's thing on everybody. Nobody liked that. These rule changes, people are not liking that. They're hollering, hey, they're going to turn it into flag. I mean, is the NFL and football making the same mistakes that NASCAR
Their
made?
numbers were down.
And not seeing the future that they're falling off the cliff too.
Well, you look at the Oscars and all this kind of stuff. When politics enters sports, it ruins that escape that everybody goes to watch the entertainment of the sport. With NASCAR, though, it seems to have stayed pure to that American flag and the tradition.
Rick and Bubba.
They also get a copy of the new Rick and Bubba double CD. Who's got it better than us? Hard copies no longer available unless you're here in the golden ticket seats. But you can get it at iTunes and other digital download stores. Now, all 18 of the Rick and Bubba CDs that have come out over the years have all found their way to iTunes and the digital download world, including many of them that are no longer available as hard copies. But you can find the ones that are by going to rickandbubba.com if that's still your preference. Yep. All right, to the phone. Whoop, watch out, Rick.
Oh, look out.
I just hit myself right in the head with it.
A little while there.
Those are those moments where you think, okay, it's going away quickly.
I wish you'd knocked yourself out of the chair.
Well, if it was, I'm just glad I wasn't throwing something. It was actually
Adler catch that on video.
Did
I just shot myself in the back of the head.
Got it. He said we have to review that later.
I shot myself in the back of the head. Stop.
You're pretty good at catching that garbage.
Note to self.
Your head's getting a little big.
Get checked.
Rick, I think your head's getting a little big.
Well,
a little big about yourself.
Here we come, phone trolling. Phone troll. Hello, Summer. Welcome to the program. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Green Acres, by the way.
Thank you. You're so kind.
Go ahead.
Oh, what is your opinion on the legalization of marijuana in the South because of the fact?
Ten minutes till top of the hour, kickoff hour live. Welcome in. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show brought to you by MyPillow.com/Bubba. Now, guys, you're going to make fun of this. As a grown man, I've taken my pillow with me on this road trip I'm about to go on. Is that bad?
No, I do it all the time.
Am I losing my man card?
I don't want to have to keep up with it.
I know. It's just me, though, so I just threw it in the back seat. Is that okay?
You got your luggage and you got a pillow under your arm.
I knew you were going to. It's fine. I should have just kept that to myself.
I'm going to have about an hour where I'm waiting in the car today with kids. I may grab mine when I go home, take me a little nap in the car.
Carpool nap. That's good stuff right there. Well, look, mypillow.com/Bubba. If you like great prices and a great American company, then mypillow.com is where you need to land. For example, they have really put some of their best-selling items at some of the lowest prices ever at mypillow.com/Bubba. For example, their Giza Dream Sheets. These bed sheets and flannel sheets are 60% off and just now $39.99. MyPillow slippers, which Greg loves, are 50% off. Women's sleepwear or loungewear, 50% off. They're outstanding. Luxury hotel quality towel sets are just $39.99. That's a $70 savings. Plus, all my pillows are as low as $19.98 right now, and you'll even save on their terrific My Store. That's becoming the new anti-Amazon at mypillow.com/Bubba. So to go unlock all these savings and get these all-American products on sale right now, go to mypillow.com/Bubba. And remember, MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee and a warranty. So go to mypillow.com/Bubba for all of their special show savings. Plus, every order, regardless of size, will also get Mike Lindell's best-selling book, What Are the Odds, for free. So that's a great deal. You can also go to rickandbubba.com and look under the sponsors button. All right. So we sometimes make fun of each other in the breaks. Sometimes we run to the bathroom in the breaks. And then sometimes we discuss, very rarely, what we're going to do the next segment. And now that's rare. But this past break, we actually did.
Greg's got him something.
What you got over there, my friend?
There's a 22-year-old man. He reclaimed the Guinness Book of World Records title. Follow me here. The tallest stack of M&Ms. Now, it's got to be. You can't have like peanut. It's got to be just the regular plain M&M.
Mm-hmm. And he's
the old record.
It's got to be hard.
You stack them, and they must stand for at least 10 seconds.
Okay.
The old record was 5. He broke it by stacking 6.
Does he do it?
I got video of it and everything.
I wish we had some M&Ms.
Does he do it by hand or does he use a little pen?
By hand, and he.
Can you swing that around? I'd like to see the video.
That's got to be tough.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Only like 5 it's got to be
or 6.
It's got to be freestanding for a minimum of 10 seconds. And here's the deal. His name's something Kelby. He's from Australia.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a quest to break 21 records. I don't know why. Now this is one of his titles, but he also holds the title for the most drumstick flips in 1 minute.
Okay.
Fastest time to build a 10 toilet row pyramid.
Hold on, stop. What?
Yeah, and the longest duration of spinning a basketball.
How long did he do that?
On the nose.
Oh,
and he has 10 others. It doesn't list. He's got this is his deal. But yeah,
you say flip tooth?
That's what he said. Drumsticks.
Drumsticks. Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the video of you. But yeah, so he actually.
So
he has napkins in his hand. He's got.
Okay, I was wondering because I would think the hand just get a little shaky there.
Yeah, he's got a little tissue. It's like little tissues.
Yeah, it's like he's going to wipe his nose, but he's pinching both of them.
6.
And he's pitching each side of them.
Now 5 had been holding the record. I mean, it was at 5 since 2016, I think.
If y'all could, so it looks like to me he just sits around and comes up with things he can break. I mean, what are y'all good at? Is there anything y'all can break?
I'll never be in the Guinness Book of World Records.
No.
Anything.
Can you imagine how long he had to sit and stare at those M&Ms?
How many times did he fail? How many times, did he fail?
Yeah.
A lot. But there it is, right here on video.
Mm.
You know, this got me thinking about other candy world records.
I'm going for 7.
You know, there's a whole candy world industry.
I didn't know
world
that.
records.
I didn't know that.
Wow.
Pete Moyer and Ethan Dixon built a pyramid using 8,555 Smarties. Remember the Smarties?
Oh yeah, I do. I like the Smarties.
This thing weighs over 6 pounds. It was a world record. I don't get this. I didn't know this was a thing. Ollie W. I don't know why they didn't put his last name. Opened a bag of Skittles and sorted them by color in 16.13 seconds.
That's pretty good.
So that's a thing.
I like that.
How fast can you sort the Skittles by color? This guy did it in 16.13 seconds.
I wonder what size bag it is.
Deborah stabbed 42 dum-dums into an apple in 1 minute. Now think about this.
42?
Think about the dum-dum sucker things and you apple. She stabbed 42 into an apple in 1 minute.
I think I can do that.
World record.
I like that.
I know
I got an idea for you.
The eating stuff we don't really. I don't like that. It grosses me out. But this guy, which name I cannot pronounce, an Asian, ate 25 peeps in 30 seconds.
Ooh, that's a nightmare.
Man,
25 peeps.
Imagine that.
I don't know what I'm going to do.
Bomb after that.
I don't know what I'm going to do, but if I do, I think it's going to be something to do with the Milk Duds.
Okay, see, I was definitely thinking food for you. And I was thinking, how many things can you cram in your mouth?
I got it. Milk Duds. If you ever took, you get them down to the caramel and it just sticks together.
Yes.
How many can you build together in your mouth in one big wad?
I think that's something you could do.
Yeah, that'd be a tough one.
Could we try it
what
Monday?
If I choke?
Well, I mean, I'll be here.
That's true. You'll be here to save me. So,
I mean, but
I just like Milk Duds.
I know, I do too.
Terry
hates
potential.
Them.
Oh, they're a lot of work.
Yeah.
And one ripped a crown out of my tooth one time. I did that. And
I remember that.
They will do that.
You spit it out that grocery store parking lot.
I didn't realize it, but also I was like, well, that was a crown on my tooth. I had
so
to go back and find it.
If you were,
and you actually went back and got it.
Yeah.
So if you were guessing, how many you think you could put in your mouth?
I don't know how many's in a box. Let's just go by boxes.
What about the little small
2 boxes?
What about the little small box? Like
no, I'm talking about that at the movie.
Ooh, you're going big.
How about the
some right now.
Next week? I'm bringing one in.
So speaking
that
of,
gets thick now, it'll hurt you.
I've
almost choked on just eating them regular.
putting things in your mouth. Jacob F. He fit 93 pieces of candy corn in his mouth.
Good night.
Think about that a minute. And then this, the
you
Smarties.
Think about the last one. He's like, he's trying so hard.
And I don't like candy corn.
By the way, if you're just up and joining us, this started with Greg's world record of 5 or 6 M&Ms stacking them on top of each other.
Standing for at least
Remember we
10
talked
seconds.
about the Smarties pyramid a minute ago?
Yeah.
How many Smarties can you stack in a single row? Because those are easier to stack.
They are. They're flat.
Well, there's a
24.
record. Keep going.
Really?
56.
Keep going.
94.
Wow.
Down.
There's no
72.
64.
Gosh. Wow. Let me think.
64 Smarties in a single tower.
That was hard. Hard to do. That shows you how hard M&M
I'm not
is
good
to do.
at-
The world record's
Exactly.
6.
I'm not good at stacking stuff.
I'm not either.
I'm
not
pretty good
either.
stacker.
See, he was serious. That was
I know.
a serious
I know.
moment.
I know.
I'm a pretty good stacker.
Mr. Hall, hey, you learn how to stack good.
Yeah. Well, that's a good point. But I definitely am going to bring in something for you to see how many you can get crammed in there. I'll do that next week.
Scared.
That'll be my gift. I'll bring some back
hard
from.
to do.
For some reason, I feel like I'm going to bring some back
Milk
from Mardi
duds are
Gras when I
dangerous.
could just go to the grocery store and get some. I don't
That's
know
true.
why I think that.
You get a lot of milk duds in one big wad. They're dangerous.
Yeah.
They can cause some damage.
You're right.
They can block an airway
in a second.
in a second.
Well, good news is Speedy will be here.
Thank God.
He can save you.
Hey, look, I can almost touch him.
I
now.
know.
Yeah, you don't think I'll get over there and get you going?
I don't know.
Or clear your airways. Let me say that.
That's not
Let me
necessary.
say that.
Just bring me back to consciousness is all I need. You don't have to go any further than that. If you don't mind.
You're just joining us.
Just stop there.
The band could not have started any sooner. We'll be right back. Rick and Bubba join us for the main show. Eddie Van Adler's got TV rolling, and the Good Time Gang needs to apologize for this last hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There's a lot of people that I know that need it medically.
Well,
and I just
I would think if we're going to try to do a campaign where we don't doctors prescribe that now? Don't we already have that?
I don't know. I don't know about in Mississippi.
I think you can get the active components of that medically.
Yeah, I mean, don't they do it prescription wise? You know, the thing that you were talking about recreation. That's what I'm trying to clarify. Are you talking about medically, or are you talking about recreationally, or both?
Oh, well, both really.
Well, now we're getting to the truth. But I mean,
doing it.
right. Well, what I'm saying is, Speedy's giving you a timeout. What I was saying is this, and I've asked this question over and over again because I know what the next thing is going to be. Well, we legalized alcohol, and you're right. But so here's what I'm going to say though. But here, and this is just me. Look, and I don't know a lot about marijuana. It's never been anything that I've ever been intrigued with. So I may be ignorant. Okay. So let me say this. I know though for a fact that someone can have a glass of wine, someone can have a Cobra, and never be altered, never be under the influence of it, never be high. And then if they don't do that, then of course they keep drinking, they can become high. Is there and I know that people that smoke cigarettes can smoke cigarettes, enjoy the smoke in and out. You know, some people love that. It relaxes them, but they haven't lost their faculties.
Mm-hmm.
So those two things aren't really, that's apples and oranges in my opinion for that reason. Is there a version of smoking marijuana where you do not become high? You're just enjoying blowing smoke in and out, because at that point, shouldn't you just smoke a cigarette? So is there any version, and I'm talking about recreation, I'm not talking about medical. Recreationally, is there any version of marijuana smoking that you are not high?
Well, there's two different type of oils that come from the plant.
Not talking about that. I'm talking about recreational use of marijuana. I'm not talking about clothing. I'm not talking about medical prescriptions. Not talking about people on chemotherapy. I'm talking about I want to tear one down. I want to smoke a good one. So is there ever a version like a man who had one cold beer after work, a woman or a man who have a glass of wine with dinner? Is there a marijuana version of that?
I don't know.
That's my question. Mm-hmm. Because I don't think there is. And
Rick, I would say this too with what we've been through with the lawsuits and hundreds of millions of dollars in payout with the tobacco industry the last few years. I think smoking anything is bad for your lungs. I don't think lungs were meant to have smoke in them.
Probably not.
So it's funny to me how we demonize the tobacco industry, destroyed it to the tune of hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars of lawsuits, but now we have people wanting you to be able to smoke marijuana legally. That's very strange to me. And even studies that show that it does more damage to your lungs than even tobacco did. I just find that strange.
Well, we'll see. The reason why I think it's not, well, you are right, but I think the reason why is because if we want to be truthful, it's back to the thing about gambling. People always want to give you some false impression that their real desire is to help other people and to help schools. No, they just like to gamble, which is fine. Let's just be honest about it. And these people are saying, we'd like to be able to get high on pot and not get arrested. We'd rather not get in trouble or pay fines, get put in jail, get picked up if they find it in a car. Yep. We'd like to smoke pot and get high without law enforcement in our lives. We don't think it's a big deal. But again, you can't compare that to the alcohol and the cigarettes because there are versions of people that are not impaired that are partaking of those two things.
Yeah, when you get on the road and things like that, and it's not your deal now, it's my deal.
Right. So let's just call it, I mean, comparing that to the medical stuff and, oils and hemp and all that's two completely different things. What we have here are some people that want to get high and not be hassled.
I think
that's what the heart of all this is.
Yeah, a lot of it is. Yeah.
Right. And, it's the old, be careful. I'm over here making you look over here at my left hand, and I punch you with my right. Right. But because I want to just have real conversations. I hate when we start all this diversions and, and all that, just like the gambling thing. If we want to talk about a lottery and we want to talk about casinos and gambling, let's leave all the Good Samaritan garbage out of it and just talk real life. And that is some people just like to gamble.
They look at the good versus the negative.
And some people don't like that in their society because they've seen what it does to it.
And others do.
Some people want to smoke pot and get high. Other people don't be around people that are smoking pot and getting high. That's the real conversation.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Brand new hour has begun. Thank you for being with us. A lot to do going forward on the program today. As we'll update you as much as we can on the things that are happening, but a lot of it is evolving. So we may have to go back and clarify some of it, but we'll give you what we got. But this hour starts with our national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as a brand new hour has begun. And we've got a lot to cover on the program today. We hope that you'll be part of it. Our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. And we're serious today because apparently we've all decided to dress in black. The entire show is dressed in black today without anyone telling the others why we're dressing in black. But it just happened, spontaneous. So we'll work through the stories today. Obviously, Russia and Ukraine a biggie. But let's bring in the other half of the two sexiest fat men alive. Speaking, of course, of the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama, the Silver Tongue One, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Revving up your engine, listen to a howling roar.
Well, we wake up this morning, Rick, with news the bear has gone south.
The bear is moving south. Ought to be a big day for email.
Oh, yeah.
Ought to
sure.
Be a biggie.
Putin
But wait a
has,
minute, I'm stretching out. I gotta get my knowledge of prophecy together. I'll be working through that today.
Putin has ordered a full-scale invasion of the country Ukraine. That is underway. We're already getting reports of casualties somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 or more. I'm sure that's going to go up.
Yep.
Russia declared a little while ago they had disabled the Ukrainian air defense, which means they're open for attack. But the president of Ukraine says we are here and we will fight. And there has been all kind of problems, mass exodus out of Ukraine, the banking system in chaos there, as you might imagine. They're still withdrawing money from ATMs, but it's limited, speed to 100 and something bucks?
I think the story says 120 something bucks. Yeah. He also said if you're old enough to control a firearm,
they're passing them out.
They're passing them out that you'll fight and protect your streets.
Now, there also is a report that 5 Russian jets have also been shot down. So they are mounting some type of defense. So we'll see how that plays out.
Were they 260,000 strong military, Ukraine? Something
I'm
like
roughly,
that?
roughly.
Round figures. Yeah. And a lot
compared
of that
to the
around
900,000 that
sure,
Russia
Yes. And that's what they had talked about. If Russia was going to kind of dabble a little bit on doing a few things, then Ukraine could kind of handle them off. But if it was a full-fledged attack, they had no chance.
Yeah. Now Putin has said he is denazifying the Ukraine.
Well, he knows his catchphrases, doesn't he?
Yeah. I didn't know that there was a big Nazi. Resurgence.
Well, we all know how the Nazis are taking over Ukraine. He just can stand by and let that go on.
Here's a couple of points, though, and this is lessons that we will learn from this. Ukraine did not become part of NATO.
Mm-mm.
Maybe they should have.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what Putin didn't want to happen, was them become part of NATO. Maybe if we see them as a part of NATO today, they're not invaded. The other thing is they, of their own free will, gave up their nuclear arsenal at the request of much of the world after the Soviet Union broke up. And you look back now and go, well, if they're sitting there with nukes, does Putin invade? So their attempt to be civilized and to join the world community and to love freedom has cost them today.
Yeah, this is one of those things where, you might want to adhere to the no nukes mob, that's playing concerts and crying and all this, that, and having great foreign policy, like the best way not to have wars is not to have enemies. But see, the only problem is you're probably better off to have them upset and them crying than not being able to defend yourself when a tyrannical country comes in and takes all your stuff away.
And I hate it for a lot of the Russian people because I don't think they are in full support of this. And, of course, they've got a madman dictator now in charge.
Of course, not a lot they can do about it. But
that's kind of the problem.
Yep.
And, I would say, and I haven't met a ton of Russians, Rick, but the few I've met have been very nice people.
Yeah.
But this is against everything we stand for as civilized people. This is unprovoked. Russia's not being threatened by Ukraine. This is nothing but Putin on a power grab and a land grab to put the old Soviet Union back together. And that's all it is. I mean, there's nothing more we can say about it. Now, do we want to get involved and put American boots on the ground in this? No, none of us are wanting a war. But I do think that we need to do everything we can to put the screws to Russia. And sadly, it's going to hurt the Russian people, to encourage them to have a change in their political desires at the top. Is that a good way of putting it?
Yeah. Also on today's show, a sobering COVID-19 update.
Yeah, we have several updates on that.
Wow.
Wow. It's going to look like maybe the evidence is beginning to come in on some of this, and some of it is very, very damning about where this came from and who was involved with it, and also the effects in the sports world. Maybe everybody needs to get off Geographic a little bit and quit urging him to get vaccinated, because we've had one of the leading players on the tour now pull out because he said he's physically unable to play because of vaccine and booster.
Yeah. So anyway, we got some big updates today, and we'd love for you to be part of it when we get into the discussions with all of you. All right, so we got that. Yesterday's Bible study is out today, by the way, on the archive. You can catch it. Another Rick and Bubba University recording that today. That'll be coming out this weekend. The Rick and Bubba Show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Blanket of silence makes me wanna sink my teeth in deep.
I love the pig.
When did this Pig Day thing start?
I don't ever remember celebrating this.
Are you kidding me?
1972.
But we've never celebrated it before.
Rarely mentioned.
It's because they normally only do this out in the Midwest.
Yeah.
Really?
If you want any kind of pig fact at all today,
It's intriguing.
Helmsy's
A
got
teacher
'em.
actually started this. School teacher.
Pygmy baby.
All right, can I ask you a question? And one, I want to clarify my opening comment that got some strange looks. Yeah. The cover of the New York Post this morning says, "The time for small thinking is over. Dream bigly." From the speech last night. Y'all gave me some funny
We
looks
did.
on that.
We did.
Well,
I thought you was locked up. I didn't know.
No.
I thought you said think pigly. I think you said bigly.
Well, yeah. Pigly.
That would actually make
pigly,
sense.
I'm all right with that
That's
too.
what I
Pygmy
thought.
baby.
I do have a pig question though. Are pigs?
That's my pig.
That's a terrible
That sound like a hiccup.
I thought you
Sounds like a
hiccuped.
puppy.
Scared.
Like
You
somebody
startled pig.
Somebody stepped on a puppy's tail.
Bubba, that's really good.
Yeah, Bubba's y'all this today in the kickoff hour. I wanted to come in and say Bubba has the best pig.
That is excellent. Now, did you hear Bama Mark squeal?
Yeah, now he's
Boy.
got that.
Rick,
got
hey,
it.
Rick, don't look at it like that. It's
Rick,
excellent.
I think we finally found
Are you
his calling.
surprised? Rick, are you surprised?
No, that's it. I mean, you're acting like that. I'm taken back by this. I mean, this,
Are pigs as smart as they say they are?
oh yeah.
I mean, they declare next to humans. They're
No.
the next one down.
I got
right?
turned around in Memphis, and one told me how to get to where I was going.
Really?
They sure will.
And I
They're
know
very-
why
they're
I
very
know why
sharp.
they like to be in mud because it's cooling. I got that, but Are they that smart, Hams?
Well, very intelligent animals.
Hams, are you with the pig facts?
Well, they're very
but I mean, if
intelligent.
you had a pig
In
and a
regards
monkey,
to animals,
who's the smartest?
Well,
now you got something.
Yeah, you do.
Well, that posable thumb's going to give a nod to the old ape there.
Well, he can do more with
smart.
it, but what about pure intelligence to understand what's going on?
If the pig had opposable thumb, could he do even more?
Or does he just tell the monkey what to do? Because he.
What if
can
a
do
pig could climb like?
All right, one mark against their intelligence. Are you ready? Porky doesn't even realize he has no pants on.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean,
They can
if
be
you
a-
go to the trouble to get that blue jacket, I mean, if you're really intelligent, you put some pants on, maybe some shorts or something.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what? Would we agree?
Yeah.
He could use a pair of slides.
They don't live quite as long as I thought they did.
How long they live?
Really?
8 years.
No, we're saying.
Yeah.
Time out. Are we
Just
saying
an
You're
average.
shocking me with that number.
Yeah. So we're judging by just pigs that aren't being slaughtered, obviously.
Oh, yeah. According to this.
Yeah,
Natural.
Look, if you get slaughtered, you don't make 8.
No. Maybe 8 months.
And I would
There's
say
a few
that's
that ain't gonna get near that.
I would say that's a negative for the pig versus the monkey because, nobody's going to, have monkey sausage.
In some places.
Did you just say
But I would
monkey
encourage you not.
sausage?
Well, I'm saying on the battle of intelligence on the ladder, the monkey doesn't get slaughtered for food. Here,
If it's ever on the menu, I would encourage you to stay away.
Yeah,
from it.
Greg
I'm
must
sure
be
there's
asleep.
monkey brains somewhere.
No doubt. Now that really goes
I
on.
know
If you
that.
didn't hear him, Bubba just said monkey sausage.
What?
Well, people, I'm saying I was just asking a simple comparison between the
They're not
intelligence
consumed
of
at the
the
rate of the
pig
pigs.
No.
and the monkey, and I said, well, the pig is at a disadvantage because it is used for food here in America a lot.
Yeah,
there are cultures.
There are no one growing monkeys to
Not in
make
America.
monkey sausage
Not in
today.
America. And in the places where monkey is consumed, they just go grab them out of the trees. There's no farming of them.
Right, you just go pick them like fruit, right?
Yeah. Now people do eat monkeys.
They eat monkey brains. I know they do. I don't know if that's good for you.
Yeah, there's pig brains too. People eat that too.
Oh yeah, I eat everything on a pig. Everything.
Everything but the oink.
Yep.
How about this? We make the most of that pig.
We do.
I mean, we really do.
Nothing goes to waste. Nothing.
We'll be back. 16 minutes past. Happy Pig Day. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. I know many of you that are watching on YouTube and asking why we're all wearing black today. Is it because of this dark moment in world history? I mean, I guess it's working out that way, but really no. We all have a lot of black shirts. And when I put my black shirt on today, I said if there's one color that has the highest odds of you having others with it on, it's black.
Yeah.
I didn't know all 6 of us. would
Rick,
have black.
we think it makes us look thin.
Yeah, somebody asked me, "Did we also have white gloves? And will we be doing to a black light? Our God is an awesome God."
Yeah.
And I said, "No, we're not doing that."
Are you calling Happy Hands Club?
Right.
Happy Hands.
Somebody asked if we were a barbershop quartet. I said no. And then others asked, "Are we working security at some event?" But,
Well, Rick, for me, when I wear light colors, it's navy blue. You know,
right,
so
right.
yeah.
That's what so like I said, if you go a dark color, the odds of you getting here and someone else having it on is very, very high. So we're going to try to get. It looks like Congressman Gary Palmer should be with us live in studio next hour. Am I stepping out?
That was where we left it. I'm waiting for confirmation.
So we'll chat with him. I mean, if you're sitting here and you're the United States of America, and we've got all kinds of videos here. I tell you that sound that you have on 1B there, Adler. To me, you talked about this week, Bubba, but air raid sirens.
Yeah,
I mean sirens, weather sirens, air raid sirens. The sound of them is just. I mean, it's terrible.
Yeah, it is.
Since you mentioned that, I want to look at 1A, Adler, if you can pull it up just a second. Because Rick, this is the arrogance of the liberals in our country. Okay, the far left. This happens to be President Obama.
Oh,
when
yeah.
He is
I
making
remember
fun
this. I remember this.
Of Mitt Romney in the presidential debate saying that basically Russia's still a threat.
Yeah, Romney talks about this, and then listen to the smart aleck comment and the wrong comment
by our genius president.
Yeah, in 2012. So
talking down to us because we still think Russia might be a threat.
All right, here we go.
Governor Romney, I'm glad that you recognize that al-Qaeda is a threat, because a few months ago, when you were asked what's the biggest geopolitical threat facing America, you said Russia. Not al-Qaeda, you said Russia. In the 1980s are now calling to ask for their foreign policy back because the Cold War has been over for 20 years. But, Governor, when it comes to our foreign policy, you seem to want to import the foreign policies of the 1980s, just like the social policies of the 1950s and the economic policies of the 1920s. You say that you're not interested in duplicating what happened in Iraq, but just a few weeks ago you said you think we should have more troops in Iraq right now. And the challenge we have, I know you haven't been in a position to actually execute foreign policy, but every time you've offered an opinion, you've been wrong.
And we can add to that column President Obama.
Yeah, Obama making sure we understood that Russia was no longer a threat.
Yep. Tell that to the people in Kiev today.
Can anybody go and ask Obama on the house that he's built that if all the things he said about climate change is going to be underwater by the next 10 years?
I still, that is one of the most strangest things to me. The Obamas, who have made a lot of money writing books and speaking, which is fine. Good for them.
Oh, great country to afford them.
People wanted to hear them speak, and they paid money, and they've made millions off of it, and good for them. I don't have any problem with that.
There is a demand to hear from them, and that demand is their right to monetize.
I think I would probably like President Obama personally if I ever got to hang out with him. Now, we would have some disagreements, but I would have no problem shooting the rock with him.
Yep.
So the issue here, though, is that, you're being talked down to. They're not a threat. Russia is always a threat, as long as they have a madman in charge who is a virtual dictator. And, again, just they're exercising their will on a neighboring country that is no threat to them, none at all.
No.
And it's just ridiculous. I mean, it goes against all our international law. This is the biggest military operation in Europe since World War II, and it was a good run. We had peace for a long time, but here we go.
So let's look at 1B, then we'll look at C, and then you got a Putin deal with D. So
there'll be a lot more coming out today too.
Yeah. So here's this is when you've been told that Russia's declared war on you, and you hear that.
That ain't good.
That's not good.
No,
when you're trying to get out of town because nobody thought that they would be hitting some of the places they're hitting.
Yeah. Well, see, that's the thing about if you're going to go to war, you don't want them to know what you're going to do.
Yeah,
correct.
And then you say a bunch of things, and they, for some reason, believe it, and then you don't do that.
There's also video of him wearing the same suit that he announced things today, like last week. Maybe that today was pre-recorded. And that he knew all along this is what he was going to do.
Of course.
5 days ago.
Yeah, remember, we're the only country that actually tells you what we're going to do and then does it.
Right.
Yeah, it covers it and tells you where we're going to land, how many troops we're sending, and what weapons we're going to be bringing.
Most countries who want to win a war don't do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And then these are Ukrainians Adler showing cruise missiles flying overhead. Is that it? Okay?
Yes.
So
it's real.
Yeah, sure, it's real. And there,
and that's
there
it is. There.
Yeah. You think an evil dictator who wants to put the Soviet Union back together might record a message and act like it's live?
That was Thursday to Monday.
So you're caught sitting. I mean, guys, this is not anything that requires even a great deal of brilliance. I mean, it's just standard operation if you want to catch people by surprise, right?
Yeah, it's very predictable,
and
sadly.
When you've got, the guy in Ukraine saying, hey, you won't see our backs, you'll see our faces because we'll turn and fight, well, then, you try to catch them off guard.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, they're all leaving. I see a lot of backs. But
a lot of that's civilians. They got no hope of fighting.
Well, sure.
They're no match for the Red Army. Honestly.
Yeah, see, there's some of the cruise missiles coming in, and man, that's a tough position to be in. I mean, that's got that look like when.
So for all of the comment about we don't want Ukraine to be part of NATO, because it would threaten us, it would offend us, it would cause us concern. They were not, and you went ahead and went in anyway. So, you're a liar again.
Yeah.
Well, and didn't Putin just tell us like last week that he was withdrawing troops?
Yeah. Can I
put out videos of him bringing troops back on railroad cars, tanks and stuff?
Can I also say, which one of our friends just texted me, and he's 100% right. Also, don't forget, based on our last election, we, the United States of America, we have decided that mean tweets are more terrifying than World War.
Yeah,
that's true.
Well, you may get some mean tweets out of this one.
We wanted to rid ourselves of the mean tweet guy, and as long as that's gone, the fact that we sit here now and are in no position to see. I have to ask myself, would Putin be doing this if this administration had not won? And let me tell you who's going to. Let me tell you what's.
Did you see the tweet that Stephen King put out?
I saw somebody referring to it, but I didn't see it.
Rick.
I didn't see it.
Well, I want to give you the exact word.
All right, well, let's come back.
I'll find it.
Yeah, and when you look right now, I'm not saying this is what's going to happen, and I pray it doesn't. But if you look at China right now, you look at Xi, however you say it, and Putin, and the state of the world, including our country, if you ever want to take the world and divide it up and go get things that you always wanted to get, this is the window to do it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You might find deal or no deal.
You get what you need.
I don't wear a toupee. It's my hair.
Many people are heralding it. Really, so many. I'm now thinking, should I go back and watch the speech again?
Yeah, I saw the whole thing, surprisingly, and I was a bit shocked, Rick, really, in that it was not the usual Donald Trump tone that we see. He didn't waver off of his points, but his presentation was definitely more presidential last night, and a lot of people seem to like that. I'm looking at Snap polls, find 78% reacted positively last night. They say that he has adopted a statesmanlike cadence, hitting notes of inspiration. And really what has concerned us, I thought he did good last night too, just watching it. And you could tell every now and then he wanted to go Trump on something, but he really held it down, held it together. And when I saw that CNN people were praising him, then I got worried about it. Did I miss something?
Because I was sleepy. As a matter of fact, I almost went to bed before it, and Sherry had even declared, you ever have your wife when she sees you struggling, just go to bed? Mm-hmm. I mean, because I was like laid back in a chair, dozing in and out. She goes, you're not going to make it to the speech. Just go to bed. And I said, honey, I want to see the speech. And I said, because it's going to be over at my normal bedtime. She said, you're not going to make it. Yeah. So I was watching it, and I dozed a little bit, but not a lot. But when I saw Van Jones liked it, I thought, my gosh, I went sound asleep. Yeah. I mean, what did Trump say that I missed?
It was the normal deal that you would expect. A lot of the Democrats not clapping, not standing up.
I got my white suit on.
Of course, what was that?
Women's
what was that
suffrage.
all about?
Yeah.
But it was strange, and Trump got heckled a little bit when he announced the Office of Crimes Against Citizens by Immigrants. And they got to jeering a little bit at him, and then he started a parade of victims who had been, loved ones who had been killed by people who should not have been here. And several were African-American, and boy, I thought that really hit home with a lot of people last night. When you see, crime and murder's bad anytime, but when you have a crime committed against somebody who should not have been here,
right? Yeah.
I tell you that is a liability to
one of them
the US
deported
government.
twice. One of them had been deported twice.
Right.
But let me say this: I think what he's doing, which is one of the most effective ways to make a point. There's and it was funny because I introduced you to Bruce yesterday. A lot of you around the country may have heard of this place in Northern California called JH Ranch, and one of the things that they try to impress when they bring in parents and their kids to go through this camp is, I heard and I forgot, I saw and I remembered. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? If somebody just tells you something or makes a point, you try to remember it, you go back. But if you experience something and you actually experienced it, you saw it, you felt it, you remember it. And I thought he used that last night by saying it's one thing to talk about illegal immigration, how dangerous it is. Let me show you how dangerous it is.
Mhm.
And that drives home the point. And the fact, as you said, Bubba, he used these. He wanted them to know that there may be people that are getting killed by immigrants that maybe you want to have one feeling about. Let me show you who it's impacting.
Yeah, let me show you who's left behind.
It's
here.
also impacting minorities of our country that you claim to represent with your white little suit on.
Yeah,
And-
it
and
was
you know what I
really
mean?
funny
And-
to see some of them they were, wanting to do thumbs down and all that stuff to Trump with some of the things he was saying. And the minute that they saw those victims were African American, they didn't know what to do with it. They were acting like they wanted to clap. They didn't know if they could clap or stand up. So I think overall last night it was Trump did as good a job as he's ever going to do.
Well, and I have been, and rightfully so at times, very critical of Trump, and I've always taken the we'll see with him. He definitely was, in my opinion, a better direction for the country than our other choice. So don't misunderstand my point.
Yeah.
But I do want. But I have been very leery of him and concerned and wondering if he can actually pull this off and where we're headed. And I will tell you, I'm so just know I'm not in the Trump trance. I'm very critical of Donald Trump, and I will tell you, I thought he did a fantastic job. I mean, it was the best speech I've seen him give.
Yeah,
and I thought he inspired the country. I thought he was coachable. He undoubtedly has the people that are writing the speeches. Obviously, they seem to write it, which is there's nothing worse for somebody to write a speech. You can tell it's not the speaker's voice.
Right.
It's not their voice. They still had it in his voice. They just had him smoothed out a little bit and making the points. They didn't let him go too long and get on and do tangents. Thank you, Johnny Donovan. 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Go there for all the information about the Rick and Bubba Show. Stay updated. GoodRx.com/Bubba will be found there at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. GoodRx.com/Bubba could be on your team and helping you to save up to 80% on the prescriptions that have been prescribed for you for your daily life, and you're thinking to yourself, "My goodness, I don't know. What do you mean you can save me up to 80%?" Well, wherever you're getting your prescription, trust me, you could go from one drugstore to another, and there'll be a $100 difference in the price. Sometimes GoodRx.com it does such a good job, it's even better than what you'd have to pay on a copay, even if your insurance covers the prescription. So go to GoodRx.com/Bubba, free to use, folks, and it could instantly save you, as I mentioned, up to 80%. It's accepted by over 70,000 pharmacies like CVS, Kroger, Walgreens, Rite Aid, Walmart, Vons, and many more. Go to GoodRx.com/Bubba, simple, smart savings on prescriptions that you need. And as I mentioned, that link is also found at rickandbubba.com under the sponsor. So the celebrity elite, I always love when the celebrity elite talks down to us and they can't believe that we want to vote and believe the way they want us to. And, and they have a great point because in this case, I mean, the person has written popular scary books. So I don't know why we wouldn't listen to what he says and do what he says, because when I look at his resume and I see successful scary books, I'm like, well,
yeah,
I mean,
right at the top of the list.
I'll tell you what,
yeah.
I thought I needed to listen to the guy who can sing hit records, but maybe the guy who writes scary books.
So Stephen
must
know what he's talking
and some
about.
of those scary books are made into scary movies. We need to listen to what he has to say.
Stephen King has chimed in on all of this.
Right.
And
He's
you
an
see his
expert.
quote up here. He says, Mr. Putin has made a serious miscalculation. He forgot he's no longer dealing with Trump.
Yeah.
No, I think that
I actually
his
agree with that
calculation
statement.
on that was
I actually agree with that statement, except the miscalculation part.
Yeah,
Now, down here
yeah.
at the bottom, I would say Mr. Putin is going to move on Ukraine because he knows he's no longer dealing with Trump. That's a better way to say
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
Because hey, by the way, you know why I know that? Because that's what happened.
By the way, if you want some entertainment and you have a thick skin, you're not,
Yeah.
bad language doesn't bother you, read the comments under that
Wow.
today if you want some
so they
entertainment.
let him know.
Yeah. I haven't read them, but I can only imagine. And I find myself with my hands on the home key. but it's I'll stay away from the language. But I would like to point out that hey, you were wrong. Wrong. Well, and I'm sure you can. I mean, guys, let's just
here are some facts, and you can put it and spin it and look at it however you want to. When President Obama was in, Russia took part of Ukraine called Crimea.
Yeah.
Okay. When Trump was in, they took no land. Now that Biden's in, they have a full-fledged attack on Ukraine as the whole.
Right.
So those are non-negotiable facts.
Yeah.
What's the story? I haven't read it, but coming out of China, where the media there accidentally published something.
Well, see, here's the thing: the Chinese are going to the Chinese government, the Chi-Coms. They're going to be all supportive of this. They're going to say this is justified. They're going to have all this because they want Russia's support when they go after Taiwan.
Correct.
Which is coming.
Yep.
Okay. So. Yep. You don't have to be Kreskin to see that one falling out.
No, wait a minute now. China doesn't realize they're not dealing with Trump anymore. They dealing with the war hawk Joe Biden.
You're right.
Who by the way has already forgotten that Ukraine has been attacked.
Look, I will be as supportive
I bet he's already
forgot
about
it to the president. During this, but it has to concern everybody.
Well,
if you're not concerned about his status and his ability to navigate through this, you're just not being honest.
Yeah, and there's no need to be nervous because the good news is Kamala Harris has got it.
Thanks, buddy.
Hey, come on. As a matter of fact, she said to Putin this morning, "Come on, guys."
Mm-hmm.
But are you okay over there?
It's almost hard to believe the world we're actually living in today, and you wonder where did the adults go? Oh, wait a minute, they've died off.
Yeah. Boy, every day I turn around, there's another one gone.
No, I know it. We're just talking about that.
But this is
still real bothered by Steve Farrar. All right, go ahead.
I know, buddy. Yeah. But this is scary. I mean, that the Chinese media accidentally posted the rules on Russia-Ukraine coverage in the hint of a Taiwan takeover, basically saying in order for Taiwan to happen, this has to happen with Ukraine.
Well, we need the Russian support when we do this to calm world concern.
Yeah.
So we're going to have to support them in this.
Right.
Well, that was the thing.
And they put it up on the screen.
Right, accidentally.
It's like the memo that should have gone to the program directors behind the scene got put on the air.
I tell you what it is.
Right. I'm on the air. I'm on the air.
Whoops. I am on the air. This is. Let me tell you what this is. This is
the best remotes ever.
Yes, this is somebody's laminated playbook has been left laying out on the field.
Right.
And somebody picked it up and said, "Oh my goodness,
you got it right here.
You got it right here." Well, I heard some. I must have been on CNN because I was kicking around. You know what I was kicking around? I want to know who has the most bomb. I want to see and hear some bombs.
Oh, the coverage.
You want to see and hear bombs?
Well, I mean, I knew it was on.
Who's got the coverage, the videos?
Yeah, I just looked around, and if I could see anything blowing up, I was like, all right, let me hold right here.
And,
because then I could get a feel of what was really going on.
Yeah. And the reporter wearing the helmets look funny.
I know, and that Bubba said, I don't know if Ukraine handed out these helmets or where they came from. I saw the guy on Fox. He was very upset about how he was looking. He kept trying to adjust it.
Nothing he could do about it.
Nothing he could do about it. Of course, he needed to pay attention where he was. But yeah, because some of the stations just had a shot of this real beautiful building, but nothing was going on there. And then when I finally could hear something going off in the background, I was like, well, let me hold right here. But there was actually
you're going to see a lot more, I think, from social media getting out today. They've probably had some problems getting it to the international community, to the World Wide Web, but I think you'll see more of it today.
But it was, but I heard some idiot saying, well, now look, China's not going to like this, and I was like, what? What are you talking about? It's back to what we just said right here. Now we've seen the playbook. No, this is them going, all right, you go, I go.
Yeah.
And China will
you go, I go, you go, I go.
China will step up their purchase of Russian oil and gas because the rest of the world is going to be boycotting it to try to ease the pressure of it.
Oh, yeah. If you want to cause mass confusion for the free world, you go, all right, let me let you get a little deeper into Ukraine, then I'm going for Taiwan. Mm-hmm. And now let's watch everybody try to figure that out.
Also heard a military expert talk about how, believe it or not, Israel is very concerned because of the trickle-down effect. You've got this going on, then you've got China and Taiwan, and then it all spills down to Iran becoming a nuclear power and who they'll go after. When everybody sees they got a little bit more ground and a little bit, here we go. The door's open.
Speedy, you talking about the bear going south?
That's why.
You talking about the bear on the move?
And that's why we should care, because this is going to here's the door.
I hate to tell everybody, we've read the end of the book. They're going to be on the move for a while.
Here's the thing that we must say about the Word of God. It's all going to happen.
Yep.
We just don't have any idea the timeline.
Right.
We may not be here when it happens. This may not be when it happens, but it is going to happen.
Yeah.
At some point, it is going to happen.
Yep.
Like I've said this before, and it's really high.
It's the only way you can get to Armageddon is to go south.
Well, look, it just simply.
What valley is it, Rick, where it's fall? What's the name of it?
Oh,
I know you went to see it.
Megiddo. I don't know how to say the name. Boy, you ought to see it. Napoleon saw it. You know what he said? Perfect battlefield.
Sure.
Wow. You realize how many people try to take that high area I was standing on too, so you can see people coming. There's so many people been defeated and removed, and then I defeat you and remove you, and then you're up here and I'm gonna move you. I mean, everybody wants that spot. It's a good spot. And then I turn around and there's the troughs that used to feed Solomon's horses for his warriors. I'm like, wow, that's big.
Yeah,
a lot of history.
This is not
Solomon's horses.
This is not it yet, but it's definitely the foreshadowing of it, no doubt.
Well, they had a lot of horses, tremendous amount of horses in chariots. How
about when the blood's up to the bridle of the horse? That's pretty deep.
Not sure why we're going back on horses, but it's clearly there.
That may be all that's left to ride.
Well, that's true. Horses are big. First person that got on one, that was big.
Yeah, the first guy.
Could you imagine?
The first guy that went around the field on the horse goes, man, this beats walking.
You remember what we said the first time we brought it? He went by and screamed, "We'll never walk again."
That's right.
It was wide open when he went by because he didn't quite have it broken.
He was holding on to that mane for dear life, wasn't he?
Tell you one thing, I'm watching this 1880. Is it 1882 or 1883?
1883.
I'm totally immersed in it.
That's a good one.
And let me tell you, in that time, you really need a horse.
I'm confused.
No, really.
You don't want to be without a horse.
Yeah.
Very valuable.
Can I ask you a question? Do I have to watch Yellowstone before I watch
No, stay away from Yellowstone.
It has nothing to do with it.
Stay away from Yellowstone. You don't need anything to do with Yellowstone.
It has nothing to do with it.
Is this not the prequel to
it basically is. It's showing their family.
But you don't have to watch.
You don't have to watch Yellowstone.
It's prequel. You'd want to watch this first.
Technically,
it's a prequel.
Yeah, that's right.
Look, and Yellowstone's like happening modern day. This is 1883. It's just the only thing it resembles, it has the same last name. That's it.
But it doesn't have near the.
And then the next one is going to be 1982.
It's actually going to be 1932.
1932.
It'll be 1982. The story of Burgess and Bussy.
Yeah, and it's going to be is it going to be the grandkids in 1932?
Yeah, dealing with
great. Be careful. This is just hold up. We got a good thing. Everybody get out ahead of it.
I'm just saying because
Rick, we're at the end of it. Okay, you got to catch up.
It's just season 1, right?
Yes, but you're what? Episode what? 6. Oh, you're at 8. Okay, so you're getting close. So you're in for a treat this next one.
How about that tornado?
Ooh,
wow! Hey, if you're in a bunch of stagecoaches, not stagecoaches, wagons, and a tornado comes out in Oklahoma, it's not good.
What about
Release the horses?
Jump off your horse and slap it on the butt and say good luck.
Yeah, I'll try to find you after the storm.
Yeah.
Hope I can.
Rick and Bubba.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And now I will tell you, we were talking about this from someone who speaks a lot. I don't know how any of these presidents speak, getting interrupted, and they don't know when everybody's going to clap, and then they clap, then they come back, and then sometimes they'll start pausing like, are y'all going to clap this time, and then they don't. You know, it's trying to do a speech, stopping and starting like that has to be. And the guy running the teleprompter having to hit pause, stop, and try to find it so he can go back and find his spot and all that. So I thought all that went smooth too. Really never.
Well, Rick, you know what it is. It's a little holdover. It's the British in us.
Yeah, it is.
You know, if you've ever watched the House of Commons, the way they do it, where they stand up and jeer and boo on every point. I mean, it's. I mean, that I used to love to watch the House of Commons. That was great.
Right.
Margaret Thatcher would go over there, and man, you'd think they're going to fight.
Well, to your point, it's one thing to be interrupted by people clapping. It's another thing in Parliament to be interrupted by people screaming, "Oh, hey, Charlie, right."
Tell him, Maggie,
you're stupid. But anyway, so it was.
Here.
I thought for the Trump presidency, it was the the best moment so far. And, of course, the very moving time when they recognized the widow of the Navy SEAL that has just been killed in, the last 30 days?
Yeah, that was a tough part of the whole thing.
And what an ovation, well-deserved. And then watching a wife, emotionally dealing with the fact that even though her husband, was put in harm's way and chose to be put in harm's way, still, when it happens, no matter if you knew that was part of the deal or not, that's very difficult. And I thought that was classy for everybody last night, the whole country. So anyway, unless I dozed off and missed some big blunder, it seemed to be.
Now, I'm confused why Van Jones, who is a known communist, was
that's
pro.
Got me.
I'm concerned with that.
Yeah. Maybe it was so good he just didn't want to look stupid by acting like it wasn't. I don't know.
Rick and Bubba.
A lot of you, the president's speech last night, we'll get your comments on that before the hour's done. A lot of folks, like Bubba said, 78% positive response, even opponents, which we're about to let you hear, of Donald Trump. They think it was a great speech, which I don't know, because now I'm kind of violating one of my rules where not only do you look to the people that support you, you look to the people who are against you.
Yeah, if Ted Kennedy liked something, I immediately knew I was against it. So
Van Jones, as Bubba said, and he's not exaggerating, a walking, talking communist.
He was so far to the left, Rick, he couldn't make it in the Obama White House.
I know.
Yeah.
They declared him too left.
Yeah.
So he made these comments.
Yeah, now, to set this up, you got to understand, all right, Trump, and we're going to play that for this to make sense, okay? He's honoring the widow of the fallen Navy SEAL.
Incredible moment.
Which, by the way, I believe had about a 2-minute standing ovation, okay?
Yeah, it was incredible.
And after this clip, they go to the CNN studio where there's a panel of I guess, analysts, and he is the one talking after this, okay? That'll set it up.
We are blessed to be joined tonight by Corinne Owens, the widow of U.S. Navy Special Operator, Senior Chief William Ryan Owens. Ryan died as he lived, a warrior and a hero, battling against terrorism and securing our nation.
He became president of the United States in that moment, period. There are a lot of people who have a lot of reason to be frustrated with him, to be fearful of him, to be mad at him. But that was one of the most extraordinary moments you have ever seen in American politics, period. And he did something extraordinary. And for people who have been hoping that he would become unifying, hoping that he might find some way to become presidential, they should be happy with that moment. For people who have been hoping that maybe he would remain a divisive cartoon, which he often finds a way to do, they should begin to become a little bit worried tonight. Because that thing you just saw him do, if he finds a way to do that over and over again, he's going to be there for 8 years. Now, there is a lot that he said in that speech that was counterfactual, that was not right, that I oppose and will oppose. But he did something tonight that you cannot take away from him. He became president of the United States.
Okay, that makes a little more sense. That sounds a little more logical. Okay, because what he's saying is he gave me a moment that if I go against it, I'm going to look real bad.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. Whitney Big is our number. I love hanging out with these guys. All right, we got Gary Palmer en route to the No Name studio, congressman, and we'll talk to him about the developments overnight. If you're just now getting up and getting started, and you missed that, went to bed before it happened last night, Putin declares war on Ukraine, and they're bombing and rolling in. There's the nutshell. So we'll get an update on that. Right now, let's just hear your commentary on it. Your first chance to speak on it today, and we'll talk about it. We've got other things, but we'll talk about this a lot. It's kind of a biggie. 866-WE-BE-BIG lines are available. We got the real Greg Burgess over there on the phones right now, ready to get you lined up and chat with us. We'll go 30 seconds a pop. Obviously, we got a couple of timeouts. Some of you we may need to expand on. But all 10 lines are available, and if you make a move right now, you can get in, and we invite you to join us at 866-WE-BE-BIG right now. And then, of course, we'll use the buzzer to get your thoughts and move the line quickly. That'll allow you more time to be with us. So make a note on O'Reilly Auto Parts, a couple of upcoming events this week. Sunday night, Sherry and I, my wife, will be in Laurel, Mississippi. Yes, they do still let us come back to the Laurel-Hattiesburg area after the chandelier incident. We'll be there, and you can come and see us. She'll be talking to the women. I'll be talking to the men at Salem Heights Church, and you can find all that information there at rickandbubba.com at our upcoming events. Coming up this Saturday morning from themanchurch.com, Blake Prime will be at a man church. They're doing it in the morning like a breakfast at West Mobile Baptist, so you can make plans to go and see him. And the next Thursday, I'll be speaking in Jonesboro, Arkansas at Central Baptist Church for the Beast Feast. And if you want to find out information about that also can be found at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. Let's start with James in Georgia. James, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. You got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Appreciate it, but my opinion is this. Ukraine is way better off with Biden being our president at the moment, because you got to remember, when Trump was president, he said he believed Putin over our CIA. Not only just a couple of days ago, I heard Mr. Trump saying that Putin was there for a peacekeeping mission. No. Now, had Ukraine believed that, see, Trump would have been screaming that because he's saying Putin's praises all the time he was president. Now, listen, don't forget Trump.
You're delusional, Romeo. Completely
You're still
delusional.
Trying to blame Trump.
Yeah, you just.
Yeah, Trump really is not in this discussion today.
Yeah, look, the question is, you had Stephen King say that Putin doesn't realize he's not dealing with Trump anymore. He's dealing with Biden, and then his dealings with Biden have equaled invasion of Ukraine. His dealings with Trump did not. And his dealings with the Democrats before that, he took over Crimea during the Trump administration. He did not. So that these are the facts, and as they said in A Few Good Men, and these are undisputed. So I mean, I know you don't like Trump. There's a lot of things about him I didn't like either. But if you think that our country and the Ukrainian people are safer with the United States of America being run by the Biden administration, and I love you as a human being, but you are completely delusional. Let's go to Chris in Fort Rucker. Chris, go ahead. Welcome to the program.
Hey, guys, serious question here, and y'all may not know the answer because I sure don't. Retired Army, and I know that we have given up all of our leverage because Trump shut down, Biden shut down the pipelines, and so we've caused our energy issues to become so bad that that's given Putin the leverage. If Congress splits and we get a conservative or Republican legislature both in the House and in the Senate, can they pass laws to override?
I wasn't sure what you were going to say there at the end. I'm sorry. No timeout was given. Keith?
Some things can be done quickly. Some require a lot more time and are more complicated.
Now, let me say this.
Depends on what it is. Everything's a little different.
Let me clarify. I do not think if Trump would have gotten a second term, if this would have happened, that he would go to war in Ukraine with him not being part of NATO. I don't think that would have happened either. The question is, and there is no way to answer it because he didn't win, would Putin have even done this if you were sitting there with a Trump in the Oval Office or not? But, Trump was no fan of us sending troops on the ground into places.
No, he really wasn't. As a matter of fact.
So that's not what I'm saying. So don't think that.
He kind of looked at a lot of this, if you remember, more as a businessman.
Yeah.
When he went to North Korea, he tried to talk them into developing their coastline into vacations, resorts, and casinos. Said, look, you'll make a whole lot more money than being a hermit country holding on to a few nukes. You know?
But let's go to the Ronald Reagan taught us this: the enemies
and the tyrants of our world, they respect strength. They never ever are influenced very much by your attempt to be their friend. You know, it's strength that they respect. They see all this pandering and whining and thinking that climate change is a bigger threat to the people of your country than they are. They find that to be a joke. And the good news is, though, our military, if we do call to action, we are learning about diversity, and we're learning how to be politically correct, and our military is becoming more woke by the day. Meanwhile, the Russians are invading Ukraine.
Yeah, we're getting our pronouns correct while the Russians
thank goodness
are
for that.
invading people.
Yeah, thank goodness for that. Keith in Illinois. Keith, go ahead, 30 seconds.
I just wanted to call and comment. I say this as no fan of Trump. I voted for him 2 times, liked his policies, but didn't care for the individual. But it's kind of ironic that everything that his critics did would happen under him in terms of the chaos, economic chaos, political chaos, just on every level. You didn't see it so much under Trump, but we're seeing it under Biden.
Look, the Biden thing, God love him. I mean, it's time to be compassionate for Joe Biden. I mean, he's a man who's fading away, and we can all see that. Let's go to Chad in Georgia. Chad, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Well, first off, good morning, fellas.
Thank
How's
you.
everybody doing?
We're doing great,
We're
man.
great.
Excellent. Well, really all I wanted to say was what I've been telling people for years now. Read your Bible, count your bullets. We're liable to need a vote.
Sorry, man, I couldn't hear that.
I got
last part.
count your bullets, read your Bible,
and something vote.
Yeah, I think it was cast your vote.
Cast
maybe.
your vote.
Okay,
Yeah.
there you go.
Yeah.
Good job, guys. Look at black shirts. Good job.
We had to use whisper to decode that, but we got it.
That's good. All right, so Gary Palmer will be here with us later next hour. We'll come back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, I just mentioned Ronald Reagan on the program. Ronald Reagan saw it 40 years ago. Massive inflation that we haven't seen since until today. In his words, inflation is as violent as a mugger, as frightening as an armed robber, and as deadly as a hitman. And right now, your retirement accounts are under attack thanks to the inflationary policies of the current administration. If you have not called Birch Gold, you need to. The best people to trust to help diversify your 401ks and IRAs into gold. And if you haven't done that, you are missing the boat. And let me tell you, you're treading water without a life vest right now. Birch Gold has the life vest. Let them help you convert an IRA or a 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Thousands of satisfied customers, an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. You can trust Birch Gold to protect your savings. So text our name together, Rick Bubba. Just put the two names together. Text Rick Bubba to this number, 989-898. Now, that's going to get you a no-cost, no-obligation info kit. You should at least be informed. This comprehensive 20-page guide reveals how gold and silver can protect your savings and how you can buy them under the umbrella of a tax-sheltered account. So let's do it. Here's the message. Rick Bubba, put it together. Text it to 989-898. That's Rick Bubba, and then you text it to 989-898 and get yourself informed. So what I'm going to do is now I got what he's done is set up I hate to use this word, a wall around his speech by doing that. So I can't really go in and go after the other parts of it that I think are not factual or not correct. I'm going to wait and kind of let that moment go by. Yeah. But as an American citizen, regardless of party, you have to look at that and say that was a leader that was trying to unify and inspire a country and thank a family and remind us of the sacrifices that our military continues to make, not just have made in the past, but continue to make.
Yeah. As we've said, freedom is a lease.
Right.
It will continue to require payment of American blood.
So I'll say
it's
the same
never
thing.
paid in full.
I'll say this. I respect Van for being classy and understanding that.
Yeah.
So
give him his due too.
Yeah. So there you go. So do you feel better about it though when you heard him explain why he was complimenting it? Because that it's not like he's complimenting policy
It's not
or
policy. He made it clear that he was against most of the things he said.
Yeah.
Okay, I feel better about it.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
so I'm back saying thank the
So I feel good about what Trump did, kind of like I did when I saw it done now.
Right.
I'm good.
Yeah,
I'm good.
That's a logical explanation of Van, from Van Jones. So I'm good. So
Van is. Many people say he is considering running for president himself.
Well, won't he do that? Oh, please. But you never know. I mean, in our country right now, he might be able to. You look at the people. But this is a good way to look at it. Look at the people that went out and got Trump elected. They have what we call the complete 180 of them.
Right.
The same type of movement, but a whole different look at America. They might go out there and take a Van Jones to the top.
Well, and I know, and sometimes I think when, it's been painted, anytime you say someone is well-spoken, that's some kind of racist comment, people try to make it one. I mean, I know people who are well-spoken when I hear them speak, and, I'm not one of them, so I can comment on it. But I think Van Jones is well-spoken. He's he looks good on TV, which I think is another thing that will play in his favor. And I think in his mind, he sees himself as being Obama 2.0.
That may be. And you're talking about being able to inspire.
But now he's far, far, far to the left.
Well, I'll go this far. And it, like you said, it has nothing to do with skin color or culture. I don't think that Donald Trump, up till last night, is well-spoken.
No.
And so last night, he kind of put it together and
He gets his point across. You might even say he is a decent communicator, but not well-spoken, if that makes sense.
And Ronald Reagan was well-spoken.
Yes, very well-spoken.
And
a great communicator.
Right.
You knew what he meant. It's just like when Trump has constantly talked about the Great Wall of America, which is going to be the name of it, by the way, tourist attraction, that Mexico will pay for it. Well, see, even Jake Tapper, who was on CNN last night, I think, made the comment, we don't understand how Donald Trump speaks in the media, and that's our fault. We've got to learn to decode it. The main part of America understood all along Mexico was not going to write a check for the wall. They knew what he meant when he said they will pay for it. The media didn't understand that. They thought literally you're going to make the Mexican president write a check.
Right.
Well, see, we knew it was going to be collected over time, and through a savings of lost money.
For lack of a better term, if you're trying,
I'm not well spoken.
Right. Well, I'm talking about if you know anything about business lingo, really to oversimplify it for people like me, so I can consume it. What he's saying is our investment in this wall will pay for itself.
Right.
That's really what he's saying.
Right.
And some of the things he did last night, trying to take the tax code and break it down to 3 categories, what he's trying to do for corporate taxes, all that is good. I thought what he said.
I can't start another day without him, brother.
Because Putin knows if I am president of the United States, his days of tyranny and trying to intimidate the United States and those in Eastern Europe are over. I'm going to stand up to him. He's a bully, just like the president. And I know he doesn't want me to be president, but to tell you what, when I'm president, things are going to change.
Yeah. Well, remember,
I don't know if this is the change we had in mind.
That was Biden telling us that if we would just elect him, everything, that'd be it. He'll stand up to him. And we need to get rid of Trump. And when I get in there, I'll put Russia in their place. So now he did win the presidency. And so, Joe, Russia's invading Ukraine, just FYI. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for another hour. Welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged to do what we do, and thank you for allowing us to do it.
Gary Palmer, a congressman, will be with us. We'll talk about the Ukraine invasion and how Putin really laid this out. We saw this through. It's not like he wasn't telling everyone he was going to do this. And now, of course, he says they have the moral high road on all this.
Well, we've had a pretty long run of peace in Europe post World War II. Of course, we've had some brush ups, but this is a major crush to that, Rick. I mean, this is old school stuff here.
Yeah. Did you see? I told Adler about it, and people are seeing this now because there was always this attempt by the Hollywood left and the left and the left leaning media to reassure us that our president is not just like an aging grandfather who's losing grasp of his cognitive skills. He's a hard-nosed fighter, man. He's a blue-collar, hard-nosed fighter, and the world's going to stand up and take notice. And Time Magazine, you remember they put the aviator glasses on him, and they came up with this, hey, man, we got the guy now. He's talking to Putin. He's putting him in his place, and you realize that really it's all just propaganda, and it's just not, like I said, we're not living in a real world. We're living in a fake world. And there it is. Remember that? This is that buddy. I'll tell you what. I got him in my crosshairs, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not.
Rick, can I tell you? Probably
I'm not a fumbling, bumbling, aging old man who's losing control of myself. I'm here, baby.
They got him looking like the Terminator, don't they?
Sleep tight tonight, America.
Rick, one of the best tweets so far, and it refers back to a clip we just saw a minute ago of President Obama debating Mitt Romney.
Yeah.
Mitt Romney, and I haven't seen the Twitter post, but I'm getting email saying that Mitt Romney has posted on Twitter, the 80s called and we didn't answer.
That's so good.
That's exactly what
he
said.
I don't always agree with Mitt Romney on everything, but I'm going to tell you, that's a good one. I'll give you double props on that one.
All right, Trey in Alabama said he has an update on Stephen King's ridiculous tweet. Trey, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
I had looked. I was going to read the comments, and he has deleted the last tweet that y'all were talking about on air.
Yeah.
But the tweet before that, I clicked on it, and somebody has posted in the comment section a screenshotted picture of the one he deleted, and it was captioned, "Boy, I can't wait for somebody to turn this book into a movie."
Well, remember, Stephen King, somebody we need to listen to because he writes scary books that a lot of some were made into scary movies.
His movies are so good, I've often worried about him personally,
I mean, have you ever, honestly, in your entire life, ever thought about something that was gravely important and said, I wonder what Stephen King thinks about it?
Right. Not once.
Good night.
Not
really. Let's go to Easy, who's rolling down 65.
Easy.
I'm easy like a Sunday morning. Come on, Easy.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, bud.
I'm just wondering how smart we are. Russia invades Ukraine. China is cheering them on. They're aligned with Russia. And here we are. We're kicking experienced soldiers out of the military because they question that vaccine.
Yeah.
Kind of cutting our nose off to spite our face.
Yeah, and I'll tell you the update we have on, because now we're actually going to work to find out the facts about this pandemic, not the propaganda, and we've got a story coming up that is a doozy today.
Yeah, we found a DNA tracer in the COVID virus, and it's owned by somebody, Rick. They actually have a patent on it.
Yeah, they do, and they've provided some of the vaccines.
Doesn't look real good.
Doesn't look good.
Doesn't look real good.
Why we would run teachers out? Why we would run medical personnel out? Why we would run military personnel out over them saying, "I think I'm all right. I'm good. I don't want to take the vaccine." Is one of the dumbest things that we've done throughout the pandemic.
Yeah, we'll get to that story.
And there's a lot of dumb things we've done, and some of that's okay because we didn't know. But then some of it that we kept doing after we knew, now that I don't understand. That part is a little perplexing. Let's go to Andrew, Birmingham, Alabama, 104.7 WZZK. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, running this country is a big business. We need a businessman in office.
as it shows right now, Joe Biden can't even run a lemonade stand.
Well, when was the last time, Bubba said this 1,000
He's
times.
never run a lemonade stand, so how would he know?
Can anyone document, and I'm sure maybe it's when he was a kid, can anybody document, where was Joe Biden's life, at what point in his life did he ever go earn a paycheck from the private sector? I guess when he was a kid?
I don't know. Well, we know he's been on the public trough for, 45 years?
It's been an extremely long time. Yeah. And the reason why we don't really need to do that is, on any side of the political fence, is you lose touch with the real world. You don't really know how it works out here, right? Because you haven't been out here in a while.
Rick, in my lifetime, one of our greatest leaders, if not the greatest, was Ronald Reagan.
Mm-hmm.
And he had worked in the private sector. He had been a governor, so he'd done a little bit of all of it. He went in, did what I thought was a great job. But he started showing signs that he was not as sharp toward the end of his presidency because of his age. And, you can't deny that when you see and listen to what's going on now. And that should just worry everybody.
And how much older was Biden than Reagan when he left, when he started?
Biden was older the day he went in than Reagan when he left.
And I can't remember, but it was...
I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it was shockingly how old he was. I mean, compared to Reagan.
Yeah. Debbie, go ahead.
Yes. I listened to a Messianic Jew, Amir, Tsar, something like that. I don't know his last name.
Okay.
But he was speaking of this the other day before it came on the U.S. news, and he said to keep an eye on Damascus in Syria, that if things start happening there, that is so close to Israel. And he talks for a long time. But anyway, I just want to ask your thoughts about that.
Well, yeah, Syria is, they've cuddled up to Russia, too, because, Syria was being isolated because of their terrorist activities. And they've become very, very close with the Russians. And that's how the world has gone since World War II. If you are an evil terrorist country, we isolate you, and the Russians will run in and become buddies with you, bail you out, because they want military bases there. And again, they need that to, fulfill what we know is their ultimate destiny.
There you go in the 80s.
Well, I'm telling you, it's just the way it is.
Was that
Look,
Amir Canner?
I'm not all that shocked by it.
Is that who she was talking about, Amir Canner?
No, because he's not Jewish. He's actually a converted Muslim.
Okay.
Yeah. So she said a Messianic Jewish person.
I know who she's talking about. Betty listens to him sometimes.
Yeah. 15 minutes past 866 We Be Big is our number. Gary Palmer will be with us shortly, and we'll continue. Also, we do have that update. We have on the pandemic, new information coming out. Remember, you were not allowed to say that it was part of gain of function research. Weren't allowed to say that. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here's the secret to staying on track. The military last night was fantastic. I'm going into these government agencies, and I'm going to cut them, and then we're going to move more money to the military and get them back to where they are able to win.
How about Trump adopted?
Not just engage. We're going to get the military where when we say go do this, they win.
Trump even quoted something we've quoted on the show, and usually when we're talking about the rules of football, for every new rule you add, you got to get rid of two.
He did that too.
I love it.
Any new regulation got to drop two.
And he's right. The thing that makes everything run is the economy, and we can do wonderful things and have money for the private and the public sector if the economy is really churning out, working. People are at work. And when that doesn't happen, then all of it comes to a screeching halt. And that's what he's focused on. And sadly, that is like trying to move an aircraft carrier with a paddle sometimes. It takes time to get it going. So they're going to have to really do a lot of things right now to see the results of it 2 years down the pipe.
I also thought I've never heard anyone, even people who agree with us, when they're in political power, he also just said it the way we would say it about school choice.
Yeah.
He just said, look, here's the bottom line. We need to give people the opportunity to get out of where there's bad schools, and you pick whatever school you want to go to.
Did you love
Charter,
him? Yeah,
private,
had another example.
Whatever. And
how about the young lady who failed third grade twice, was in a terrible school setup.
Yep.
She was given the choice of where to go, got in a better school, applied herself, did great, graduated high school, graduated college, and now is about to graduate with a master's degree.
Right.
And so he ran that list last night about the various options you should have: public, private, magnet, charter, whatever.
You pick.
And I thought that is just dead on.
Yeah.
That is dead on.
Sounds like that should be something a party that screams choice all the time should embrace as well.
Well, the what we have done to the education system is embarrassing. It really is. And we've let it be held hostage by the few. And it's time that comes to a halt.
Well, because it's become self-perpetuating, and we've lost sight of the students.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're always looking at how those of us that work in education, how we can protect ourselves, if you're one of them, how we can advance make our situation better, protect us from not being up for accountability.
And try to sell it as education.
But at the end of the day, it goes back to one of the Rick and Bubba truths of the 24 years, our little program called the Classroom First.
Oh, absolutely.
Why don't we have an education plan that is focused, and this is a bizarre concept, on the student first?
And a lot of the classroom teachers get sideways when you talk like that. But the point is, if you're a good classroom teacher, you're going to be a valuable asset, and you always will be, and you need to be paid like you're one. But you got to quit protecting the ones that are not. Yeah, they're dragging you down now. They're dragging you down.
I would hate to be excellent in my field and be forced to be mediocre to keep other people employed. I would hate that system.
That is a terrible, terrible choice of the way to manage your industry.
No, yeah, so it's horrible.
Wheel of meat's got me yelling.
Come on. Come on, Wheel of Meat. Come on, Wheel of Meat.
Come on, give it a try.
By request from Rick and Bubba University, Don't Be Mad With Me has desired to spin the wheel. She's been given that responsibility today. Speedy is helping. On the wheel today, obviously, 1-800-Flowers.com has put some incredible things on the wheel. Got 24 assorted roses are there. Also, we've got on 30 assorted tulips. Of course, Stockyards.com bringing meat to the table today. You can get a $50 gift card to Stockyards.com. Also on the wheel today on National Pig Day, Dreamland, who's serving up food for the entire audience today and the staff. We've got a big Dreamland package on the wheel today. So there's the pork taken care of today. Moultrie has a package on the wheel today, a camera package, a feeder package, including the Moultrie Mobile. We have that on the wheel. We have Rick and Bubba prizes, but Bubba, we also have potential pitfalls.
Oh, don't we?
It is possible that you ain't winning nothing. So we'll see how that goes. Jeremy is standing by in Alabama. Don't Be Mad With Me is ready to spin the first time. Jeremy, what do you say to intern Don't Be Mad With Me?
Wow, what a wonderful wheel.
Spin that thing. Oh. Well, a little soft on the spin.
Wow.
Let's see where we're going here.
Well, she is a young lady.
Don't be scared of it.
Don't be scared of it.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
All right, so 21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thanks for being with us. Now, you know that our show has had a history of being being pioneers when it comes to taking on the norm on the consumption of delicious food. We were the first ones that were bold enough to ask the question, who said that certain food should be forced into different day parts? Who said these foods are breakfast foods and these foods are okay for lunch or dinner? These foods are okay not as a main meal but as a snack. And we decided who made these tyrannical decisions for food. And so we started saying we believe you can eat any of the foods at any time of day. Yep. And we had no issue with that. So today we are extremely excited because this has been a restaurant that I've been eating at for a long time because it's near where I live, called the Craft Burger. And I just fell in love with it. And for about 3 years, maybe more, Barry there has been saying, "Hey, one day I'll bring y'all some food." I mean, I'm talking about this went on for years, and I actually got to the point where I'm like, "Well, it's never going to happen." So I'm not. And there's no no greater endearment you could ever receive from us than to say, "I'll bring you something to eat."
Right.
You know? I mean, we've literally said before, "Hey, we're not ready for people to come in the studio yet," and somebody stands outside with a bag of food, and next thing you know, they're in here walking around. You know what I mean? And so you've heard that the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Well, a way to the Rick and Bubba show's heart it's the same path. And so I just want to thank them for they've brought us. They have these homemade pork rinds that are phenomenal. If you like pork skins,
they're sitting here right next to me.
Yeah, they're fantastic. And then
I'd like to hear you crunch one of them.
Yeah, crunch one right now.
Me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, look I want you to look at them, but look how big they are.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about.
Is this gonna be okay? It's gonna be rude to eat in front of everybody.
No, it's fine.
Go ahead. I want to hear it.
Good. Look at that thing.
Wow, that was loud.
That sounded like the sound effect in Mr. Replay.
So
anyway, another one? Okay.
So anyway, thanks to Lance and Barry for bringing some of that up here for us. So we've got like burgers and sandwiches and pork rinds, and I know when we do the show live, it's in the morning. Look at Greg Burgess in there.
You don't think he's ready?
You talk about shining like new money.
Oh boy!
I mean,
I've noticed when food comes in, Greg always screens phone calls right away.
He ran in. You know what he does? He goes there and sets him up a table.
Yeah.
How is it in there, Greg?
I know it.
Yeah, you like it?
That's good stuff right there. You talking about a double burger?
Yeah, it was real good.
Adler, did you get anything odd, or did you stay pretty straightforward on this one? I can't remember what you ordered, but
I did the normal. What is it called? The Kraft Burger.
Okay, yeah.
I did the Kraft Burger, but then I added a fried egg on it and some bacon.
Oh, buddy.
If you haven't had that on a sandwich before, and that is good, I'm eating it right now. I'm getting grease all over the stuff in there. I just
but isn't that the way
apologize.
it should be?
Oh my goodness, it's good.
All right, so thank you guys. I appreciate y'all doing that. All right, so Bubba, let's talk. We will do this because we're going. There's no need to go any further, I don't think, till we get Congressman Palmer here on the Ukraine situation. We covered that pretty good, but there is an update. There is an update on the pandemic, and this is one of those where you kind of get a chill, and you're like, because we've tried pretty hard on our program to see if we can keep all the conspiracy theories on either side of it out. But now we're kind of getting into the point where we're just gathering information, and information is coming out. And I think what we should do on that is just say, okay, there's the information. Let's see if we can keep this pandemic. Why don't we just decide to stop? Why don't we just stop making something as serious as a worldwide pandemic a political weapon? Mm-hmm. You okay with that?
Well, that ain't gonna happen.
Can we just stop doing that?
Well, that would be a great idea,
right? Because and there's no need for me to be put into a tribe. Meaning, if I didn't take this particular vaccine, you're an anti-vaxxer. And then if I want to take it, you're selling out. No. I don't want to be anybody's tribe. I just want us to make decisions as we go forward. And Bubba, I actually saw you on Twitter yesterday put this story out, and when I saw it, I was like, oh, buddy. So here
we go.
Now remember, you were not allowed. You were not allowed.
Couldn't even question it to begin with. Remember on social media.
So if you want to take it, I have the story here. You got it?
Rick, basically we have, as we continue to study this virus.
Not allowed.
And find out what's going on. And, boy, everything I'm going to is locking up here.
Well, the Daily Mail, I have it here. This is more evidence that COVID was part of gain of function, that it was tinkered with in the lab. They had the scientists now, this is from Daily Mail, scientists find the virus contains a tiny chunk of DNA that matches the sequence that was patented by Moderna 3 years before the pandemic began.
So again, the possibility of this particular sequence of proteins arranged in the order that they are, the odds of that happening naturally is less than 1 in like 3,000 was one of the stories I saw. So it is a signature protein arrangement. And matter of fact, we look in that very arrangement of proteins, has been copyrighted, or it's owned by somebody. And
got a patent.
Guess who owns the patent on it? Moderna.
And can I say this?
How did
in 2016 they patented it?
Yeah. A piece of DNA that Moderna got a copyright or a protection for end up inside this naturally occurring worldwide pandemic? It's just a very odd question.
And it's researchers say 1 in 3 trillion chance COVID developed the code naturally.
Now say that again. 1 in 3 trillion that this happened with no gain of function.
So as we've studied this virus more and as they tear it apart and as they look at it, they have found a piece of the puzzle in the very center of it that has a patent on it that is owned by Moderna. That's shouldn't we demand answers today from the Moderna
and
Corporation
I want to say the story,
and all of the people behind it?
I want to say Tucker Carlson's not involved in this. CNN's not involved in this. This is the Daily Mail, and then they're saying that these are scientists, because we're always told to follow the science, that are trying to research, as we should. Let's find out what happened. And they found it, and it was patented by Moderna. And now remember, we were not allowed to question the Wuhan lab. We were not allowed to question Fauci or anybody else's ties to gain-of-function research. Not allowed. You better get out there and get on the bat sandwich train, or you are a conspiracy theorist, and your tribe needs to be eradicated and done away with. Well, the more that we research this and the more scientists continue to study it, here we are today finding something that looks like it was absolutely tampered with and patented by Moderna in 2016. That's not a conspiracy theory. That seems to be the information that we got.
So is it not fair to ask Moderna how it got there?
Of course it is. And they may have an answer.
Well, I can tell you the quick answer.
Yeah, I think I can too.
That them and their scientists were tampering with gain of function, and it got away from them.
Now, if you want to say, well, that's okay, the Moderna vaccine still helped me, okay. We're talking about gain of function here. We're talking about patents and the fact that we weren't allowed to talk about that.
It is a signature saying we had a part to do with this that they can't get away from.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And he just changes?
Well, I will say this about this.
Killed him off.
I will say this about
I
our show.
wasn't in the meeting.
Our show has been known to burn something out. In this case, we weren't there yet.
Right.
Henry had not run. He had not galloped enough to be replaced.
No, not at all.
He still got a lot of power.
When trust me, it's good. I'm eating it.
Yep. David, happy Pig Day to you.
We're eating it for you right now.
David, listen to how many pigs you won today. A slab of ribs, a pound of sausage, a bottle of the dipping sauce, a bottle of that the shake and rub, a quart of Dreamland sauce, and a loaf of that white bread. All in the Dreamland package.
Baby next David.
And we'll send it straight to you. Let me get your information. If you'd love for some of this to come to your door, go to dreamlandbbq.com.
Now that's how you act when you win.
That's
right
how you.
there.
That's a winner.
I want the people for 12 Days of Christmas to hear that, and the wheel winners.
Crestview, Florida.
And Michael Helms.
James is standing by. James, how are you today, buddy?
Good. Wow, what a wheel.
Come on, don't be mad.
Oh, now she's getting a little carried away.
Now she's spinning.
Now she's
Have you
overdoing
noticed
it.
too? She goes. We have a lot of spinners that keeps landing on the same thing. She's moving it around.
Moving around the wheel.
I like it.
I think we'll have another backspin.
Let's see here. Look at that wonderful wheel. Look how happy it is.
It is.
I mean,
Rick is giggling.
It's bright on a rainy day.
Oh! 1-800-FLOWERS. Smell it. All right, you have which one is that, Speedy? Let's see. Is that the roses or the tulips? I can't tell the difference. It's the roses. All right.
The roses.
Hey, congratulations to you, buddy. You've got 24 assorted roses from 1-800-FLOWERS.com, and don't forget, if you want to see some great deals on beautiful bouquets, go to 1-800-FLOWERS.com. Click on the radio icon and enter the promo code Bubba for some specials. So, buddy, you have got these 24 assorted roses coming right to you.
That is awesome.
All right, man, let me put you on hold. All right, there we go. We got that. That thing look like it stopped.
I'm telling you. Get some grease on it, baby.
My goodness.
It's sticking there.
I tell you, Speedy's got all the smoothness of giraffes in heat. Let's go to Cody.
I know what y'all talking about.
April's
Cody,
still walking around.
Cody, welcome to the program. Sylacauga, how about it?
The Cogs.
How about you, Rick Burgess?
Well, what do you say, Cody?
Wow, what a wheel.
Come on,
That's fair.
Here we go. Look at the hand of truth up there, loving it with a pig right beside it.
There's a pig beside it with a thumbs up.
Look at that hand of truth. There we go. Let's see what happens here.
Sickle!
Spin that wheel. Spin that wheel.
Spin it.
Let's see here.
Here she comes.
What?
Yeah! Me! Cody, you just won from stockyards.com.
Some meat.
Some of the best meat you've ever tasted. A $50 gift card. Cody, congratulations. We'll put you on hold, get you all that information, and you just take it to stockyards.com and buy whatever you want. Delicious meat, savory baby back ribs, barrel-cut fillets, Maine lobster tails, all there at stockyards.com, and they ship it right to your door. What do you think? Y'all want one more?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Who wants one more?
One more.
Spin it! All right, let's go to Phil. Phil is in Prattville. Phil, how you doing, buddy?
Wow, what a wheel.
Come on!
Wow. Look at it, Bob.
A little strength.
Now you're doing it.
Bring it in.
She is a woman. Hear her roar.
Let me tell you what, she rolls a Moultrie package, and she's been all over the wheel today.
That's right.
Yep.
She has.
Look at here. Look at here. Smell it! Hey, it's got a chance. It's got a chance. Yeah! Me! From stockyards.com.
You're going to pull your hip doing that.
From stockyards.com. You got a $50 gift card to get you some meat, man. Meat! All right, so let's put you on hold to get all your information, and we'll get that gift card right to you, okay?
All right.
So there it is. Let's give it up for Don't Be Mad With Me. She did a good job today. A lot of winning there. Stockyards.com, finest steaks and chops since 1893. The Wonderful Wheel of Meat is done, brought to you by 1-800-Flowers.com. And we're glad that all of you were here today. And it wasn't nothing but winners, only one loser. I don't know that we've had anybody spend that many good gifts.
Yeah, it was spread out.
It was spread out. It was all over the wheel. So don't be mad.
Dreamland on Pig Day.
Yeah, Dreamland on Pig Day. Love it. We're enjoying that today, too. We'll be back 17 minutes past. You got the Rick and Bubba Show. We thank back 35 minutes past the hour. Relief Factor. If you aren't trying Relief Factor, I will tell you this. Alicia in Memphis, Tennessee says, I'm glad that I heard about Relief Factor on the Rick and Bubba Show. We are too, Alicia. Said, I've been in a knee brace for 10 years since college because of the pain, and after seeing a chiropractor as often as 3 times a week, I said, I got to give in. I'm going to try Relief Factor, and I'm now 100% out of pain. No pain means no more chiropractor. Alicia is finally in control of her life. Rhonda over in Wiggum, Georgia. Is that Wiggum or Wigham? Do you know, Bubba, how you say it over there?
I'd say Wiggum.
Yeah, Wiggum.
I really don't know.
And that's what they say about their team when they hit the field. We're going to wig them. But anyway, so she said same thing. She said, I found out about Relief Factor through my husband, who kept hearing you guys talk about it. And in 2 weeks, I'm feeling better, too. I'm completely out of pain. I was having all kinds of struggles with aches and pains. So if you'd like to find out about it, you can. Most everybody that tries the 3-week trial pack, it doesn't work for everybody, but the majority of people, this is the answer you're looking for. It's all natural. It fights the body's natural inflammatory response, so you're not having to take the over-the-counter stuff, and you don't want to get into the opioids. But anyway, and in fairness, those things were never designed to be part of our lives. They were supposed to be short-term bridges to get us through a tough time because of the side effects if you have to use them or overuse them. So with this, it's all natural, not a drug, it's not a stimulant. ReliefFactor.com. Get the quick start pack for $19.95. That'll get you 3 weeks worth. Inside 3 weeks, you'll know. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. All right. So the big story today, obviously, is the invasion
of Ukraine and the declaration of war on Ukraine from Putin. And Gary Palmer, who is a congressman. Gary, how long have you been serving Alabama in Congress?
7 years, 1 month, and 21 days.
Yeah, I bet you've got that down, don't you? You know exactly the length of that. So this is very, very serious, as we know. How serious is this?
Depends on what how emboldened Putin is going forward. I think the next countries on his target list are the Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania.
Now, are they NATO members or
They're
not?
NATO members. I've been to Lithuania, met with our folks over there. We've got members of our armed services over there. There's a combined force of U.S. and NATO ally forces in Lithuania. And what people don't understand is there's a history here. People look at Ukraine and think, well, it's really Russia anyway. It isn't. They have their own language. They have their own culture. They were brought into the Soviet sphere in the 1920s, I think, actually. And they refused to give up their farms. They refused to give up their culture and their language. And Stalin launched a famine against them and killed 3 million Ukrainians and took thousands and removed them and put them in labor camps in Siberia. After World War II, Churchill and Roosevelt allowed the forced repatriation of Ukrainians who had tried to escape the Soviet sphere. And they had another famine in the mid-40s after World War II, the late 40s after World War II, and killed at least another 300,000. There's a reason these people do not want to be under the domination of Russia. It is a painful path for them, a deadly path for them.
Congressman, let me ask you this. Why Ukraine now? Why is Putin doing this? To everybody listening, just get down to the bare facts of this. Why is he doing this now, and for what reason?
He would have done it already if Donald Trump hadn't gotten elected in 2016. He moved into Crimea at the end, I think around 2014. I think that's when it was.
Under President Obama.
Obama, right. And the reason he's going after Ukraine is they're not NATO members. He knows we're not going to put boots on the ground. We're not going to fight. And this is a failed administration. I know it's going to sound political, but after Biden got elected, and actually before he got elected, I tried to explain to people who just could not stand President Trump that there are consequences for elections, particularly presidential elections, that people didn't take into account. And we're living it out right now, watching it on TV, what's happening in Ukraine, and we're going to see it again with China. These people are emboldened by the weakness of this administration.
Well, let me ask you again, though, but why the Ukraine? Why does Putin want it other than to beat his chest and say, I'm putting together the old Soviet Union? Is there any real
Ukraine
advantage to having that?
Got resources.
They have resources. But this is, you've got to understand the psychology of some of these people. Our intelligence people do psychological makeups of these people. And Putin saw what happened in 1989 and 1990 as a incredible humiliation. He was a KGB officer. You got to understand where this guy's coming from. And it's his life ambition to restore the glory and power of the old Soviet Union. And this is something else that I tried that I've been sharing with some of my colleagues and other people, is that every day older this guy gets, the more dangerous he becomes, because that window's closing.
Right. So we did not invite Ukraine to become a member of NATO because we thought it was too much in Putin's back door, that he would feel threatened by that. But it doesn't look like a good idea now, because if they were NATO members, would he have invaded?
I don't think so, but there's other reasons why
Ukraine wasn't invited to join NATO. And a lot of it had to do with the dysfunction of their government and the corruption.
Right.
But I think, first of all, I think if Biden were not president, he wouldn't be doing this because you could say if they were members of NATO, he wouldn't be doing this. But you look at the governments in Western Europe, and they're not particularly – I can't think of a single leader there that is particularly intimidating to anybody. In Germany, I don't know the new prime minister, but Merkel was playing along with the Russians. She was all for Nord Stream 2. Macron, I don't know what to think about him. Boris Johnson's got all kind of problems. And then, and on our side of the ocean, you got Trudeau locking up truckers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if
so, you're saying it's no more complicated than he's former KGB. He was embarrassed about what happened in the Cold War and the breakup of the Soviet Union, and he believes that his time left on Earth, that his legacy is to return Russia back to its greatness.
Yeah,
and take back the things that they lost.
Congressman, is
that kind of what you're? I mean, is that what's at the foundation of it all?
That's his legacy. There was a survey, and I don't know who did the survey of who the Russians regard as their greatest leaders. Stalin was number one, and Putin was number two.
If we don't want another war, I don't think anybody wants war. Unfortunately, at times
sometimes you don't have a choice.
Yeah, you have to get involved. Should the Europeans be more active in this than they currently look like they are? Because it's in their backyard. Should they be the ones taking the lead because they have the most to lose if Putin does what you say he's wanting to do?
I think if there is war in Europe, we will be compelled to take the lead by virtue of NATO. But guys, I don't want war. It's the consequences are devastating. But I remember reading somewhere where a general made this comment to another general: "What will cost you 1,000 today will cost you 10,000 tomorrow."
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I fear, is that this administration's lack of action, what would have cost us a few thousand today, may wind up costing us millions later. And you look at what happened in 1938, and you had Germany in the West and Japan in the East. Now you got Russia in the West and China in the East. And what was it, 50, 60 million people wound up getting killed during World War II. And the weapons that we have today are much more lethal.
Mm-hmm.
We live in this sheltered environment here in this country and watch these stupid sitcoms and completely unaware of what the real world is like. We think Putin is some Hollywood character, and he's not.
Right.
He's a leader and a major power.
We'll come back more with Gary Palmer. The situation is real. The invasion is underway. The declaration of war on Ukraine from Russia has been communicated.
And we want to ask the congressman, what can we do?
Yeah.
Short of going to war, how can we help? What are our options?
We'll talk about our response when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But Texas one was in Beaufort, North Carolina.
Okay, Beaufort, North Carolina, and today we celebrate the pig and all it's done for society. Now,
Rick, do you want me to give you their quote? The purpose of Pig Day. I don't want to get into Helms's area.
No. Go ahead. I'm eating pig right now as we speak.
Says
So
to accord
which I'm
the
going to
pig,
address in a minute, by the way.
To accord the pig its rightful, thorough, generally unrecognized place as one of man's most intellectual and domesticated animals.
Okay, see, this makes my point I'm about to make even better. So really, their intention, I don't think, But what we're doing today is we're practicing a Rick and Bubba truth. We come up with various truths over the 24 years. And a Rick and Bubba truth is, if you really love an animal, eat it. And a lot of people have misunderstood that. But if you make an animal a viable food resource, you'll have all of them you want.
Yep.
And so
what Ted tried to do with the buffalo.
So maybe
he's somewhat successful.
These sisters may not have meant it the way we meant it, but what has been the thing that's given us the most pigs when people started eating them?
Mm-hmm.
And buddy, we take every part of that pig. So we're probably the only people that on National Pig Day would actually consume the animal that's supposed to be celebrated. But to me, there's no greater honor than to consume an animal in order to celebrate it and to ensure its longevity.
Well, if we're celebrating it as one of man's most intellectual and domesticated animals, I mean that means why it's there, right?
I've heard that the people that eat pig brains, it made them smarter. Now that may not be true.
I'm probably not going to eat those.
A lot of people do it.
We eat about everything else on the pig.
Let's talk about. Is there any? Has anybody in this room got outside the normal pig stuff? We got any pig knuckle people here? We've got
I've
any?
gnawed on a pig foot one time.
Chitlins? Any chitlin people here?
No.
I've had chitlins and I liked them.
Head cheese?
No.
Souse meat? No.
That kind of scared me when you said it.
Yeah.
The ears?
Pig ear.
No.
Pig ear sandwich.
I've never had a
Pig ear sandwich.
Not gonna do it.
Pig brains?
No.
Back to that again.
No. Fried pork skin.
You have had pig's feet? Did you say?
No. I have
Testicles.
Why did you say that?
That is out.
Well,
there.
hey, that's out. That's an option.
It is.
Hey,
Dreamland doesn't.
While you have a mouthful of pig.
Why don't you just stick that rib in your mouth?
Full mouth of food.
Or some restaurants call them pig nuggets.
Like the email that was sent earlier, they waste nothing. It's from the rooter to the pooter.
It's true.
Speaking of pooting, do you know that pigs are actually
I'd like to
very
take
clean?
this conversation.
They're very clean. Listen
Pigs
to
are
this.
very clean.
They're very clean. They keep their toilet area far away from where they lie down and eat.
Pigman, baby.
I like to do that too.
I do too.
But y'all didn't know that about pigs.
No,
pigs are intelligent.
No, I've been told this whole thing about dirty as a pig is wrong, and sweating like a pig because they don't sweat. That's why they have to get in the mud.
That's why they lay in mud. Yeah.
Pigman, baby.
Now I've heard sweating like a. Wait a minute, never mind. That's got something to do with the church and something else.
Yeah.
I've heard
that's not the one.
I've heard of smart as a hog. You ever heard that?
Yeah. I have not.
Yeah,
I have heard
that. That
that.
down there, smart as a hog, because they are. They're very smart.
I don't think I've heard that one.
You hadn't? We're gonna start using it.
May I?
People used it again.
I realize I'm about to ask a question that's going to be.
You're going to regret.
No, it's not that. I'm just going to show that I probably should know this.
Is it about the omnivores?
No, it's about pig and hog. Is that the same thing? I mean, is pig a smaller?
Oh goodness.
Yeah, I think it's all in the
question.
same species.
I think it's the same thing. But slang
It's
word.
a
There's a
hog.
bunch of different breeds out
So
there.
is today hog day or is it pig day or is that the same thing?
That's a good question. There may be a
Is
separate
this a
hog
monkey
day.
ape situation?
Pig day. It's called pig day.
I think it's all.
Is a pig a hog?
Yeah.
And a hog a pig?
Oh no.
I think a hog's a pig.
But a pig's not a hog?
That I don't know.
Right.
They have to get to a certain age.
I thought you had
certain
pig
size
facts.
to be a
Pigman,
hog.
baby.
Hey, we need
Just one little Google, we'll have it.
All right, here. Oh my goodness.
Favorite part of the pig?
All right, here, Rick.
Ribs?
You want a definition? You want your
center cut pork chop.
an absolute definition here. Pig, hog, and boar essentially describe the same animal, but there are some distinctions.
Okay, here we go.
A boar. Well,
easy.
Yeah, okay,
Did you veer into that one?
A boar is a
person.
male domestic pig that still has all of his equipment.
You got some big testicles to pull this off, bro.
I like this. Oh, Rick, that's awesome.
What?
But it also can mean a wild pig of any gender. Okay.
Okay. All right.
A boar.
Okay, I got you.
A hog often means a domesticated pig that weighs more than 120 pounds.
Rick and Bubba Show, we're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. The gang's all here today. Congressman Gary Palmer is with us. We're discussing the invasion of Ukraine. It started our time around 9 p.m. Central, 10 o'clock Eastern last night. But before that, Putin told us exactly what he was going to do. And, of course, some reason we didn't think about the fact that he might have recorded that. But anyway, so The invasion is on, and we've talked about why he's doing it. It really doesn't seem to be any more complicated than he's 73. He's running out of time, and this is about legacy, and he wants to restore the Soviet Union. And he didn't like the things that happened in the late 80s, and he wants to be the leader that says, I put things right, and I took us back to our greatness, and part of that is I want Ukraine back. So here we are, Congressman, thinking about what our response should be.
What are our options?
I know the greatest concern for our country, and you said you've seen it firsthand serving the country in Washington. Our country seems to think that global warming and climate change is the thing that we should concentrate on, not tyrannical leaders of countries or who can destroy our economy and can cut us off for we stopped drilling our own oil, all that. So I know the mindset probably isn't even to do anything, right? So what options are on the table for our country?
Well, the first thing we need to do, considering that over a third of the Russian economy is their energy economy, is we need to unleash what is, I think, our most powerful national security weapon right now, and that's these inexhaustible reserves of oil and natural gas. We need to open up these pipelines. We need to flood Europe with our oil and our natural gas and shut Russia out of the market.
Because the price of oil going up today, just by their own actions, is putting money in their pocket on the world market.
When President Biden took office, one of the first things he did was stop construction of the Keystone XL pipeline, and then stopped issuing leases for oil and natural gas in federal lands. He did everything he could to curtail our oil and natural gas industry. They've just about completely destroyed the coal industry. At the same time, he gave waivers that opened up the construction of the Nord Stream 2 pipeline for Russia. And I heard one of our policy experts report this a few days ago, that in that 1 year period, we increased revenues to Russia by $636 billion. Guys, we literally gave them the money to launch this attack. So that's the first thing we need to do is we need to unleash the power that we have in our natural resources. And the other thing is that we need to freeze every Russian asset that we can. Russia has these billionaire oligarchs. We need to freeze their assets. We need to shut Russia out of the financial markets worldwide, and we need to do everything that we can to cause Putin trouble at home as the Russian economy struggles under the sanctions that we impose.
Yeah, just looking at it from the outside, from his standpoint, it just doesn't seem like it makes sense. Other than, hey, I want to build the old Soviet Union back. I'm 73 years old. I want a legacy. Because it is going to hurt their economy. It is going to hurt Russian life. It is going to hurt people on the street in Russia. And I guess that's the only thing we can do to try to force change in Russia, either opinion-wise or his strategy-wise, right? I mean, we really don't have any other options.
When you say you don't understand his thinking, I think his thinking is extremely clear. You're thinking of this in the context of an American mindset. Why would we invade Mississippi, or why would the Panhandle of Florida? That's not how it works. This is a former KGB officer. Life in Russia was not good, except for the wealthy,
the ruling class.
That's where we're heading in this country. Right. Under socialism, you'll have the really poor working class, and then the mega wealthy. There's not going to be a middle class. That's what happened in Venezuela. Venezuela was a modern, thriving country till the socialists took over.
So I'm just saying,
you're trying to get into the mindset of a person he doesn't think like we do.
I'm just saying, given the sanctions that we can put on them, and giving the struggle that it will be to his oil industry, it just doesn't seem worth it. That's all I was saying. That at least you would give that consideration, because as we tighten the screws, it will hurt their economy eventually. and hurt rank and file.
But it goes back to that tyrannical mindset. He really couldn't care less what happens to the common people. Now, he may be naive, but he doesn't really think it's going to affect him.
Well,
but I mean,
and he's got a relationship with Xi Jinping in China, and China imports the majority of their oil and natural gas. Russia will be happy to provide it for them. China's sitting here watching this to see how we respond. They're poised to attack Taiwan, and I honestly think if they attack Taiwan, it could potentially put the entire world in another Great Depression, because 70% of your semiconductors and microchips come from Taiwan. 90% of your advanced microchips come from Taiwan. That would give China control of the Strait of Taiwan, which means that Japan would fight China alone if we didn't come in.
So why don't we, from national security, why don't we have an effort to build more semiconductors here, build more critical medical stuff, medicines here, and not be in a situation where we are at China's mercy for this kind of stuff?
Because we made financial decisions and not strategic decisions. We've got major corporations like NBC. Kathy McMorris Rogers is the leading Republican on the Energy and Commerce Committee. We sent a letter to NBC about their coverage of the Olympics and not saying anything about what's happening in Xinjiang to the Uyghurs. And NBC's response back to Kathy, and this is what she told me directly, is that, yes, their offices are located in the United States, but they're a global company. Okay? You're looking at companies that we always thought were American companies. They don't see themselves that way anymore, Bubba. They see themselves as global citizens, global companies. It's all about the dollar. And we've let China now dominate the world in terms of the trading partner. They're building out the Belt and Road Initiative. They're investing in infrastructure like crazy. We've been sending foreign aid to corrupt governments. They're building seaports and airports and rail lines, and everything they build will handle their most advanced naval vessels and their military aircraft.
Right.
We've just really been dumb.
And their influence, and I know that you're aware of this, in the Bahamas and right under our nose is economically is scary. Panama Canal Zone, all that.
Top of the hour, we'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay, so that now
Pig
my
is
size.
a hog is a big pig.
Got it.
Okay.
So
pigs are also called swines. So you have pig, hog, swine, and boars.
All right. What
And
about
the female a sow?
Yes.
Yeah, but
Attaboy,
they
Greg.
say a boar could be a wild pig of any
Oh,
gender.
really?
Really?
Yeah. Well, now
That's
you've
just
confused
under
me.
wild pig.
Now you've confused me.
Yeah.
All right. So what about? So are we celebrating only small today because it's Pig Day?
I think
they didn't mention
pig is the quick way to cover the whole species.
Right, but a pig becomes a hog when it gets a certain size.
Yes, you're correct.
Well, that makes
And
sense.
if it lives out in the wild, it's a boar or a swine.
Right. Or it could be boar and sow, boar being male, sow
Right,
female.
right.
All right. Y'all, our pig facts are really coming in.
Yeah, yeah.
Pig me, baby.
I mean, you got to admit. I mean, we've got pig facts everywhere you look.
Yeah.
So, do you prefer? I like the center cut pork chop a lot. I like the pulled pork a lot.
Oh,
I
yeah.
like the ribs.
Pull me.
All right, I've noticed I like everything with a pig. There's not. Now, like I said, I've never ventured into the weird area before.
The closest animal, you were asking about the family, and it is in the genus of SUS, however you say that.
Sus. We talked about that in the kitchen.
Yeah.
The closest thing that I can recognize in these animals is a warthog. And it's got hog in the name, so you kind of figured that, right?
Yeah. So is that? Well, yeah.
There's 2 billion pigs in the world.
And a javelina is not in the pig family. It's a rodent.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
I knew
javelina is more of a rat.
I would have thrown it over there with the warthog, but I guess not.
Where does the swine flu fit into all this?
Well,
Don't mention that while we're eating.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
as we make our way back this hour, Bubba, people are once again disheartened. And I'm afraid it's going to involve your Minnesota Vikings to start.
Well, Rick, the Minnesota Vikings, they've had a hard run in the NFL. A lot of ups and downs. A lot of close but no cigar moments.
Yes.
And Rick, I'm proud to announce they are now number 1 in the NFL.
And what are they number 1 in?
Well, it's not something we're proud of, Rick. They kill more birds than any other NFL team. Rick, it appears that the new home of the Minnesota Vikings, the U.S. Bank Stadium, which cost a nice round figure of $1 billion plus, with its 200,000 square feet of clear and reflective glass, is so indistinguishable to the surrounding environment that it is now a bird-killing machine.
Uh-oh.
They said it looks like something out of an Alfred Hitchcock movie.
Birds are falling out of the sky because they keep running into the reflective glass.
Volunteers from the Audubon chapter, the Minnesota Citizens for the Protection of Migratory Birds, and Friends of Roberts Bird Sanctuary
these are
have
bird
all been studying the situation. They now call it a killing field around the stadium.
No, there they lay.
They said they have been walking around the stadium, doing, keeping up with how many birds run into it. They now call it the Walk of Shame.
Yeah, 60 dead birds in one pickup.
Wow. Rick, they said that right now their estimates, based on reports from maintenance staff, security guards, and their own monitoring, that the stadium is killing as many as 500 birds per year. Even if that estimate is twice as high as the actual amount, it would still make the stadium the most lethal structure for birds anywhere in the state of Minnesota.
They said, though, that the windmill community was very happy to hear they're no longer, but they kill big birds.
Yeah,
they kill national treasures. I mean, you kill a few little yellow birds. I mean, but let's go back to this.
And on a somewhat controversial story to go with this today, Rick, the Vikings did not renew Adrian Peterson's contract for next year.
They found his
they
contract.
killed him too.
They found his contract lying next to a bird.
Yep.
But let's go back to this. And Jerry Seinfeld said this, so I can't take credit for this. He said, this thing about birds run into windows or reflective things. He said, here's what I don't get. Why don't they at least try to avoid the other bird?
Yeah, I know. I never got that.
I mean,
because in their mind, they're about to have a head-on collision anyway.
Right. Why do they not bank left or right? I mean,
I'm the closest.
They might.
I'm the closest one on this staff that thinks like a bird.
They might actually.
Yeah. And I think they don't see themselves. They see the sky, and they think they just.
Well,
but as they get closer, they see another bird flying directly at them.
Show the shot you just had, Ad, if you don't mind, of the actual building, if you have that available. So if I'm see how you see the sky and everything. If I'm a bird and I'm tooling along, I just see more sky.
Yeah, but if I'm running at that as a man, am I not going to try to avoid the man that's running at me that looks a lot like me?
Well, they're a bird, Rick. I don't think they're reason.
Well, if you try to avoid it, though, you're still going to hit
It's not like it's an intelligent pig.
Well, what I do?
That's good. You can leave.
Well, I'll say this: that's the only thing the Vikings have killed.
Oh, Bubba.
Oh, wow.
Well, they've killed your dreams.
Oh.
They're laying out on the ground, legs up too.
Look, well, at least you've been to the Super Bowl 4 times.
Thanks, Rick. So the Buffalo Bills.
Right. Well,
he just got his head in it.
Some teams have never been, right? I mean,
clearly, I mean, I know that's a pretty stadium. People probably like going inside to watch because the weather's nasty up there.
Here he goes.
But did y'all notice the year that they stayed outside? They can't if they don't shank an extra point, they're going to the Super Bowl again.
I know.
I mean, or at least the championship game.
Right.
Was that the divisional playoff?
It was to go to the championship.
Yeah, go to the championship. It was a divisional playoff. Right. But when they're in the dome, they're nowhere close. They don't even make the playoffs.
Well, no,
does anybody notice that?
Wait a minute. They were in the dome when the guy who hadn't missed a field goal in forever against the Falcons. That was to go to the Super Bowl. Let's go. 6 minutes past the hour. All right, here's the deal. We got one more segment with Congressman Gary Palmer talking about Russia's declaration of war on Ukraine and the invasion that is going on as we speak. If you want to ask Congressman Palmer questions about this too, we'll let you in this segment at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and all 10 lines are available. So make your move now. We only have one more segment with him. Also, we got Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Adler all here as the Rick and Bubba show moves forward. With your phone calls momentarily. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. Congressman, real quick, I'm getting a lot of email. People are asking, don't we have a treaty to defend the Ukraine?
We don't.
We had an agreement, but it was a non-binding kind of letter of understanding, right?
Well, there was the agreement that if they gave up their nuclear arsenal,
which they did,
that
kind of wish they had that back.
And Russia was a party to this agreement that their territorial boundaries would be respected.
So that was kind of trashed last night.
Well, it was trashed, and when Putin invaded Crimea,
to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
So one thing, and then we're going to go to the phones because we're in the what can we do, and we certainly do not have an obligation because of what y'all just clarified. If Russia carries us on, gets into a NATO country, then we're in. We have no choice. We're not to that place yet. So now we're into trying to punish Russia enough that they would be so miserable they would stop. Not sure when you laid out the mindset of Putin that's going to happen. But you also said the problem that those that see this the way you do politically and morally, you said our country, which we've all made fun of, has gotten to the point that we think the biggest problem is climate change. We think the biggest problem is getting pronouns right and making sure that everybody is politically woke and that we get rid of all mean people. But except, I guess, if you're a tyrannical dictator that wants to take over another country. But if you go to the Americans and say, we got to come off this climate change thing right now because we're us giving up being independent on our energy is we have no recourse now, okay? We're going to have to be energy independent again, start selling, exporting to the rest of the world. But do you think you'll meet resistance because they get, yeah, but if we do that, we're going to destroy the world? Because we heard the member of the administration in the Energy Department with Biden say, as clear as she could have said it, we want to destroy all of the oil companies. We want them to go out of business. Now, they're short-sighted on how many things that we use every day that have petroleum in them. But anyway.
Like all the plastic in the electric car.
But they believe, they love this $100 a barrel today. They believe that this is the bigger problem is to be sure the world is not destroyed by fossil fuels. So do you think that's going to fall on deaf ears?
I think you overstated a little bit that Americans know.
Well,
climate change is the number one issue for just 15% of the Democrats. It's the top issue for the Democrats that are in Congress. Right. It's the top issue for the Democrats that occupy the White House.
Somebody voted for them. I did want to make that clear.
Yeah, but I think they voted for them because they didn't like the mean tweets, as you pointed out before I came on earlier this morning.
Yeah.
You got to remember when Obama got elected, Stephen Chu was his Secretary of Energy, and he made the comment that he would like to see gas prices in America equal those in Europe. But that was in 2009. It would have been $6 a gallon. You can imagine what it would be today.
Right.
That's where we're heading. And it's all about climate change. I said on the Select Committee on the Climate Crisis that the Democrats put together. I was appointed to that committee by Kevin McCarthy. And the chairperson of that committee is Kathy Castor from Florida, and she consistently talks about how climate change is the existential threat. And no,
it's not.
The existential threat to America and to the West and to our values and to our future is China and Russia.
Let's go to Bradley in Macon, Mississippi. Bradley, go ahead. You're on with Congressman Palmer.
Yes, sir. I just wondering, what are the chances of, I heard you talking earlier about becoming energy independent, what are the chances of us reopening the Keystone Pipeline, or are there any talks about Biden administration doing that?
Yeah, you're going to suggest that, right?
We're going to be pushing all of these options, but I don't know what Biden will do.
He doesn't know what he's going to do.
I don't think he knows. Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think he knows what he's going to do.
He may not remember what he did.
Well,
I know you can. I know you can.
We've got to get through this. We have got to find a way to get through this. We got to get through it together. We can't keep dividing the country, and get us to this election and to the next election, and get somebody back in the White House that knows what to do. And I would be shocked if the Democrats went along with opening up our oil and natural gas. But I told you guys off the air. I think we were off the air when I told you this. But I heard
you can never tell on this show. I mean, it all seems so.
It all kind of runs together.
Yeah, it does.
But one of these policy experts said that the windfall and energy revenue that the Biden administration created for Russia was $636 billion in 1 year. Just 1 year of the Biden administration policies. We literally gave them the financial resources to carry out the invasion of Ukraine.
Congressman, let me ask you this on the XL pipeline. I know that it is being litigated now, but there is a school of thought that the president did not have the authority to shut it down simply with executive order because the contracts were all let through Congress. You want to comment on any of that, or is there any movement on that, or do you think there's any hope of that?
Well, I was talking to a colleague of mine yesterday, and was pointed out that the president issued an executive order to suspend the leases for oil and gas, and that a federal judge overturned that, and they're ignoring it. It reminds me of something Andrew Jackson said about a ruling from the Supreme Court. Said the court's made its ruling, now let them enforce it. That's where we are right now with the separation of powers. And this is something else that I've been telling people. This is kind of nerdy and people's eyes glaze over, but it matters that we have a Congress, that we have an executive branch, and that we have a judiciary, and that those branches are separate. And people say separate but equal. That's not true. Congress was designed to be the most powerful branch of our government, but it's not anymore. We're getting laws made through dictates from the executive branch, and it's really got us
federal regulators, basically,
in a huge mess.
Yeah, I forget who the congressman was from Nebraska that talked about that years ago, and he did the great speech. Says this branch of the government, we're not doing our job. Well, we won't do it anymore. We're supposed to be making law.
To getting out and making a decision that might not be politically positive. It seems like a lot of times Congress as a whole has passed that to the courts. Let the court decide it.
Yeah, because they don't want to. They don't want to face the criticism.
They don't have to get the backlash of it.
No. There's things that we could do. This is way off the beaten path, but it's stuff that I'm working on. We have a law, the Congressional Review Act, that requires that Congress have 60 days to review any new regulation or guidance from a federal agency, and the clock doesn't start until Congress receives the information from the agency.
And it has to be posted in the Federal Review and all that stuff.
Thousands of these that have never been submitted to Congress. They're ignoring law. They're ignoring the Constitution. And we're at a crisis point, guys. I mean, seriously, at a crisis point where, and everybody wants to blame Congress, and we should have the blame because we abdicated this authority years ago, started doing this.
Right. Let me see if we can get. Let's go to Trent. Trent is in Auburn. Trent, go ahead. You're on with Congressman Palmer.
Good morning, guys.
Hey,
question for you: what can we, as individual citizens, right now do in the short term to help the situation, as far as some of the long-term plans you had mentioned, as far as the natural reserves, doing things we can do there? What can we do right now, other than vote in the near future?
Yeah, I mean, on the short term, what is there to do?
Well, you need to be flooding the White House with calls.
There you go. Okay.
You really do need to be helping in the elections because they matter. People, there's no telling how many millions of people who voted in the last election thought it didn't matter. They just didn't like the personality of Donald Trump. But I can tell you, it's much more important to elect someone who has the capability to be president than to elect somebody who's popular, that's likable. It's nice if the person's competent and likable.
Sure.
But I think you want competency. You want that in your doctor if you're having surgery.
That's almost
you
like
want
foundation.
yeah.
Yeah, that's like let's get that right first, and then we'll go the rest of it. If you don't want to answer this, you don't have to. And I know we're up against a break. It is having people that I love dearly and family members that have gone through the loss of their cognitive skills, and whether it be Alzheimer's, whether it be in dementia, whatever you want to call it. It looks like that's what's happening to the president. It seems quite obvious. Is it as bad as it seems?
I think it's somewhat missing the point to attribute all of this to Biden. It's the people that he surrounded himself with. Kamala Harris is unbelievably incompetent.
Right.
I mean, it's embarrassing.
Yeah.
But it's the other people. What you're really seeing is the third term of the Obama administration, and these people in the background that are really making these decisions. You look at who he's got as the Secretary of Defense,
right,
and how misguided they are in respect to the dangers that we face in the world. And elections matter, guys.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do.
Yeah, because it's these administrations, and I'm with you. I'm looking at everybody who's been placed in these positions, and I can't think of anybody that I would go, well, they'll step up and handle it. Thank you, Congressman, for taking time to be with us. I know it's short notice, and I appreciate you giving us the time you did. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But Rick, back when I grew up, when they were outside, they won the championship. They won the division every year.
Didn't happen
every
in the
year.
Super Bowl. But.
Well, no, they had to go to a warm environment. If they'd ever had one where there's a blizzard, they'd have won that baby.
I know. Well,
they were discriminated against.
Well, you remember, though, you got to remember, like I've said many times.
They get the Cowboys up there, the Redskins, the Rams. They couldn't deal with it.
But what I'm talking about is there's some franchises that are just pitiful, at least. I mean, what I'm saying is.
Like, who is the most pitiful? You think?
Well, the Browns, modern day. Yeah. Modern day. But, I mean.
You remember how bad the Oilers were at one time?
Well, and one time we thought the Saints couldn't. There's no way. And they finally turned it around. But what I'm saying is it goes back to the thing I've always said. I would rather be a has-been than a never was. You know what I mean? And so at least y'all put together some championships here or there. I'm just trying to help you. Yeah, you got dead birds laying everywhere, and Adrian Peterson's done. But I mean,
I know.
And somebody's going to pick him up and probably beat you in a bikini game.
Yeah. Think full moon at night.
Probably the Rams. I mean, probably the Lions will get him probably or something.
That's another bad franchise.
Actually, Jerry,
that's a bad one.
Jerry Jones.
There you go. You've stumbled onto one.
There's
but they have been in some big games. They were in the ice bowl.
The Vikings.
Not many.
There's talk of Jerry Jones
What
wanting
ice bowl you talking about?
him and
Ice bowl
Zeke
were
in
they
the
in?
backfield together.
When were the
I think
Lions in an ice bowl?
I think what you're saying, back in the way back days, the Lions were a good team. That's all.
They've been.
You threw
they have
ice
been
bowl
good.
out there for some reason, but that was the Dallas Cowboys. But it's wear a uniform just like the Lions.
Who were they? Oh, the Packers.
You didn't think that the Lions were in the ice bowl.
The Lion. Let me correct
Somebody
what
said
I'm
it was a
saying.
lion.
Let me correct what I'm saying. I remember a playoff game when I was a little kid with the Lions and the Cowboys.
Yeah.
And it was ice bowl like. It was very cold. And I think the game may have been 3-2 or something like that.
Well, like I said, they had some good teams.
Greg
way back.
Landry was the quarterback. Remember?
My goodness, Bubba, that's way back.
That's pre-Barry
Good
Sanders,
news for
by
you,
the way.
Bubba. You about to get Tony Romo.
Oh, how about
Who,
that?
the Vikings?
I'm
are?
just kidding with you. You're not.
Is he done? Is he leaving?
Well, we got Brad. We got
Denver.
Probably going to be a Bronco.
Hey, we got quarterbacks so plenty. Okay, we've got about 4. We're paying astronomical fees.
Yeah, one of them can't even walk.
But
Careful.
Look, there's been some.
Bring
bird-
back Fran Tarkey.
You never know.
Scrambler.
Dead birds laying around a new stadium might be a good sign.
It may be.
Well, if you're playing the Cardinals, it is.
Okay.
That's good.
Maybe the Falcons.
Eagles.
Yeah.
Okay. Keep them coming.
I think we're out.
Ravens.
Seahawks.
Ravens. Good one.
Seahawks.
Chiefs. No, I'm sorry.
And now there'll be a protest on that one.
Yeah.
You don't want that.
Oh,
Lion. I got you thinking what lion.
They said it was a lion.
I said loud.
Bradford, quarterback.
Sure.
Who all we got at
Looks funny
quarterback?
in his helmet.
Got Bradford.
He does.
Got a new coach, Lane Kiffin. Greg, let's go to Philip, who may make a point with the fact you just said in the kitchen. If he doesn't, we will give that fact. Philip in Montgomery, go ahead.
Yeah, I had an interesting tie into the show. Y'all are always doing the Real Rudy that Gomez's character was played by John Aston, and he's actually the Sean Astin that played Rudy's father.
Greg gave us that fact in the kitchen, of course, where all of his facts are.
Shucks, well,
but we didn't say it on the air, Philip, so you told everybody. So you're telling me that Gomez Adams is Sean Astin's father?
Yes.
Rudy.
Wow. If we'd have known
Patty
that,
Duke's his
we'd
mom.
Who?
Patty Duke.
Hey, this is Rudy.
Patty Duke Astin. Yeah.
Hey, this is Rudy. I'm the real Rudy.
But
No,
not Rick.
not him.
Yes.
Not him.
The guy that played him.
No, the guy that played Rudy. We all know that.
I know
Sean
that.
Astin.
Gotta
Was in
play-
Woodlawn.
I mean,
Gotta play
you bring
Rudy.
up Rudy, I'm going to play the Rudy line.
That's
I'm
what we
sorry.
got because I'm the real Rudy, not the Rudy from Rudy.
So
Rudy.
Corny. Greg, you'll run a movie.
No, I don't run it. They run it.
It's people like Greg that won't make any more football movies because
You're right.
what's he been against?
Well,
Rudy?
It's hard to make a good
Blindside?
football movie.
All of those?
It's hard to make a good one.
I guess you don't like Facing the Giants either.
Y'all
I
know-
heard you speak
y'all-
down to Woodlawn.
Facing the Giants?
Don't let him talk about Facing Giants. Don't bring it up.
I know.
Yeah,
Thanks, Bubba.
Greg, I just came from Sherwood. Please don't.
Everybody
No,
sit
they
back.
had a great mean in it, really did.
We can.
Everybody sit back and
Well,
watch.
when's your first one out of the gate, Rick? Come on.
Right. They did get better. Let's go to Bryant in
That
Italic.
was pretty good.
Bryant, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thank you for taking my call. Appreciate that job y'all do.
Thank you.
Just going to kind of, yes, sir. Just going to kind of reiterate what the lady before said about the bumblebees and the carpenter bees. Carpenter bees don't sting. I've caught many of them on the right of way while I was working. And on the bumblebees, they do build a nest in the ground, and they have that honey capsule, and it is very bitter. I don't.
It is 23 minutes past the hour, so I think on this particular topic, and certainly I know some of you still want to talk about this in phone segments coming up, we have Putin has invaded Ukraine, mainly because he's an old Soviet Union KGB guy, and he's embarrassed by what happened at the end of the Cold War, and he's trying to set things right, and he looks over at our current administration, sees weakness. Ukraine's not part of NATO, and the only response we really can have would require us to stop pretending that fossil fuels are going to destroy the world, when we start trying to pinch Russia, do we have the stomach to even pinch Russia? Because we're a country right now that says the biggest problem to the whole wide world in our country is climate change, and we must eradicate all mean people and certain points of view. And meanwhile, Russia and China are in position to start dividing up the world. But now if he branches over into a NATO world, we got a whole different game now. But what to do right now, and I know a lot of you are like us, what's our action? I don't know that there's a tremendous amount on the table. Because even the things on the table, you got to have the stomach to do those. Even sanctions and things like that.
We can do a certain amount of sanctions, but you will see China try to ease those by upping their ante. So, but you got to do what you can do, and our prayers are with the Ukraine.
I want y'all to think about in your mind right now in the situation the world is in, okay? You have Biden, you have Harris, you have Pelosi, you have Schumer. Got anybody else we want to name in there? You've got...
you talking about the dream team?
Yeah, you've...
and AOC tells them what to do.
Yeah,
all right, so...
like that piece of work.
And Bernie.
We all need something...
we keep forgetting about
something a little lighter right now. This is a funny moment. We've got this reporter, just think about how fired up the reporter is about getting the job. And the reporter's mama goes by and says, "Hey, baby!" And as the reporter is doing a report, is that correct? All right, so here we go. Let's take a look at this.
It's funny.
Is it because of Look. This is my mom. Hold on. I'm trying to work right now. You over there calling my phone. This is D'Angelo. You can say hi. And don't be holding up traffic because you got cars behind you.
Look at
Did you record that?
Okay, so he's not on. He's off air.
But he's trying
he was trying to get it going. Yeah. That's good.
Hang on a minute.
That's like that Progressive commercial where he's spinning the sign and
Yes,
the dad keeps
supporting him.
That is funny.
That is good.
Is it because of
He's about to record his stand-up.
This is my mom. Hold on. I'm trying to work right now. You over there calling my phone. This is D'Angelo. You can say hi. And don't be holding up traffic because you got cars behind you.
Look.
Did you record that? Blows a little. You see him blow a kiss?
They were just now interviewing him and his mom on Good Morning America.
Oh, were they?
Yeah, it's kind of weird. I looked up. I thought, wait a minute.
And back, I'm gonna quit watching it because I'll start breaking it down and trying to see.
Think it's all fake.
Hey, baby. It was funny. I love doing that.
It's my mom.
Sherry and I love doing that. We've done stuff like that to our kids in so many situations.
Mm-hmm.
I love it.
My biggest thing was I used to like turn up like some really bad music when I was in carpool line. And they were like, Dad, turn that down, turn that down, turn that down. And it would just be blaring as they opened the door. Come on in, buddy.
I love it. I used to roll up at a practice with just something embarrassing blaring.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. But I will say this: when Congressman Palmer was talking about, you have to understand that the Democrats right now and their supporters, our fellow Americans, because people do have to vote for them. I did want to make that point clear.
Yeah, they don't just run in there and take the office
right.
on their own.
Somehow we have this vision that all these horrible politicians found their way into these offices without anybody supporting them. But anyway, you know how sometimes a visual's worth. I mean,
1,000 words. Somebody said once.
He's talking about you have to understand you live in a country right now that thinks that climate change is a bigger enemy than Russia to the world.
Yeah.
And China. And as he was saying this, now keep in mind, Ukraine is being invaded and bombed as we speak. Okay? Mm-hmm. Good Morning America was doing a story on our Earth. And that Galapagos.
We've had that thing going on.
And how we need to save our planet. Yeah. That's what was on the TV being covered as Ukraine is being invaded. Mm-hmm. You would think you'd devote, your shows to that today. I mean,
we're showing them big giant turtles.
We've devoted a lot to it because you know why? It's on everybody's mind right now.
Yeah.
And if you don't believe that, I'll just come back and do a phone stab and you see where it lands. But it's that's what you have to understand is, and he did make that point too. Number one, we think that the whole world is just like this. We think this is everybody's experience, everybody's mindset. We can't just seem to grasp that that's not true. And it's naive to think that, all you got to do is just go over there, like the people that keep going in and saying, we need to sit down and talk about this. Well, there's not much you can talk about if the person is set on taking over the world, grabbing some ground, wants you, like over in the Middle East, doesn't want you to exist at all. You have to win wars on those things. Bottom of the hour, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So it's not good hunting.
Boy, I got to try. No, heck no, it's not.
No. So, good night. You ain't got to get mean about it. I mean, there might be bumblebee people listening right now.
Told you, didn't I?
I'm just telling you.
Well, and did I get this right from the woman who apparently could not hear the bed music going to the break? Did she tell us that what we'd always been told, that we were eating regurgitated something from bees, that was not true?
She did say that.
She called backpacks.
That was Johnny the beekeeper.
They say they store them 2 different ways.
That's somebody likes to sell honey. That's all that is.
Well, guys,
Greg, you don't have to ruin every single thing.
I looked at the bee and could tell.
What I'm saying is,
I'm gonna look it up.
Can I be honest?
If you're in the business of selling honey, that would hurt your product.
If there's an animal or insect waste that tastes that good, I don't care. Well, look at the lines we're drawing.
No, I don't have
we got no problem.
We
We got no problem tearing the leg off an animal, eating that, cutting off a hind quarter, eating that. Right. But hey, we're gonna draw the line at them regurgitating up honey.
Yeah, great point.
I mean, what a weird place where we're drawing lines. We're eating all kinds of
little. If you're real little, I don't consider it really regurgitating. You know what I mean? Because it's so little.
Here
like a hiccup.
Do you want the answer to this from Google?
Oh boy.
Honey is not bee vomit.
Well, that's what Johnny said. That's what Johnny said.
It is perceived that it is throw up as it comes out of the bee's mouth, but it is not. The bee sucks and collects the nectar from flowers using its long whatever and stores it in a special stomach or honey stomach that is separate from its true digestive.
That's what Johnny
said. They're still puking it up.
Called Johnny a liar. You did it deliberate.
No, Greg, coming out. She said they have a stomach backpack.
Right.
It's still inside the bee.
Yeah,
It
which
is
is fun.
But
Johnny
I'd
was
rather
a
it come out the
beekeeper.
mouth than the other.
Yeah. There wasn't no difference.
I don't know.
I'm not a big honey guy. I like it,
It
but I
might
just don't.
be
I
more
just love honey.
accurate. It might be more accurate to
Sous
say
vide
that
tea.
honey is bee spit, not bee throw up.
Oh, that's better.
That's not better
Greg,
at all.
Greg, we eat tendons.
No,
of
I don't have
animals.
a
We eat their
problem with
feet.
it.
We eat their legs.
Stop saying
We eat
that.
their butt.
We do. That's actually the best part.
I mean, come on. I mean, now we're drawing the line. That just don't spit anything up.
How about you, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates, welcome to a big old helping of fun and entertainment.
Well, there's been a change. We were discussing. It's so good to have a song that you can sing without ever even moving your top lip.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah. You just kind of whine through it.
I love it. As we get ready for today, Bubba was talking. We were in the kitchen a little bit, and we can get a little dangerous here on the program. And he asked really a pretty profound question. He was talking about Read Across America today, and he said, "Why must it be green eggs and ham?" We got a Seuss library out there that just will rock the world.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
And all I could really come up with is it's short.
Well, it's a classic. It's a cornerstone.
It
I got
is,
that.
yeah.
But I mean, would it hurt every now and then to mix in the foot book? I mean.
Yeah, I mean, and
I know when we went to read at classrooms.
Red foot,
that-
blue foot.
Yeah,
you would read one of them.
red fish, blue fish, one fish, two fish. And of course, the places we could go.
Oh, I mean, there's a ton of them.
Yeah,
There's a
you
ton of them.
go. But anyway, I really think it came down to, hey, it's just short.
What did our sign? I know not everybody. There'll be more people watching in their classroom that didn't sign up for whatever reason. But what did we end up with, Hams? About 300, 400 classes?
Over 300 classes representing.
Come on.
So that'll be thousands
probably 12
of kids.
states. Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
that's neat.
Oh,
that's
it's the
neat.
world's largest classroom.
Yeah, absolutely.
When you have the world's
That's what
largest,
that is.
that's what that is.
Yeah.
So,
And if you can get a picture of like whatever you're watching on from behind the the kids in the back of the room where you see the kids and the monitor, send that to us. I love those pictures. It's amazing technology what we can do now.
it is. We'll have one classroom that's near the broadcast plaza in Teleport. They come here every year. They'll be in here watching today. Miss Dennis's class. So that'll be coming up, and they'll be watching. And then I'm with Bubba. We love the pictures all across the country. 12 states represented, 300 and something classes. And as you said, no telling how many students. So
we'll bump some of those back out on social media and get a little PR for your school.
Yeah, there's something about, though, having this show try to teach or read to anyone. There's so much irony in that.
Well, this show, as I told you, I've always thought is a bit like the great TV series The A-Team.
It is.
There's some characters here,
Yeah.
and they have some amazing gifts.
Yep.
And some incredible hang-ups and
Yes.
faults.
That's us.
But it's about getting the job done.
It is. We just try to find a way to get it done.
It's many times it's not pretty. It doesn't go as planned, but we finish and we go to the next week's episode.
Right. And the very thing and the personalities that get the job done is also some of the greatest obstacles to overcome.
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah. "35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. We'll get to more of your phone calls coming up at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Things you need to know. Wednesday Bible study. The archive is there now. It is available. Another Rick and Bubba University coming up this weekend. So look for that wherever you get podcasts. We interviewed Tyler Stovall today, and that'll be you may not have heard of that name, and you may not know who that is, but after you're done listening to or watching the podcast, you will. Another interesting story. SimplySafeBubba.com. Go there for all the information about this great security system. Really excited about their new wireless outdoor camera. Remember, we kicked that off at the end of last year telling you about it. It's readily available for you to add to your security system. You customize it for your property by going to simplysafebubba.com. You will install it yourself in about 30 minutes. They'll help you if you need some help, but it's very simple. And then, you've customized it to fit. You've installed it yourself. You're being monitored 24/7. Somebody always there to help you. You're not in a long-term contract. There's not going to be upsell or hidden fees or anything like that. You can cancel anytime you want. And right now, what we're going to do is we're going to get you a discount by going to simplysafebubba.com. We'll give you 20% off their interactive monitoring, and we're going to get you a free indoor security camera. So make that move now to simplysafebubba.com, or go to rickandbubba.com, and you'll look there under the sponsors button, and you'll see the link there. All right, so we were talking about this weird thing right now, where even though the Ukraine, not the Ukraine, we keep going back to that, don't we? And by the way, I always thought it was Kiev. I didn't know it was Kyiv. When I heard them all saying Kyiv last night, I thought they were saying Keeb, and I was like, oh man, they're kind of being lighthearted here. Didn't you think it was Kiev?
Oh, we've always said it that way.
But it's Kyiv, and everybody was correcting that last night.
They're even spelling it different now than what we used to see it spelled on TV.
Who knows? But anyway, but a Texas teacher has been caught on tape still participating in this weird tribalism involving the pandemic. This Texas teacher, now picture this person being your children's teacher. She's going to be caught on tape saying that these conservative Christians need to get COVID and die. So here is the all-loving, all-inclusive Texas teacher saying that she hopes if you are a Christian conservative that you get COVID and die. So here we go.
Wow. No, because we have a political system that will not allow this to happen. So we're vaccinating like the flu, which is, your flu vaccine if you want, but you don't tread on me.
Yeah, I think we need to put it in.
But it's too late.
That's very
It would have had to have been immediate. If we had done it immediately, it'd already be gone. That's what's frustrating. The rest of my life is impacted because of politics, because of conservative leadership. I'm telling you, those conservative Christian people, they need to.
I'm going to see my boyfriend.
Oh!
Well, enjoy that.
You heard, if the woman had not gotten loud, you heard she tried to whisper it. These conservative Christians just need to get COVID and die.
Yeah, well, she's having a private conversation. She's entitled to her opinion.
Yeah.
But, some of us have said, look, if we don't want to get vaccinated, let us deal with the consequences of it. But she's just factually incorrect. She also said, if you could make that out, that if everyone had been mandated to be vaccinated right out of the gate, this would have never have happened. It would never have spread.
That's not true.
But it would not have. That's not true because the vaccine is a leaky vaccine.
Yeah,
it's not like polio or smallpox.
It's
more like the flu shot. It's only somewhat effective, and the best results is just limiting severity. It would not have stopped it from moving forward.
No, and the thing that's
especially since people in the laboratory were creating it.
Right. Yes. Yeah. And we know that now too. So anyway, this is back to all that again. It's just one of those things that it's all based on emotion, and this is what you just heard is what tribalism sounds like.
Yeah. Yeah. This was at Coleyville Middle School. And like you said, Bubba, this was a private conversation, but this is a conversation that they were having in the hallway. And at the very end there, when she starts to say that about the conservative Christians need to get COVID and die, it's like the other two that are standing there realize, she's about to say something real bad here, and we're on tape. And so she jumps in with that comment, I'm going to see my boyfriend. And the other teacher's like, oh, wow. And they're just covering, and so that's what that was. She knew. She said the quiet part out loud, basically.
She did.
Yeah.
And
what I'm saying is she wasn't up at a meeting talking to the public.
No.
But I mean, she did say it. I'm not saying she didn't say it.
Because at a meeting she would have lied. What you heard there is how she really feels. That's when you actually get the truth when you hear these kind of conversations, as opposed to the one I prepared to sound a certain way.
The good news for her, Lord tarries, we're all going to die. So
Well,
we're all walking down that path, dear.
I'll go back to what Greg said in the break, and my heart breaks for those who have died of this, just like it breaks if they die of cancer or of pneumonia or car wrecks or whatever it is. But really, honestly, if you want to kill conservative Christians, COVID is not the way to go, because most of us have not been or would not be killed by it. The percentage of death is so low. If you're trying to eradicate a certain worldview and a certain type of people, COVID really isn't the way to go.
No.
There you go. It's not all that effective trying to kill people. Yeah.
And you mentioned the tribalism that's going on now. We've got, vaccinated versus unvaccinated. You got Christians versus non-Christians. And this kind of stuff isn't happening in Russia and in China. They love this stuff. So let's just keep getting fractured and fragmented and weaker, and it's just great for countries and dictators like China and Russia.
Yeah, I've referred to that many times, Adler's H&D, hate and discontent. That's one of their greatest weapons against us, by the way.
Yep. Yeah. Well,
and social media has been a absolute windfall for them on this.
Well, the thing I think this most misunderstood when we start talking about things that what's important and what's not important. In the worldly realm, I'm not talking about the spiritual realm, because that's quite clear. And we do know how this is going to end. And it's almost like when I see the spiritual situation, it's pretty simple for me to go, well, I guess if this is going to happen, and I believe it's going to happen, I guess I need to prepare myself for when it happens. Mm-hmm. There's kind of an odd concept. But when it comes to these invasions and all this stuff, as many people said throughout history, you can sit here in this constitutional republic, but these pieces of paper and all these rights that are supposed to be guaranteed to you and all these freedoms, as we've seen, they're only as good as you're willing to defend them.
Yep.
As your will to defend them. If you can't defend them or you won't defend them, then they can be taken away. No one comes in and says, "Oh no, I can't get past that piece of paper where y'all wrote down some stuff and agreed on it." You have to be willing to say, no, this is a freedom that I've been given, and I will fight to retain it and keep it. And if you don't, then somebody can come take it away. They don't grab for it and go, oh, I didn't see that Constitution laying there. I guess I won't grab it.
Yeah.
You sometimes you have to be willing to say, no, this is something I'm willing to defend and fight to retain.
Yeah.
It's only as good as you're willing to defend it. So I don't know, and it's gonna. And you look right now, and then you get the somebody needs to do something. Well, you're supposed to do something. You got to be proactive, because a lot of times when you're reactive, you're chasing. You're chasing
Mm-hmm.
now.
Yep. Yeah, that's exactly what's happened.
Yeah, we've all had that happen. Yeah. When once something gets rolling downhill, it's so much harder to move back up the hill.
Yeah, already.
It's better to get on top of the hill and push it down the other side.
Yeah,
hey, it's up on the peak, and we better get it before it starts coming down this way.
Here you go.
Oh, well, now it's rolling. Now go get it. Nah, thanks. Would have preferred to push it when it was up there.
Back to the old saying, the cat's out of the bag. Yeah. Trying to get the cat back in the bag is a job, buddy. But you better have welding gloves.
But and I think there are some people, it is funny because, as we've said before, some of the people that claim to be all loving and all caring live like some of the meanest people that you've ever encountered, and I've seen that firsthand, as I know you guys have too. But I think there are people in America that will look at the situation and just say, well, whatever happens to Ukraine, I don't care. I mean, and what does that have to do with what I'm doing today?
Yep.
And that's short-sighted because it might seem that way in the beginning.
You could say selfish.
Yeah.
And self-centered.
Yeah. But I mean, but you can't go all over the world, I know, solving everybody's problems. I understand that. But these kind of problems, if you look at world history, they're not just the problem of the people that are in the direct line of fire from the overreaching, tyrannical, evil dictatorships of world history. All of this does affect everybody.
Yeah, well,
Rick, and it's naive to think it doesn't.
Rick, that's like saying the Germans invading Poland in 1939 didn't affect the United States.
That's what I was thinking.
It really did in a big way.
Right. Yeah.
And maybe if we'd have been more proactive sooner, it wouldn't have been as damaging to everybody.
Yeah, no doubt. It took us a while to come around on that in World War II. And eventually what finally got our attention. When
it comes home.
When it comes home.
Yep.
We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll go phone trolling next on anything that you want to talk about. 866-WE-BE-BIG. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And at the end of every show, I find myself in my car smoking a cigar saying, I love when a plan comes together.
With a glove on.
And I pity the food, don't I? Bubba just told me, my gosh, Mr. T's going to be on Dancing with the Stars. Is that
Charo?
He's still
going to be
with
on there?
Charo? Charles got to be, how old is she?
She's 80.
I mean,
remember her? She was on with Johnny Carson because it was
Carson,
funny.
man.
She would stand up, scream coochie coochie, and do all that.
Play that guitar and go crazy. She can play. She can play guitar.
Oh yeah,
she can really play. She can really play.
She
was chicka booming back when I was a kid.
Chicka
boom.
Well, you know, she got out there and did something.
Coochie and all this
Greg,
weird
for some
stuff.
reason, I'm not sure that's
Is that-
exactly
no,
what
that's what she would
said.
say. It's a
She would
Spanish
say
thing.
I'm uncomfortable for some
Yeah,
reason.
well,
I
somebody
don't
took
know
that
why.
and made it
None of
bad.
us
That was
like
just
it.
her battle cry.
Bad.
She
So-
had that heavy accent. You
La
could hardly
cucaracha?
understand her.
She's
but-
definitely on there.
Now she was a Tonight Show staple.
Oh,
I mean, yeah.
Remember he'd be talking to her, she'd just stand up and start acting a fool.
So, but she's old.
Yeah, she's got to be, Rick.
No, I mean, we've had old people on Dancing
Johnny
with the
Carson was very funny.
The weird one was going to be David Ross.
I'm sorry?
MLB World Series, won the title in 2013 with the Red Sox. He's on there too, a former MLB guy.
How about that?
When did they announce that yesterday?
I think so.
I didn't see
believe
the
so.
story. So not
I
that
don't know.
I don't watch that show.
I'm
but
not very
Betty
confident
watches
Mr.
it, so.
T's dancing ability.
There
I
he
don't know,
is.
maybe
That,
it's just
that
me.
can't be T. What is
That's
he done
not
with his-
him. Can't be.
That's the
him.
picture.
Wow,
He's 64 now.
But look, he's leaned out.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, he got off him.
He said he pitied the fool who tried to dance against him.
Does anybody remember the first time? Does anybody remember the first time we ever saw Mr. T?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Rocky 3.
No.
That's when I saw it.
The bouncer competitions that they had on like ABC Sports or whatever.
Yes, they had this bouncer competition. They had the obstacles like that. They had bust through a door and all this stuff in a certain amount of time. And he won it.
Yeah.
And
He won the barroom bouncer competition. Mr. T.
And then he was his
And then-
first
and he
acting
was
role.
Clubber Lang.
And then
Clubber Lang.
Sylvester Stallone saw that.
He
and
was
said, hey.
he was
Oh, he's an excellent Clubber Lang.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Y'all made his prediction for the fight.
Pain. See this, we've talked a lot about how one of the most confusing things is that the love trumps hate people and the bleeding hearts and the all emotional and all caring and all loving far left actually can be some of the most vicious, mean people you'll ever encounter. Another example today, ex-Clinton volunteer has lost the job after taking a shot, of all things, at the widow of the fallen Navy SEAL, which some people are saying was a moment that America will never forget, honoring the widow of a Navy SEAL who gave his life trying to get information that would help us in the war on terrorism, and did get information that has helped us going forward, died doing the job for the country that he actually volunteered to do. And she stands up in over 2-minute applause, you would think, by everyone. You would think if there's any place that politically we could put up our garbage and just sit there and be Americans, it would be this moment. But now Dan, is it Grillo?
I think Grillo's how you would say it. Grilo.
Yeah, he actually put out. Now keep in mind, didn't say to somebody like in a room he was in.
Right.
Had to get out there on social media.
Of course.
And say, sorry, Owen's wife, you're not helping yourself or your husband's memory by standing there and clapping like an idiot. Trump just used you. Now, I don't know how vicious and wicked, and really, I'll use their term that they seem to act like they're afraid of, even though they don't practice it, mean, to say to a widow whose husband just died in the last month or so.
Yeah.
Okay, that somehow that she was standing there clapping like an idiot. Now, can anybody imagine what would be going on if someone in the Trump campaign had put something out like this concerning the same recognition of anything? It could be anything at Hillary Clinton's speech if she was recognizing people for some tragic situation they found themselves
or
in.
Obama or anybody
Or
else.
Obama. Can you imagine what it'd be like? They made this ask that life didn't start today. They try to keep the sun from coming up.
Yeah.
I mean, if something like this were to happen, but yet this is the thing that we say that's the life truth that none of us can get around. It's very convicting. It's convicting to me. It should be convicting to everyone. What you actually do is who you really are, and it's also what you really believe.
Right.
So I can do propaganda. I can come up with sound bites, and I can say, well, you better be careful how you say this. But in the moment when I'm angry, if I'm tired or I'm upset, or that's when I'll finally tell you who I really am. You've heard. There's the phone show music for you coming down 9 minutes to the top, and the lines are available. You do not have to talk about Ukraine if you don't want to in this segment. It does not have a theme. This is a phone show, and the phone show means talk about whatever you want. A lot of topics coming in and a quick amount of time. 30 seconds a pop, and at 30 seconds, the old buzzer will sound. Your time on the program will be done. Someone else will have their opportunity, and then 30 seconds again. Now, if you do a meaningless shout-out, shameless plug, then those will be instant buzzers. But you see, if you're new to the program, it's all about let's keep it moving. You know, we're not bogging down. It's questions, comments, and we're rolling. And any topic is on the table, not just one. So you've been placed in charge of programming the Rick and Bubba Show for a segment. So David and Prattville will get us started. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. David, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, David.
I just wanted to say I got two things real fast. Now that we got a war amongst us, we got a theme song, Edwin Starr, War. That should be every day. If y'all give an update, y'all should start off with playing Edwin Starr's War. And always remember, cold toilet seats are better than hot ones. Roll Tide.
Okay. We already have a war theme. Won't be changing it. All right. So Seth and Fort Payne. Seth, 30 seconds. Go. There's room for you if you want to come on in.
Green Acres, guys.
Thank you
welcome.
for the call, buddy. Thank you, sir. What's on your mind?
Curious about you guys' opinion on the primary for the Senate race coming up. Wondering, you ain't got to tell me who you're going to vote for, but curious about your opinions on, Katie Britt, Mo, and anybody else running. That's all. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, buddy. I don't really have an opinion. I'm not trying to avoid it. I think that probably any of them, if they win, I'll vote for them against the Democrat.
Yeah. We really probably would stay out of it at this level. I don't think you're going to see a big difference in how they would vote overall. Maybe leadership levels or styles may be a little bit different. But I think, as far as just a voting record, Rick, any of them that I'm aware of in the race would shadow our thoughts pretty closely.
Sometimes I'll just, and this is just my own quirk, if I think somebody's been serving us long enough, I'll try to try something, just a new face or a new name.
Well, you don't think it ought to be a lifetime job. I don't either, and I think you should go and do your thing, and then at some point go home. I don't know exactly how long that is, but I don't want lifetime politicians on my side or the other side of the aisle.
But I have no real passion for any of them. I think they're all pretty much about the same when it comes down to how they vote, on the bigger issues. So anyway, so no real opinion. I will say I think the new guy who served our country is kind of cool. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The helicopter pilot.
I like the helicopter guy.
He got in this a little bit late, and I'm anxious to see. I haven't seen any polling lately about how that's running. The earlier polling I saw had Mo Brooks ahead with Katie second, I believe, and then I think Mike Durant, is that his name?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I don't think he was even in it at that point. So I don't know how that will affect. But,
yeah. Well, Mo Brooks has got a lot of money, and Katie Britt's got all Richard Shelby's money. So I mean that's all those PACs are behind her now. So and she was there as his chief of staff for a while, or whatever.
So. Yep.
So anyway, so those two have the most money, and so they get to run the most ads. So we'll see. Let's go to Jordan. Jordan, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
What's on your mind?
Monkey grass and Green Acres.
Thank you for the call, buddy. So what's up?
Yeah, I was listening to the archive yesterday, and I got to say, when you were talking about the restroom, it explains why I saw Rick coming in from the parking lot with a shovel and a roll of toilet paper.
That's funny.
There you go.
Kayla, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. I just wanted to let y'all know that I love listening to y'all every morning. I am 33 years old, so no, I ain't been listening for a long time, but I am glad that I can listen to somebody that will give me the real news instead of fake news. And God bless you guys, and I hope you have a long and prosperous life.
Well, thank you very much. How kind of you to call. Thank you. That's a great motivator.
I think
for
she
us.
said live long and prosper.
I
Rick.
think so. Thank you very
Didn't
much.
know she was Vulcan.
Let's go to Daddy.
Thank you. That's a very sweet call.
It
Thank
is.
you.
Daddy and Oxford. It says Daddy.
Morning, guys.
Is it Danny?
Love you.
All right, go ahead, Danny. I'm sorry.
Hi, love you guys. Y'all do an excellent job. But I do have a problem with the wheel of meat. If you're going to have a wheel of meat, meat should be the largest prize on the wheel. I'll listen to what you got to say. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
We have a lot of flour winners on the Wheel of Meat.
Yeah.
And that hasn't gone totally unnoticed. So.
No. I don't know. I think we need whatever we have to do.
Meat.
Whatever process we have to go through, we need to have less options on the wheel that are flours.
Doesn't it have more meats than anything, though?
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 meats, and one
Henry,
2,
There's 3 flours.
3 flours. Yeah, there's more meats than flours.
And a cord bag.
Yeah, so it is the one that's on there the most.
It is.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
So there.
So there.
yeah.
So in your in your face, Daddy.
So Lady Luck has to decide the winner.
Thank you.
Right.
I mean,
Right. Yeah.
if I can use that.
Okay.
phrase.
Well, how about
Lady Luck
this?
and Speedy.
How about this? I needed that.
Yeah.
That makes me feel better.
Maybe look at the
But
wheel
you know what?
before you call.
A good question, and I'm glad we were able to look into it.
Well, Rick, how about this? Let's say to Rick, too, not only should the caller look at the wheel, Rick should look at it. So there you go.
It took me about 7 seconds to come up with it.
Yeah, I know. Well, you can see it. We have to turn around.
Sure.
Of course, Rick, it's been in the studio a long time, buddy. Back to you. You in the other studio with it.
How about the wheel of shirt? It's got one of them.
Greg, watch your mouth there. Dwayne, 30 seconds. Go ahead. I wasn't sure where that was going. Yeah. All right.
I've been wondering this. Why does Greg not like anything? He don't believe on anything. This morning they was talking about a baby being born at 22. Greg don't believe it. Does he believe in Santa Claus? Does he believe in the Easter Bunny?
All I'm
he
saying.
He would never be invited to a Christmas party because he would tell all the kids that Santa Claus is not real.
Listen, all I'm saying, and you follow me on this. Everybody in this world wants to be sharp.
Right.
You're telling me when that baby came out that if it was 219, 223, 224, that as Doc to be sharp, go, let's go 222.
Yeah, well, I would tell Dwayne, I've heard your answer. You're saying that this awareness you have it's not really a blessing.
No, I'm not happy about
It's a curse, and you wish you were as gullible as the rest
Y'all
of us.
try to believe everything right out of the box.
Right.
And
So you
some
wish you
things
could live
are
your
just-
life as gullible as Dwayne.
I've figured out that 75% of the information out there is completely full of it. It's not true. You just got to pay attention. But we all want a good little story. Always born at 222. Probably not.
Right. Yeah. And
the doctor's gonna make that.
And Dwayne wants to believe that kind of stuff.
Yeah, you can tell me they counted it right down. They said it was around that. Let's call it that.
Oh yeah, great.
Sharp.
But I'll tell you what, I would have liked to have a 222.
Yeah, there you go.
Whatever it was. A bunch of titties.
Y'all continue to fall for everything. That's on you.
Right. But Dwayne may like his little gullible life.
He may,
and that's all right.
I convince Dwayne.
Yeah. Most people named Dwayne, I really usually agree with you. I'm not sure that's his real name.
Yeah, good point, right?
It sounded more like a Phil. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Said before, when you get in a tough situation, it doesn't create character; it just reveals it, whether it's there or it's not.
Now, his account after this, he followed up by saying he apologized for what he called a poorly worded tweet. His account then went private, then was deleted completely. Although his tweets had already been captured and saved by other Twitter users, his LinkedIn page says he works as a principal for a Chicago-based company called Liberty Advisor Group. But as of Wednesday morning, his profile page on the site had been deleted, and the company later confirmed that an employee had sent what they called an offensive and inappropriate tweet regarding the Gold Star family.
So, and then Donald Trump Jr. Called the tweet an example of what we just said, of hatred from the other side, meaning, once again, here's another person from this political point of view that shows you how mean they can truly be. And I will tell you, we've experienced this ourselves. It is vicious. I mean, it doesn't even matter if it's true.
Well, do you remember, because he basically was saying that, Trump's rolling all this out to take advantage of the situation and whatever, but do you remember during the political season, we had the Muslim family, and Trump even got into
Yeah, the
a deal
gold
with
star
them
member.
about it, and they tried to make a big deal out of it. So the fact of rolling out people who have lost loved ones in making your political point is not new or not one side or the other.
No. Well, and I think really, and now it would be bad, but it wouldn't be as bad. This is the thing that you have to remember when you see how they vilify and how angry and wicked some of these far left people get. This person couldn't even control themselves by simply saying,
right.
I really hate to see Donald Trump use a military wife's tragedy to try to somehow advance his speech. Okay. Well, that's still kind of bad, but see, they don't do that. Clapping like an idiot. They throw stuff like that
exactly.
in that just makes it, oh, wow.
Yeah.
I mean, who would ever say that she made an idiot of herself? Now, if you want to say you don't like, of course, now back to Bubba's point, you're being inconsistent because both parties always use examples of people's personal lives being affected by things to make a point. They've all done that. Mm-hmm. And if you don't like that, then you can say, I don't really like when they do that. Okay. Well, that's still
but both sides do.
Yeah, both sides do it.
But also she chose to be a part of it, so she wasn't offended.
No, I don't. I don't agree with that point. What I'm saying is,
I know what you're saying. You don't have to do it the way he did.
Yeah, if you just make that point, you're kind of offensive. But when you start using terms like standing there clapping like an idiot,
No, if y'all really want to be disgusted about this entire thing, go watch what Michael Moore did on Chris Matthews' show yesterday. That'll make you sick.
I'm gonna tell you that son of a gun.
What did he do? Same type stuff.
So, he's talking about this. I mean, it's his exact words. That's why she's there as sort of an FU to the people who are criticizing him for this. And this poor woman, this widow who lost her husband, she is in desperate grief right now. And to use that to put another notch on his belt and what he is thinking about my ratings. He said, he's record applause. I'm going to get an Emmy for this. Most applause for Dead Soldier on my watch. I mean, he just went on and on. It was one of the most disgusting things, I think. And, of course, Chris Matthews sitting there just eating it up. And I'm thinking, are you guys serious right now?
Well, but again, it all does just show who they really are.
He called it the sickness of the man.
Look,
I'm just like, you got to be kidding me.
Well, back to this again.
Short memory for everybody, I think.
Yeah.
Well, and I even heard someone say yesterday that if Trump wanted to make this political, he could have went into the story about how he passed away and what actually the mission that actually took place and those type of things, but he didn't. He used it to honor her and left it at that, and it wasn't political at all. So,
well, for me, regardless of party, it was a reminder to anyone, any American. What really happens when people go out and put their life, and Trump even quoted the scripture about that the Bible says and Jesus said there is no greater love than he who lays down his life for his brother, and that's really was the point of it. Now, if you want to say, and I don't really have a problem with this, I really wish that these types of things wouldn't be done by any politician.
Right,
been fine. I really don't have a problem with that. But what Michael Moore and Bubba made the point, the problem is when a president that he supports does the same thing for the American people, I won't even accuse them of having ulterior motives, then he should dislike that as well. And at least you're consistent. But to Greg's point now, back to the 18 format, and that is that she was not made to be there. She could have said, it's too soon, I decline. What I'm going to guess, any of us in this room that has gone through tragedy of a loved one, I think there's nothing really more healing than when people say what happened to your loved one matters.
Yeah.
It made a difference.
Yeah.
I don't know that there's anything that heals you more than that. So she probably took the invitation for that reason, because as difficult as it was for her, you saw her looking to her husband, and the applause that this fool made fun of was her saying, here, I want you to see your country appreciates what you did, and I love you, and you're being honored. Your death was not in vain. Now, most people could figure that out if they weren't so mad and angry and more concerned about vilifying a political party than actually looking at what's really going on with a real human being involving her real husband.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 7 minutes past the hour. Let's go. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. Team Rick and Bubba, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. Everybody's here. Feel that Paul, their cup is overflowing. All God's people. Hey. Welcome back for another hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for letting us do what we do.
Oh, and y'all hit the chorus one time?
Sure.
Higher power. We lions, not cowards. We the choir. We the champions. Throw flowers. Power. We stronger. We louder. We the choir. We the champions. Throw flowers. All right, so Bubba, to start the hour, we got a couple of other stories we're about to unpack.
Rick,
anything going on in Ukraine?
Major League Baseball. You know, it really, you haven't heard a lot about this story.
No, yeah.
But, you know, we've got a labor agreement problem, and Major League Baseball is saying that if an agreement is not reached by Monday, we got the weekend then Monday, that the 2022 season will be shortened.
You got a lot of people reporting for spring training. I know the minor league guys are on Monday.
Management had maintained
I know about
that
baseball.
the deadline for the deal would not allow the season to start as scheduled on March 31st. Players have not said if they will accept that time frame.
You ain't got anything. So you're the big ooh guy.
I know. I just said ooh.
I mean, you're the king
that was
of ooh.
good, actually. It's pretty good. I wish you would have held out ooh a little bit longer. Like ooh,
I know about baseball.
Yeah.
So does this mean? I mean, you say Monday, right? Monday's the cutoff?
Yep, Monday
by the end of Monday.
Is the cutoff. Major League Baseball had proposed a minimum for this year of $640,000. Players have asked for $775,000, with $30,000 jumps each season hereafter. There also appears to be no movement on the key issue of luxury tax threshold and rates or size of the bonus pool for pre-arbitration players. So we got all kind of labor issues.
Sounds complicated. Sounds like can't really solve it by Monday.
Yeah, it don't look like it.
Well, you know, baseball paid a price that last time they struck it. It took a while to get it back.
Yeah, people mad about it.
This will probably help NASCAR.
Yeah.
They have a lot of spring sports. Let me tell you what. Let me tell you who may be the real winner here. USFL and XFL.
That's true.
There you go.
That's true.
It's just, look, I know, and they have a right to get all they can get, and I got that. And I know baseball generates a lot of money. But it's just hard when you say that they're not happy with a minimum wage, basically, of a major league player at $640,000 a year. They just can't get by. They need it to be $775,000. I know. Look, I know we're talking about different scale. I'm for getting all you can. That's
of course,
fine.
yeah.
That's fine, but it's just, boy, I know how that sounds to people going to work today that hates their job.
Well, that's the point.
It's more than that, though.
Well,
disagreement.
That's one.
Yeah, but the guy who's going to the dock today,
That's
Oh no, I'm just saying that
that's
there's
all
three,
they hear is they want more money.
There's
That's
three
right. That's
factors, and it has to do with owners and
they're wrong
large
when they think
markets
that, too.
and small markets.
Yeah, well, that's the
profit sharing.
That's the
blah, blah, blah.
luxury
That's the
tax
biggie.
and
Yeah.
where it kicks in and what the rate's going to be.
Oh, they want to go to 4 strikes instead of 3.
Yeah, well,
I'm actually up for. I hope this drags out and we get a shortened season.
Y'all?
Because
It's too
162
long.
games is too long anyway. And the COVID year was fantastic because we only got about 60 games. That was perfect.
Let's be honest. You're all over this, and I'm going to agree with you.
Look, I say keep the negotiations going for about 3 or 4 more weeks.
I agree with you. I don't need more than 60 baseball games.
That's true.
And I'm going to
miss
tell you this. I don't like the way life was for the pandemic, but I really enjoyed that one college football season. The way it was handled. I want
You
the
talking about
crowd.
all SEC games?
Yeah, I want the stadium full, but I just want to play SEC games.
I'll meet you halfway at 81.
Yeah. Still a
Let's do
lot.
that.
Let's go 75.
I'll take that.
81's a lot.
Yeah, it is.
160 is an awful lot.
162 is a lot of baseball.
That's an awful lot. That's, you know what you do?
That's
You go
a lot of entertainment.
You go
right
to the
there.
ballpark, you spend a fortune, and you think to yourself, the players don't even seem like this game mattered. And you look at you and go, because it really didn't.
Yeah,
I
because,
mean,
we're
yeah,
not
let's
even-
try to win that. How about this? In baseball, this can happen. Oh man, that didn't work out. Let's try to win that one tonight. Not tomorrow. Tonight.
Tonight. Yeah.
We'll play one earlier in the day, play one later.
Yeah.
We'll play 2 in one day.
We'll get the second one today.
Yeah, that's. But it's. But I'm not talking about.
I just don't want to see.
It is more complicated, and I know all that. And if I was a major league player, I'd probably be on the side of the players, no question. Yeah. But what I'm saying is, but then there's the public relations side of it is nobody's going to take the time to think it through. All they're going to hear is spoiled professional athletes who get to play. I can already hear it.
Again.
I can already hear it. It's going to be on second shift, going into third shift. And all of those blue collar hardworking folks are going to be sitting there saying this. They get to play a child's game. You ever heard that? How many times you ever heard that?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, and there's some truth to that, but that's all you're going to hear. And if I'm trying to sell the sport of baseball to a nation that really lost it as its pastime, I just don't need this. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah,
if I'm in charge of selling tickets, I don't need this.
Yeah.
And with us trying to get back to normal, quote unquote, after the COVID years, this is kind of bad timing because we're just now moving back into what feels like normal for everybody.
Right. Yep.
It just seems really bad timing on their part.
Speedy's mad.
No,
He
I'm
is.
good.
Well, Greg, he knows baseball.
I'm mad that
He's a
you didn't
baseball
see
guy.
it.
No,
Well,
I
it's
did.
not that I know baseball. I just want to make sure we're telling the whole
Hey,
story.
Buster only. Back off.
Can I ask you a
the
question?
guys that's
Oh,
been
wow.
dancing,
Yeah.
you should have heard him to dancing to the song that we came out to because they were showing it earlier.
Oh
and
my
he was like,
goodness. He danced a lot.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question on this because I don't follow it that close?
Ask Speedy. He knows.
The
That's good.
You want us to just be quiet? You just talk to Speedy?
Yeah, go ahead.
Tim Kirchin, what you think?
like, do the major league players get paid at all during this, or is it a complete work stoppage? They don't get paid either.
Speedy?
I don't know.
I think what I read, Bubba, is
I
they
just
get
wanna
paid
make sure-
during the regular season only, per day, per game. Is how they're
So
paid.
if they're not
So if
if
it's
they're
a-
not suiting up and playing, they don't get paid.
correct. Yeah, there are guys
Speedy, you
right
agree with
now. There, Speedy, I'm gonna say something. And you can tell me if I'm right
No,
here. See, there are guys like, for instance, Freddie Freeman. We don't even know if he's going to be an Atlanta Brave or not because he hasn't been able to negotiate his contract because of this
the
work.
lockout.
And there's a lot of guys like that.
Well, not a lockout, but work stoppage, I guess you'd say, at this point. So, like, we've had friends who have signed new contracts this year that are going to be very good for them. They're not getting paid.
Correct.
That'd be right.
Until they start. Until they get all this hashed out.
That hurts.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be voting to open up spring training.
Sure.
By the way,
I just got a big raise.
Oh yeah, me too. By the way, I just got a great statement.
Hey, let's go to Florida, guys. Here we go.
Yeah, here we go. Come on.
Who wants to go? I'm driving. Come on.
Speedy, you okay with that?
Huh? Is it true they're going to let you throw the ball and get people out like we're doing football?
Yeah.
When you hit the runner around the base?
That'd be good.
Didn't you just love that?
Oh, chime in.
Come on, get in there.
What are you and Rob Manfred doing for lunch, Speedy?
We'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up. Stay close.
If that's okay with Speedy.
You're right. More baseball. That's right, Speedy?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And so that's what's so twisted about it. They're so politically motivated they can't even step back and just say, oh, here's what's going on here.
And I think it is important as American citizens, taxpayers, to see these people that we are sending into harm's way and know that that they're real people. And we should use those considerations very carefully when we decide to go to war and engage somebody in a deadly
to Bubba's
conflict.
point, do any of y'all know about this story if it's not brought up during the speech? No, we don't. And the American sniper wife, and I forget her name, she was interviewed basically wanting to comment about what Michael Moore said. And she said, look, there is no greater way to honor her husband than to be at that with the greatest office in the land in front of all those people for her kids who are witnessing it.
Yep.
And her to praise her husband is just what more would you want to do?
Watching your country applaud your husband and your children watching their dad being applauded. I mean, who can't get that? Now, again, if Barack Obama or Hillary Clinton would have taken the same wife, set her in the same spot, and had the same recognition. Now, if that bothers you, at least you're being consistent.
Yeah.
But if it only bothers you because Trump recognized her, then you have no credibility.
See, there's two things I wish we would put to rest. I am fine with widows of fallen service people being recognized, and I'm okay with presidents playing golf. Okay, it doesn't matter about their party. It's okay for them to play golf as long as they've checked everything off for the day. They got the football with them. It's okay for them to hit a round of golf.
Well, just consistency.
Yeah,
and again,
on either side.
Right. We'll be back.
Well.
Wow, that's hard to hear.
Well, they were losing it, wasn't they?
I call this the Trump effect. It's going to cause a wave of people, and we're seeing this not only nationally but in local elections too. And to some degree, I think it's good that you're going to see a lot of people who are celebrities who think they can be president now and will at least toy with the idea of running.
Well, Oprah in an interview said, when I thought about running for president, all I ever thought about, even with all the influence that I've been given, is that I don't have any expertise at being president. I may not be qualified to be president, but once Donald Trump won, I'm thinking to myself, maybe not having experience and not knowing all that much about politics and how to actually be a president doesn't really matter as long as you can use your influence to get people to vote for you. And she's looking at the influence that she has been given, and she thinks, could I put together a presidential run using the influence of my media footprint, and then I, too, could actually be the first female president because of the ability to use what I've been given and influence to get myself elected.
Well, like I say, I think a lot of people are going to toy with that idea. I don't know what kind of president Oprah would be. I have a feeling I wouldn't be exactly in line with a lot of her politics.
No,
but,
we would not.
But I think, and we've joked about it on this show, half the people in our town that do radio morning shows now were guests on our show before they became their own host, and I think a lot of them just said, hey, apparently we've been there, anybody can do it.
Right. Well, when you see us doing what we do, it does make you think that you can do it.
Yeah.
Because I think we give a lot of people hope.
Right.
I mean,
Rick, that's what I want to do is give people hope every day and maybe a chuckle.
Now, what Oprah is missing?
Maybe not in that order.
If you heard the way she said it, she's kind of making fun of Trump the whole time. Like, well, hey, if he
I got that.
And then also she's missing the fact that it's not Trump that everybody was voting for. It was the movement and what he stood for and what he was saying. It was not necessarily the man. Trump.
Right. Well,
it was his platform and the movement he created.
But she does
saying
have
things that no politicians ever said before.
I understand what she's saying and why she's saying it, and I stand behind the fact. I think a lot of people will look at that. But what she doesn't understand, what the demos don't understand, and what a lot of the Republicans to some degree don't understand, the media certainly doesn't understand, the situation of the Republicans not standing up to Obama created this Trump situation. And Trump said the things that middle America, the flyover states, believed in their heart. They could not believe how far to the left this country had been pushed by a president, and they revolted. And they didn't want just somebody who spoke for them and was conservative and shared their values. They wanted a bulldozer. They wanted a hand grenade to throw.
Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. You can reach us. We'll get to some more of your phone calls before the hour is up. Here we go, say. I was scared of all the things I'd done. It's all right, it's all right, it's all right, it's all right now. So I saw something very, very interesting comment, and I agree with the person who made the comment. This is a great one. When you're looking at all this stuff that's going on in the world, and you look to the bigger picture, it was fear of COVID that got them out of the church. Maybe it'll be fear of Russia and China that puts them back in the church. Yeah. So anyway, let me tell you, as we talked about in yesterday's Bible study, these things are not out of control; they're under His control. So we have other things to talk about. But Bubba, you said that on the line is an American icon.
He's standing there in his underwear, Rick.
Who is it, Bubba? It's Naked Cowboy. Naked Cowboy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Wonderful. How are you guys?
Doing great.
How's the world of the Naked Cowboy?
Very wonderful. This would have been our 22nd year together.
So
last year was COVID, and I'm on my way to Mardi Gras, and of course I think of you every time I come through here, and I talk about you every day because people say, "Oh, I heard you on Rick and Bubba."
We get that.
We get a lot of those videos. We appreciate the love
all the time. Now we have to ask something uncomfortable. Are you standing outside of the old studio right now?
No. I want to congratulate you on that, too. I see you went to a bigger place. I'm probably on Instagram, of course, so I see everything you're doing. I watch the Bible study, the messages every day. I'm trying to find religion.
Trying to find it? Well, look, we can help you with that. Now, we're not going to try to find religion. We're going to try to find Jesus, because if you go after religion, that you'll be in bad shape there. But you go find Jesus, and hey, it's life changing.
Yep. I love you guys. I believe everything you tell me.
Right. I was about to say the first thing Jesus might say is put some pants on.
Well, Rick, here's the good news. Spring's a coming. Okay?
Right. So are you there yet, or are you just rolling through our fair city?
I am seeing Skyland Boulevard. I'm somewhere near. I'm heading towards Tuscaloosa.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
West, but I'll get to New Orleans today and start, and I'll be there till Fat Tuesday.
Yeah. Do you ever fool with because if you know the real birthplace of Mardi Gras, it's actually Mobile, Alabama. I've
heard that. I think on I-10. Yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever been down there for everything they have going?
No, I've never been there, but many people tell me that. I've heard that many times, saying, "This ain't the real Mardi Gras. You got to,
Yeah, right. Yeah, I've heard that too.
Mobile.
Yeah, it's always somebody from Mobile that says that.
So, Naked, how's everything going in your world? Your conquest to be the most recognized and decorated entertainer on the planet. I would say you've taken giant steps that way.
Yeah, well, everything's the same. I've worked all through the pandemic. It was wonderful. I never missed a day. Of course, all my oyster sales, and we have Naked Cowboy oysters. We now have Naked Cowboy scallops as well on the menus. Over 700 restaurants in the United States, so that's still the big thing is the shellfish, basically. And I got arrested in Daytona last year for aggressive panhandling. That lawsuit's going to go through, and I'll be back there on the 4th. It'll be my 3rd time there. Since then, it was just a little. I don't know what you call it, just a little a rookie police officer getting a little crazy.
Yeah, if you think about you in the term, excessive panhandling, it just sounds like a terrible pun.
Yeah,
that's
doesn't seem to match up.
No, it doesn't. So, but you can come back.
No, I went back the very next weekend.
Oh, okay.
This time, yeah.
So you're not banned from there or anything.
No, in fact, I was a hero's welcome when I came back. All the store, the guitar company gave me a free guitar, and they did it on the news. And
all right.
She broke my guitar when she was throwing me around. It was fun, actually.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So be careful, at Mardi Gras, and and keep us updated what's going on, and any way we can help you on your journey, like you've helped us on ours, we'll be there to help you.
All right, and thanks for everything, and again, congratulations on your success, and I love you guys, and I miss you, and Speedy, you too.
Well,
guys have a great one.
Hey, you too, Naked, and have a great trip, and thanks for always pointing people to Rick and Bubba.
We always get a lot of
great
feedback from people that run into Naked Cowboy, and I'm just glad, Rick, we've been able to do, and it's a whole different level, but our little part of the world, that we've been able to do what we have done with our pants on.
That's a good thing.
It is, and there's always that thing that creeps in. You hate when it happens. What could have been?
Yeah. You can't waste time asking what if.
And I was on that road, and you kind of veered me off of it, maybe go another way. But you look back and think, where would we be now?
So, Bubba,
that was that Friday deal I had to deal with.
You were reminiscing through pictures the other day, Bubba. You came up on a bunch of them, and you were coming in here showing us all the stuff you found.
Yeah.
I was doing the same thing through the move. You just open a box, you're like, oh, wow, what's this? And the pictures of the first time he came to our flagship market, and I rode around with him.
Yeah,
and
I remember that.
Good night a lot. And he told me in that station van, this is my goal. This is what I'm going to do.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, good night.
Well, make a note. Everybody make a note for an upcoming edition of the Giant Game of Rick and Bubba Knowledge. Right? Rick and Bubba met the Naked Cowboy on what TV show?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And if you want me to, I won't even give the answer.
Yeah, well,
no, don't.
But that's a good one, isn't it? That's a good one to drop. You'll see that. You'll see that on the next edition.
That was a long time ago, by the way.
It sure was
a long time ago.
By the way, always a little uncomfortable when somebody goes by the window talking to themselves.
Yeah,
well, that's the thing with the earphones.
Oh, is that person
now.
talking on the phone?
Yeah,
okay, good.
They've got earpiece.
Because I've seen it before when there was no earpiece.
Well, as disturbing as that is, when you see somebody, you think they're talking to themselves, but you don't hear anything. When they have the headphones in, they're actually talking to themselves with nobody there, and it does seem weird.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Because
sometimes you just move your lips, but when they're actually vocalizing, you go, well, that's
it concerns you because we've all seen the person that is talking to themselves and has nothing to do with anything other than they're just talking to themselves.
Right.
And I always want to hear what they're saying because I think that's important.
Yeah, well, we all talk to ourselves on some level.
Yeah, so I talk to myself in here Monday through Friday.
Right, off every segment.
As I wander through the halls of this place. I tell you what. So anyway, off to Mardi Gras he goes. But y'all have all heard that thing too, don't you? I mean, I know you trying to go see your son play baseball this weekend. You've already discovered it.
Oh,
Mobile will tell you straight up. This is where it started.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when you look at some of the stuff involved in it, I don't know that you should be embracing it. But they'll tell you straight up. All that down there in Louisiana, we started. We started. And they'll always tell you that.
Right.
The minute somebody says that, you don't even have to ask where you're from. Because it's Mobile.
Yep.
All right, we'll come back. Bottom of the hour. We have...
some people say the Saints were supposed to be in Mobile.
Who told me that? Somebody from Mobile. All right, when we come back, we have a protesting high school student that may not completely understand everything in our country's history. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In this mess, and that's where we got Donald Trump.
No question, and don't forget the second part of what Bubba mentioned. Yes, it was the move to the left, but you know what else was in there? Was the other party standing by and letting it happen when Americans tried to give them enough power to stop more of it than they did. And the establishment Republicans paid a big price too and were rejected.
They tried to stop Trump too at every turn. He bulldozed over them. He bulldozed over the opposition. He did exactly what the mom and pops out there in Flyover America wanted done. And he is continuing to do that, and he needs to continue to do that because if he doesn't, they will change. They'll throw him on the bus just like they did Jeb Bush, just like they did the other Republicans running.
Well, how about this, though? Oprah versus Trump in the next election, we do want to see it. You talk about a race. Picture Oprah versus Trump.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. I mean, would that not be a blast for what we do for a living?
No. Well, anytime Trump's in it, it's an easy one. We know that.
She says she's not seriously considering it, but she says it does make you ponder that if you have the kind of footprint and the influence, and to Bubba's point he's made many times, which is true, our elections now, we think they're all American Idol, which I think helped Trump too.
Absolutely,
So-
it did.
so you-
he had a head start because people knew him from his reality show.
Right.
Yeah.
They didn't elect him because he was a real estate mogul and because he wrote Art of the Deal. Some people knew that. Some people had read it. I did many years ago. But they elected him because they saw the way he acted on The Apprentice, and they wanted that guy in the White House to shut down what they consider foolishness and a country out of control.
So in the way it is
Bottom
now,
line, it's really very simple.
and celebrity is our royalty here in this country.
Yep. Yeah.
So Oprah will probably be she probably. I'll tell you this. I think Oprah had a better shot to win the first female presidency than Hillary Clinton.
Oh, absolutely. If I was advising Hillary Clinton, you know what I would tell them to do? Get her a daytime talk show and work at it hard for the next 3 years, and then see what she looks like to the American public.
Yeah.
If she really wants to stay feasible and important. Gore went off and he isolated himself, and that hurt him really, I think, politically in a lot of ways.
We'll be back. Where did this box come from?
I think it came from the golden ticket seats
Today?
Today,
These people?
and
Including a young man wearing a little tiny horse head?
Yes, and I opened it up and I thought, you know what? If no one has seen this at this point, I think y'all probably ought to open it on the air.
So you have peered into the mystery box?
I have.
Okay. So you know what's coming here.
You do it, and we'll watch.
I just think it's this is
Speedy. You do
Go
it.
ahead.
show
It's got a
worthy.
better camera.
Of course you do. You can't have the two main hosts doing it.
Here's the thing.
Is this when we had a bomb threat?
There
Y'all
are
made me
things.
stay inside.
Yes.
There are things that come in this plaza every day, and what do we say? Is it show worthy? I looked in the box and I thought it was show worthy. I may be wrong, but I think it is.
All right.
Look,
So
scared
Speedy,
to death to open it.
Speedy, Helmsy looked in there.
Now, I think this is important. Before you look what's under the white paper,
Gotta read.
show the sign. No, show the sign that's made.
Let's see what
Because
the
I think
sign
this
says.
is a key.
All right, what does it say?
Says make Rick and Bubba great. That's underlined again.
All right, so there's the Trump campaign. Make Rick and Bubba great again. And inside the box, what did we find?
Oh my goodness.
It's Henry the horse.
Oh
The
my
head.
goodness.
There it is.
Oh my goodness.
There.
Henry rides again.
Henry rides again.
Oh,
What's
that tell you?
I mean, and you know,
I
and
know Adler's excited.
I know what family brought that in because they had a little colt with them.
He just dabbed.
Yeah, he just dabbed. look at little Henry back there. Look, there it is. How about this? Make Rick and Bubba great again, guys.
That'll do it.
I will say, have we seen? Look at the little one
I'm
back there.
sorry,
He's
but
put his on.
this is so much better. I didn't
Come
realize how
gallop
much
through
I
here,
missed
young man. Come, watch out. Be careful. Look, be careful. Look right here. Please look, Speedy. Look, you got a little colt out there. Speedy, you are missing this. Speedy, this physical humor. So Speedy. Well, I will say
You can
this.
tell there's no knee surgeries there.
Yeah. I will say this. Has one kid walked in here with a Hank the Hound head on?
No. And I got to tell you, just seeing Speedy with it on,
Yeah.
it makes it
new
gives
one.
me a
It's
feeling I hadn't had in a few weeks.
It's fresh. It's clean.
It is. It's a good new one. Do you
Look
realize?
at it.
Do you realize the audience? The audience is so desperate to bring Henry back.
They're bringing their own.
They're bringing their own.
Yeah. Well, they want to make the show great again.
Well, the audience has spoken.
Maybe Henry can run through today sometime.
Uh-oh. I think we got an issue on our
Well,
hands.
Hank the Hound can't be cool.
I think we got a major issue.
What's that? Hank the Hound has come out here. Hank. It is 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Here for you from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Thanks for being here. HelloFresh.com. Adelaide, I'm going to tell you again for the last time, you got to give Mother's Finest more. You need to give them more. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Go there right now. And I know there's a lot of us, we started the year always. I'll tell you what. I watched Bubba earlier. You could tell he made a commitment to only eat a few pork skins. And so then before you know it, it's getting away from you. And you know, you've opened up the second styrofoam box. So let's talk about, I warned you that they were good, by the way. But if you go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba and you're trying to do just a little bit better, you can, he says when he feels like he's going under the bus, he goes, like I go look at Big Boy, he stands behind the curtain. Yeah, but anyway.
He's disappeared.
He said it's a safe place. This is picture that, just picture the curtain being a wooded area.
Yeah.
And
Look at his feet.
Yeah, he's walking out there.
Look at his feet. Yeah. Is he facing us? Is that his belly sticking out, or is he facing away?
No. You're going to make him stand there longer with those kind of comments? All right, so if you go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba, let's say you're trying to do just a little bit better. Well, you know, you pick the menu items that work. They've seen the recipes. You prepare them. You got delicious food. There you go. So what about this? You can skip a week if you want to, customize it however you want to. Nothing warms up these long winter nights like cozy, comforting dishes. Look, have you tried this? Helmsy, I know you use HelloFresh.com.
Oh, yeah.
Have you tried the juicy beef tenderloin yet?
I don't think we have.
Oh. Will you order that next week y'all do it?
Yeah, we'll add that to the list.
Yeah, beef tenderloin. Now, are you a big fondue guy?
Not really.
But they have cheese fondue if you like that.
Yeah.
He loves
Amanda
cheese
does.
fondue.
I'm not a fan.
Yeah, but anyway, go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Fall in love with cooking at home again for a limited time. Take advantage of their exclusive. This is the President's Day sale that's been going on since President's Day. Go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Get 16 meals for free, plus 3 free gifts. Just use the code Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. 16 meals for free, plus 3 free gifts. So at HelloFresh.com. All right, so Bubba, you can come back now, buddy. It is a little safe space, isn't it? You like it in there?
Well, I didn't want to disturb you. I felt that I was about to get tickled, and I didn't want to disturb you during the day.
Speaking of tickle,
you did a good job.
What was going on in the break? You and Speedy over there.
Yeah, it was weird.
What were y'all doing?
Was he stretching? He was stretching. Maybe stretching something out.
Speedy is he's our in-house trainer. You know,
okay.
Speedy's worked on all of us from time to time on something.
Yeah.
You know, he loves to put his
Early
elbow
in
in
the
your back.
morning. He does.
At one point, he was hugging on you and stretching you, and then y'all were in some kind of back-to-back position where you were.
Something here on my shoulder.
Did I hear the phrase from Speedy, I can no longer wrap my arms around you?
Well, that's what we got to laughing.
Which I think is a country song.
It is.
I'm going to add that.
Write that down. Really, really do. I think it'll work. I can no longer wrap my arms around you.
Even though I tried.
All right.
Well, so has he got you feeling better? That's the most important thing.
He was stretching my shoulder for me because, you know, he's an expert in all that stuff.
Sure,
I mean, he does all that. I mean, y'all heard the people call in here before.
Yeah.
What was it, the wrestler that called in?
Oh, yeah. Look, but by the way, that one nearly hospitalized Ryan Greenwood.
Yeah, I bet.
When we started calling him Speedy's Magic Hands. All right, so we have the Year America thing right here. So let's listen to this. All right, so here is
of America.
And walking together through the. Here is a high school student protesting. Adler, do you know what the person is protesting? What they're protesting about? I don't know what they're protesting.
Looks like just like a social justice kind of thing.
Okay, because we all want that.
Right.
So it's a social justice kind of something.
Yeah.
So I want you to listen because this is one of our high school students. Is this a government school or a private school? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. I'm leaning government based on what they're about to say, but it could be private. Just in all fairness, we don't know. Right? Can I just say we don't know? All right. So here is a student that is protesting, and I want you to think about it. And we do consider Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. to be a heroic American for what he did for the civil rights movement. But you're going to hear this student not quite understand, I don't think, completely Dr. Martin Luther King's role in history. So here we go.
I am so glad that years ago, Dr. Martin Luther King, the first black man, ended slavery. Because if not, people would be whipped every day.
She thinks that Martin Luther King Jr. ended slavery. And here's the thing. Here's what I thought for a minute, because I was going to go benefit of the doubt for the emotional child and say she means figuratively, that the black people were still figuratively enslaved because they didn't have equal rights, they didn't have equal access. But then she throws the thing about getting whipped every day, which that would be back to slavery. And I think she really does think that Dr. Luther King Jr., though it is true, led the civil rights movement against the Jim Crow laws and bringing equality to black Americans. I don't. He
technically
in history in our country, he did not end slavery. No. You would go back to people like who did it in Europe first. Wilberforce, of course, he's a white man and a Christian. And then you would go over here and you would see slavery being ended by Abraham Lincoln
in the Confederacy.
Yeah, in the Confederacy. So it's not Dr. Luther King Jr. Martin Luther King Jr. came along much later. It was
right.
That was in the 60s, and so
a lot of passion,
and not
just,
the 1860s.
A little confused
there.
On
Some incredible passion.
The student went on to talk about how much she loves Morgan Freeman, the first black president.
All right. Okay,
Adler. He did play the president in about 3 or 4 movies there in a row.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, they all kind of ran together almost.
Well, let's face it. I mean, you talk about having Morgan Freeman confusion. I mean, he's been God before.
Well, I started to say that.
And then
that's not
the
highest office.
And president a lot of times.
Right.
Yeah.
Who was the old man that played God? No God.
George Burns.
Burns.
Gosh, I can't believe I had that ready to go.
How did I not remember?
With John Denver. That was a funny movie.
It was.
By the
In
way.
this particular.
What about Old God Book 2?
But see, now there's no need for a sequel.
I know.
Did Greg just bring up a sequel?
No, I didn't say it was good. I just threw it out there because it sounded
really
funny.
is. Yeah.
I didn't mean it was good.
Right. I don't remember it at all because I can't go there. But wasn't that one of those things too, like we do? And I was just a stupid little kid.
Yeah, it was when we were real young.
Isn't it one of those things what we done? Everybody just fell in love with that because George Burns is being the God they wish God was.
Yeah, everybody wants God to smoke cigarettes.
Yeah,
he was a laid back guy.
Versus who he really is.
Yeah. Not a lot more gray lines there with the movie.
Oh yeah. You almost got the feeling that God was flawed just like the rest of us.
John Denver actually played a pretty good role in that.
He did.
He was
I
not
like John
he was
Denver.
not a bad
I'm not
actor.
ashamed to say it.
He was not a bad actor. Now I don't want him gluing my airplane together. You know what I mean?
Bubba.
Well, it's true.
Especially an experimental one.
Well, that's just by the name of it.
They wouldn't even need for that now.
Well, Rick, that's true.
Now, he could sing a song.
He was good. He was good in that movie.
You just said you want him gluing your airplane?
Well, it was an experimental, so
Right.
it was some kind of lightweight deal.
Yeah.
I don't want.
I think he thought.
I don't ever want experimental in front of the name aircraft if I'm writing.
No.
How do you like?
And I'm not a test pilot.
How do you like experimental in front of a vaccine?
Don't like that.
No.
Either. No, I'll pass on that too.
Yeah. So,
not big on it.
Anti-vaxxer.
No, not really. I wouldn't. I got in trouble. Somebody had sent me a nasty email when I said I wouldn't have allowed my wife to get it if I thought it was that dangerous. So
you allowed her,
but I wouldn't have allowed you or anybody if I thought that was going to.
I think that's what
permanently injure you in some way. I would have tried everything I could to keep you from doing it.
You'd have laid across the door.
I would have, and you may have run over me and got out.
But you tried.
You'd have tried.
I did what I could.
You'd have tried.
Then you allowed it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's just
people.
It's just term.
Well, I want you to know.
I can't believe they took the time to email you that.
Yeah, I can't.
Even if you meant it the way he thought, why email that?
Well, I got news for you that there have been many things.
Just like I told you.
And nobody's going to like this, but it's the truth because y'all must not understand marriage from a biblical standpoint. But there have been a number of things that I'm going to put the reversal here. Nobody sees this coming. That I wanted to do that I ended up not doing because my wife said she wouldn't allow it.
Yeah.
Because she said I'm not going to agree on that, and the fact that we couldn't agree on it, I just didn't do it.
Yeah.
So she was the force.
Right.
It's not that she's my tyrannical king and whatever, but because out of respect to our marriage, if we both couldn't agree on it, we didn't do it.
Yeah.
Now, if I thought we still needed to, I would say, well, okay, if we can't agree, I'll have to make this decision because that's that headship. But there's been many times I've just said, I'm not going to die on this hill. If you don't want to do it, we're not going to do it. So, I don't just go and do whatever I want to do whenever I want to do it when you're married. You don't.
I would say in 32 years.
I've tried that. It doesn't work.
No, it doesn't.
I've had to make the headship alcohol maybe twice.
Oh yeah,
and I didn't like it then.
I was going to say it's less than 5.
Yeah, I mean most of the time I'll go with simple majority.
Yeah, right. And there's been times that I probably should have and I didn't do it.
Right.
Because I just wanted to get along to go along, or go along to get along. I mean, I'm the only man that's ever done that, but it does happen. Yeah. Yeah. We'll be back, and all 10 lines are available, and we'll take your phone calls when we come back. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Any topic you want to talk about. Just for the record, Martin Luther King Jr. did not end slavery. He did in the Jim Crow era.
Rick and Bubba.
You either live. Wait, what's the quote? You either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. So I'm Hank the Villainous Hound. So instead of little tips for kids, I got some like Hank had tips for kids. I got tips for kids too. Hey kids, hide candy in your pillowcases. Your parents will never find it.
So it's like a villain.
He's a villain. He gives out bad advice.
So Hank the Hound gives out bad advice. I think he said tips. I sure hope so.
I mean, I was worried
because he's really bad.
Yeah.
Hey kids, when your parents are trying to make you eat your vegetables, just stir it around just a little bit. They won't be able to tell you didn't eat any of them.
I got to tell you now.
So Hank's the negative.
Now we've been going somewhere with it. Yeah. I don't think it replaces. I'd like to see a rotation of both. I'd be open to a rotation of both, wouldn't you?
You know, to me, neither one reached the level of the Space Navy series. But,
that was a little too bizarre.
No. Let me give you a first-hand experience in my own family. When the picture was put out of you and Adler going to ride on the SpaceX rocket,
right?
One of my sons thought that meant that space. What was it called?
The Space Navy series.
The Space Navy was back. He said, "Oh, did Adler finish part 2? Is that what this is?" And I was like,
"We've
no.
waited years for part 2."
And got excited. He really was ready to. I mean, he was like, "Where is it? I got to know."
You know, I've decided your youngest son, and you dabble with the Goldbergs, but I am insert twist. Last night may have been the best episode I have ever seen.
Forgetting it when it's on, but I'll go back and watch it.
But Adam F. Goldberg, he is Adam F. Goldberg at your house.
No question.
Last night was the Karate Kid episode. Have you ever seen that one?
Is it a repeat?
I don't know.
I think it's new, Bubba. I think
it was new to me, and I loved every minute.
Yeah,
of it.
I went back last week and caught up on the 2 I'd missed.
Yeah. Guest appearance, Randy Daytona, by the way.
Oh, boy, really?
Yeah, sure.
Oh,
he's the uncle that's the sensei. And he's basically using the kids to get all his housework done.
All right, so Speedy,
did you see it, Hank?
Speedy, you're still in the Hank.
I'm committed to the break. Pretty hot in here.
Got his headphones on.
So you'll stay with it. Well, thank you, Golden Ticket Seats, for this. The gift that has kept on giving, and has some reason made Hank the Hound get his
turn to the dark side.
His identity straight too.
Yeah,
the villain. And he gives out bad advice to kids because Henry gave out good advice.
Exactly.
Uncle Henry's knees are hurting pretty bad.
Yeah, I wouldn't. That gallop you did on that concrete.
Right. And I will tell Hank the Hound that I do think let's use the term he gives out bad advice.
Yeah.
Because in that mask, the word tips just seems
it muffles a lot of the
right.
It does. So I'd use the word advice. I think
because we don't want to be giving that out.
Because it's really bad. If he doesn't say it clear.
I thought to myself, he's taking this villain thing too far.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. So anyway,
Speedy, get on your all fours one more time.
Well, now Henry never got on all fours.
Henry gallop around.
Can you give us a tip before you go, Henry?
Look. That's a sad horse. he's kicking. I'm committed to the break. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Well, we peer now into the lives of the members of the show here. By the way, Read Across America coming up next hour. If you haven't got that done. Came in today and said you have to set up what happened at your house. We actually have a video with audio to watch.
Yeah, my family is geographically challenged, And
a lot of people are.
And
You know, 'cause
somewhat,
some people don't have maps.
and some history challenged. But we, several years ago, we were on a Rick and Bubba cruise, and we made a stop by the Atlantis in the Bahamas.
Yeah.
And a beautiful resort there, and we spent the afternoon there, and Mickey Dean made that happen for us. And, we were impressed with it, and we talked about going back. I mean, gosh, how many years ago was that we went to that? Do you remember?
No idea.
It's been many. And this year during spring break, we were talking about, most of the time we go down the Gulf Coast and have a great time, but we said, this year we may do something different. It's the last year Hunter's a senior, and so it'll be the last year both kids are in high school and, at home. And so we wanted to do something kind of special. So we were looking around at some places, and the Atlantis was brought up. And I think we're going to try to run down there over spring break. So it'll be, a little special spring break this year. And we were excited about that. But
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll get to your phone calls here at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Before we do, Bubba, over in you and Helmsley's world, the world of tennis, somebody pitched a little fit here.
Rick, the number 3 in the world, I'm not even going to try his name. Helms, you'll have to do that one. I've been out of the loop. I don't know what his name is.
Alexander Zverev.
Alexander Zverev.
Call him Alex Zverev.
Is that old man Zverev's boy?
Number 3 in the world, Zverev.
All right.
He's been tossed out of the Mexican Open after smashing his racket repeatedly on the umpire's chair.
Uh-oh. We got it right here. Which one is he?
You'll see.
Oh my goodness. Whoa. Wow. Really mad. Oh, wow, 3 times, like you said.
Actually clipped his foot or leg with one of the strikes.
Wow.
Tries to make good and give the racket to a kid. Don't miss that.
Does he really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, there's another shot of it.
See, he hit his foot.
Wow.
Now, a couple points before this took
Greg, I
place.
didn't realize that Dale Earnhardt Jr. was a tennis player. He looks a lot like Dale Jr., by the way.
Where's he from?
Germany.
Yeah, well, there you go.
He did not like the call.
I do not like the call.
There was
I will hit you with a racket.
A couple points before that, he got a code violation for, I think, cussing. I think for his mouth.
Yeah.
I think he had dirty mouth out there.
Dirty mouth.
He's questioning a call, and
you will not keep me from doing profanity.
I'm going to take it that they lost the tiebreak.
They did.
In the
They
doubles
certainly
match.
did.
Yeah.
Dirty mouth. And then you had the other one that said today in tennis, I'm not. The mandated vaccines made me sick.
Monfils.
Gael Monfils.
Anybody named Tom Smith?
He's had to pull out of the tournament he's in.
Joe said, I tried to tell you.
He's saying he's physically unable to play after getting the vaccine and a booster.
Mm-hmm. Sorry.
He made that up. He just ain't playing well.
How about that, Greg? I really believe in that case, honestly. I would have stepped out of the judge's seat, and I would have whipped that guy right there.
Y'all took that right out of his hand. I whipped him with it like a kid.
I would have said, it's going to be hard for you to leave the court with this sticking out your rear end.
Yeah.
Because that's what's about to happen.
Yep. I'd have come off that elevated position right top of
Let me tell you, I would have come off. They would have said, "No, stay with it. Watch what the guy does." Yeah. I mean, how about if I was the referee, umpire, whatever it's called, that would have been a much longer video.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
but stand up top.
Unlike
watch him, look, he's getting up.
He actually did the right thing, left, de-escalated the thing, and now this guy Alec is going to have to pay for it. They'll fine him, and he'll get all kinds.
Alec
of
Baldwin
penalties.
plays.
I'd have de-escalated it with my foot.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, sometimes you got to teach a young man something, though. He's got to learn.
What about the people's elbow right out of that big seat up there?
And that guy was another young man, so it was fine. But if it was an older guy sometimes teach a young man.
Well, see, he doesn't have a instrument in his hand to defend himself against a racket.
Yeah, well, you ain't gonna get me with a racket. Now, if you got a gun, I got problems.
A racket will hurt you.
Nah, that right, not that right, not what that guy's telling it.
A lot of people even accidentally break their arm when they get hit.
But Bubba, he'd never seen me coming off the top of that chair. He'd have been pitching his fit, looking down.
Well, he was.
You'd have mauled him.
What I'm saying is he was at a disadvantage at that.
Hey,
point.
I'm up in that
Let
chair.
him see.
Try to get out of the figure four. All right, right now. Woo! I'm on. He never even saw me.
All right, right here. Right on his
Try to
back.
hit me while I'm coming down at 280. I'm only about 260 now, maybe not. Mm-hmm. So I got him right there. He never sees me.
So what will they do to him? What will the tour do to him?
I don't know.
Probably nothing. As long as he's
probably get. I mean, he'll obviously get a
fine.
fine, but I don't know that they'll suspend him. I don't know.
To the phones we go. Let's go to David in Jackson, Mississippi. I'm going to Jackson. David, welcome to the program. Go ahead. Hey, bud.
Hey, Rick.
Oh, man, we lost you. To Chuck in Cincinnati. Chuck, welcome to Rick and Bubba. There's lines available for you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. You guys are talking about, trying to establish husband authority. I have been trying this method. I just look at her and say, it goes like this, honey. God, Jesus, me, and then you. I'm slightly below Jesus, and that means you have to listen to me. So it's right from the Bible.
Chuck, tell me that's not your approach. That can't be the way you present it.
How long you been divorced?
Yeah.
Time. Not been successful, but I have tried it.
I was about to say.
Is this George? You remember that gym we
But
called?
Chuck, if you want to stay with the Bible, she could look at you and say, then I guess that means that you need to consider yourself last, and you need to wash me in the Word of God and know the Bible so well that you present me as blameless, and that you would die for me as Christ died for the church. And really, based on what you just said, my behavior will always be a reflection of you.
Yeah, she's tried that. That's usually the response I get.
Because see, you got to be careful when you start talking about the Bible. People keep reading.
I don't think having the ultimate last word is a blessing or really a position that you want to be in.
And Greg, I remember you were one of the first people that ever said this to me, and I've used it a lot. When you said, "Look, I have read this and I have looked at it, and what it really looks like is that we're going to stand before God." Now, look, people make their own choices. I'm not talking about that. We will stand before God, and we will have an account for how our wives turned out, how our children turned out, and we're going to be held accountable for it. Now, if God says, "I watched you," just like the prophet Ezekiel talks about this, and you did everything I told you to do, and they decided to reject me, they decided of their own not to, then you're good. But if they're this way because you didn't do your job, and you didn't bathe them in the Word, and you didn't know the Word, and you didn't do your job in that house as the headship that I placed there, equal, just not the same, a headship, just like you, even in the Trinity, what you talk about trying to blow your mind, you saw that Jesus himself said, "I am here to do the will of my Father." There was a headship that the Father has even in the Trinity. That doesn't mean Jesus is less than the Father, but there is a headship. And so there is an accountability that's coming in that role. And I think a lot of men just want that role, and they use it as an excuse to do whatever they want to, but they don't understand the accountability that's coming with it.
Yeah, it's two-sided. It's a two-sided thing.
And now, again, you can't make people make the right decisions. I'm not talking about that.
Right.
Because there's a lot of powerful men of God that I've known throughout church history, by the way. It'll shock you.
And especially when it comes to...
That had the families that rejected what he said.
You kids have free will, too.
Yes, of course it is.
So you're not responsible for those choices, but you are responsible for setting the right example in the field for them to make that choice.
Now, if he looks into our resume and goes, you didn't really give him a really good shot. You didn't give him the foundation. That'll be different. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour, bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba.